point, and they're going to give you all of that with their opening statements. Rob, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. So Ryan is like when you're growing up and you have like your friend's little brother that wants to play sports with you and you keep beating the shit out of them, but they keep crawling back. So once more, we'll do it again today. The teacher will once more school the student, but it should be a lot of fun. I actually always enjoy my conversations with Ryan. So I've been looking forward to this. So let me take you back in time to explain what this is going to be. The first panel I really did on Sarah's show was like the Thursday Throwdown. The topic that I came up with was all criticisms of Trump by Democrats and media should be laughed at and ignored. And this panel occurred on, I believe, May 29th last month. So it's been about 30 days exactly. Now, what I meant by that was Democrats, and of course, it's this pithy tagline, but Democrats and Republicans do this at some point, will criticize Trump about things that they had no problem when Democrats or the other side did just as bad, if not worse. So 20 minutes before that debate, I come upstairs, I put together some notes of 20 examples of sort of Democrat hypocrisy that sort of go in with that criticism that I'm making there. As the panel goes on, Ryan comes on, and this thing always happens with Ryan where I'll be blowing him out in a debate and he'll like hedge on this. He'll be like, yeah, but like, dude, it's just misinformation. I can't go through it now, but it's misinformation. So here's what I did. I did everything that you shouldn't do as a debater. I gave him all of my notes. I did not adjust the notes. I did no preparation whatsoever. And I gave Ryan a month to go through the notes that I threw together in 20 minutes so that he could pick apart every single one of those in any way he sought fit to try to show how I'm spreading misinformation. Now, I anticipate what we'll see is a few semantical jabs here or there. And hey, good for you, Ryan, if you're able to find even anything that I misspelled or slightly misstated in my notes, even though the thrust of what I'm saying is always true. That's fine. We can debate all that, and I'm sure I'll be right on every one of those instances anyways. But I hope that this gets off his chest this crucial point, which is serious just for a moment. We had a previous administration that wanted to create a czar to censor misinformation. And so when people throw this shit around, well, you just spread misinformation, you spread misinformation, it sort of sticks in my craw a little because people always say this shit. And then when we dig down into the specific thing they're saying is misinformation, I would say my track record's about 99% of proving that I'm generally right and it wasn't misinformation. So I'm going to allow Ryan to control the entire direction of the debate. If he wants to focus in on one of these things instead of all 20, that's fine. We could focus in on one. If he wants to talk about something completely unrelated, that's fine too, that he thinks that I've spread misinformation. I don't give a shit. No excuses. Whatever he wants to do to get it off his chest, I'm more than happy to be here. It's nice for the little schoolboy to come to the schoolyard again and to spank him once more. So let's get the show on the road. Ryan, go ahead and proceed.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Beautiful. Yes, I'm always excited to get a spanking. So before we get into the document, I want to be clear about why I'm here. I'm not here to dunk on Rob or catch him slipping. I don't think Rob is malicious. I think he's sharp, fast, and intense. And honestly, even when I agree with him, sometimes I lose the thread. It's not an insult. It's just what happens when the pace is very relentless, which it often is in these spaces. Now, I'd love to slow everything down, put Rob on 0.75 speed, and walk through each and every single point with care, but we surely won't have that luxury tonight. So we're going to move very fast. And my goal is to stay grounded. When a claim flies by, I want to be ready to flag the contradictions and to spotlight the fair critiques and to push back when things get shaky. So I have a list of all of the different segments from his notes and my own notes organized and reflected on over some period of time. The issue is that when we go very fast, Rob particularly, we risk stacking claims that sound stronger together than they are alone. And my job tonight is to untangle those claims and separate the signal from the noise. I'll agree when it's fair and pause when it's murky. At the very least, make sure we know what we're arguing about. I have a lot of questions for Rob, and I think we can view tonight as a test of his strength under pressure. A few weeks ago, Rob and I spent 2 hours on just one sentence, the opening sentence of this document. So if that gives you any inclination of what you're in for tonight, I came into that conversation sharper, and I want more of that even at high speed. So let's open it up, hit every section that we can, and see where the threads actually lead.
Thank you, Ryan. And just for a word to the audience, I do have the document here. If it needs to be referred to, I can take a peek at it. It is pretty lengthy, so I don't anticipate they'll get through everything this evening, but we're going to try our best to move through, as Ryan said, as quickly as possible, but also as slow as we need to as well. Also, a kind reminder to the audience, we are going to get through the debate. We will close with our closing statements, and then we will move into reading and responding to your kind super chats. And then, of course, as always, we will open up the panel for open panel dumpster fire, and you all can come have your fun. Outside of that, gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
All right, sir. Fire away. Where do you want to start?
Let's go. Well, let's start with number one. Obviously, we've had a pretty extensive conversation about this one already, so we'll try to move through it fairly quickly. But the claim you made in your document is Hillary and the DNC team colluded with a suspected Russian spy, Igor Donchenko, to get dirt on Trump to prove that he got dirt from Russians. So, Rob, do you have any evidence that Hillary Clinton herself or anyone in her campaign ever spoke to or coordinated directly with Igor Donchenko, or is that purely speculative?
So it is speculative that they personally met with Igor Donchenko. However, when I say that they colluded, I think that colluding through an intermediary is still collusion. For example, if Sarah's a Russian spy and I decide to collude with her by paying you, Ryan, and then you go and talk to Sarah, and then you come back and you're like, here's this person that's working with the Russian government, and here's the information she gave. I think it's completely fair to say that I, through an intermediary, have colluded with Sarah.
Okay. Well, I don't think that most people use the word colluded in that way, but I that's fair enough for you to have that opinion. We'll definitely come back to that. Additionally, do you acknowledge that the FBI's Russia investigation was triggered not by the Steele dossier, but by George Papadopoulos telling an Australian diplomat that Russia had dirt on Hillary Clinton?
Yes, we can talk about that briefly. No problem. First, the first story we got was the P claims in the dossier. In fact, Harry Reid talked about this a week before the election. Mother Jones released that story right before the election. And so we were led to believe as the American people that this investigation, I think Harry Reid acknowledged that there was an investigation was started based on this dossier, but that was not the case. The FBI later claims that the investigation, I could screw up the dates here. I believe it was July 31st of 2016 was the start of the investigation. This is the claim that we're told. George Papadopoulos, this low-level guy on Trump's team, was having dinner with this Maltese professor called Joseph Mifsud. Joseph Mifsud basically says, hey, let me put you in contact with this dude who's Russian. They say they have dirt on Hillary. Papadopoulos goes and talks to that Russian. He comes back, tells the Trump team. Trump team's like, don't do this shit. What are you doing? Later, he's drunk at a bar, talks to this Australian diplomat named Alexander Downer, a person who himself is connected to the Clinton Foundation and was at one point under some sort of investigation, I believe, in Australia for giving Australian tax dollars to the Clinton Foundation. He was exonerated in that investigation, but nonetheless, you can see his close ties. Allegedly, Papadopoulos said, hey, I heard the Russians have dirt on Hillary. And that's why we're told that we had to start the Russia collusion investigation.
All right. Do you acknowledge that Donchenko was under a dormant espionage probe that was closed when the FBI believed he left the country? We discussed that pretty exhaustively, so I think that's a fair yes. But do you also acknowledge that he was then arrested in the U.S. in 2013, meaning the FBI would have either known or quickly learned that he was still here?
No, I did not know he was arrested in 2013, irrelevant to the statement that I made. He was suspected of being a Russian spy, and as we talked about during our 2-hour conversation on this one sentence, it was clear that the Hillary team and the DNC would have known that this was a person that was suspected in the past of being a Russian spy. Just for the audience, if you don't mind, what had happened was 2008, 2009, something like this. Igor Donchenko, who is the primary subsource of the Steele dossier, Hillary's team and the DNC go through this law firm, Fusion GPS. They are like, hey, get dirt on Trump. Fusion GPS contacts this UK spy named Christopher Steele. Christopher Steele then gets a bunch of sources, the key one being Igor Donchenko. This is the one that's making the most serious claims. He was said like to be Russian #1 or something like that. So everyone, including the FBI and Hillary's team, knew that this guy was a Russian, and Hillary's team in the DNC would have known that he was accused at one point of being a Russian spy. The entire reason that I put this argument together, just all of these arguments, if you don't mind me, Ryan, I'll say this. This was all examples of things that Democrats complain about Trump, but they themselves have done worse or as bad. So in this case, the Russia collusion investigation boils down to this. Trump is bad and needed to be investigated for multiple years, including a special counsel, because he was accused of his team trying to collude with Russians to get dirt on his opponent, Hillary Clinton. And the way that they sought to prove that was them colluding with a Russian and actually getting dirt, to which the FBI then actually used to get illegal FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team. So they literally did what they were accusing Trump's team of doing. That's why we're discussing this.
Okay, we'll see how that holds up. I have more notes on a lot of stuff you just brought up, but do you also acknowledge? Okay, so actually, I want to make a quick note here because you weren't aware of the 2013 arrest.
It's true.
So do you still think, with that being added, with that new knowledge, do you still think that it's fair in 2016 to call Donchenko a suspected Russian spy, knowing the FBI would have surely reopened the espionage probe if they were still concerned about it?
Yes, for two reasons. One, can you illuminate to me what this arrest was in 2013 in the United States?
Yeah, let me see. 2013 Donchenko. I don't know the exact terms of the arrest.
I mean, was it like a speeding ticket? Was he accused of like drug trafficking? Just the general idea.
Drunk in public, disorderly conduct and failure to have his 2-year-old child in a safety seat. So
okay, so was he like visiting? Was he living in the United States? What was the nature of his status when he was arrested?
My understanding is he was living in the United States because he never left, right? He never actually left. It was a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I believe that that's the case. Nonetheless, it's irrelevant to the fact. So I believe that if I'm trying to intuit what you're saying here, it is. So there's this investigation into this dude in like 2008, 2009. The FBI closes it, not because they're like, we've looked into us and the claims are untrue. They close it because they think that he's fled the country. Then 4 years later, it turns out actually he's still here and he gets some sort of charge. So you're like, they could have reopened the investigation then if they wanted. That's not really the way it works, though, right? There could be different agents. Once the case is closed, like to reopen it up would cause effort and it would be different people that were working on it, etc. So I don't think this gets to proving. To your second point where you're saying, well, would that mean then we would no longer be able to call him a suspected Russian spy? As we said last time, I would do this. Let's say that O.J. Simpson is still alive and you're palling around with him at a party. And I say, oh man, radical coders hanging out with a suspected murderer. Would you say, oh no, that case has been dropped? He's no longer under investigation. Of course not. Same thing here. Hillary's team, the reason that Igor Donchenko was a source was because of his connections to the Russian government. They knew that at one point he was accused of being a spy in the United States for the Russian government. And then they went through intermediaries because they knew that those claims would be able to buttress an argument, which Hillary's team, and there's much evidence to suggest this, that Hillary's team concocted this scheme because they knew that they themselves were weak on the Russia collusion angle, for maybe reasons that we'll get to later. So my claim still stands up that Hillary's team in the DNC colluded, yes, through an intermediary, but they colluded with a suspected Russian spy. Yes, Igor Donchenko was a suspected Russian spy. He was sought out because of his connections to Russia, and they did get dirt on Trump.
Okay. And does the likelihood of him being considered a Russian spy, which again, you agree, you have no evidence that Hillary Clinton or her team even actually knew who he was or had any direct contact with him. But
that's
do you
not
think
true.
that
I didn't say, I said the opposite. They would know who he was. I don't have evidence that they had direct contacts. There's certainly implications that they did, but I cannot provide you any testimony that says that they directly met with them. But they would have got this information and knew who the subsource was.
Okay, so fair. So they would have known who he was after receiving the information. Okay,
Correct.
so but not necessarily you don't have evidence that they knew who he was when they were like requesting the information, right? Like it wasn't until after.
So I believe now this. You could fact check me on this, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct about this. They knew that Fusion GPS was reaching out to Christopher Steele, right? But I don't know they knew who Christopher Steele would reach out to. It also seems apparent that they knew that what they were looking for was information to tie Trump to Russia. And so given that, and then they get the information back and it says, oh, I talked to this Russian guy, Igor Donchenko, who has contacts with the Russian government. Yes, they would have known.
By that point,
your argument, I can make your argument better, right? You want to hear the better version of what you're trying to say here? Well, of course they were communicating with someone that had contacts to the Russian government. Isn't that what if a Russian spy tells you that one of the candidates is also working with a Russian spy, wouldn't that buttress their claims? Isn't that the exact type of person that would know? That would be a better argument for you, right?
Well, I think the argument I'm making is more that I don't think that it's really fair to consider him a Russian spy in 2016. So even if they knew who he was, which they might have known after receiving the information, they might have identified, oh, this is who Donchenko is. But I don't think that they would see that, and then given all the information available at the time, I don't think they would conclude that he was at that moment currently a suspected Russian spy. And additionally,
do you mind if I ask you this real quick? At some point, you acknowledge they would have known, right? Once they get this information, you acknowledge they would have known.
They might have known that he was under investigation previously for espionage, but he was never indicted. And again, at the time, he was living in the U.S. And there's no reason to believe the FBI had no idea by that point. This would be 3 years after his arrest. So the idea that there was no reopening of the probe seems shaky.
If Hillary's team was so concerned that Trump may reach out to people connected to the Russian government to get dirt on her, don't you think that it would behoove them once they found out that they were doing the same thing to say, oh shit, we did the same thing?
Can you say it one more time? I'm sorry.
If Hillary's team was so concerned that Trump was going to reach out to people connected to the Russian government to get dirt against her, don't you think once they realized, which you acknowledge at some point they would have realized that's what happened, wouldn't it have behooved them to be honest with the American people and say, actually, we did the same thing we accused Trump of?
If they did exactly the same thing they accused Trump of, perhaps. But
they did worse.
Well, that's your argument. We're gonna dig into what Trump did specifically and what Trump's team did specifically, and we'll see if that holds up as well.
Did they get dirt from any Russians?
Did Hillary get dirt from any Russians?
No. Did Trump's team get any dirt that they were able to use from any Russians during the 2016 election?
Not for lack of trying.
Okay, but Hillary's team did.
Through legal channels, yes.
What's it matter if it's legal or not?
Well, we'll discuss that when we get to
if Hillary's team's claim was, oh my gosh, Trump's trying to communicate with people in the Russian government to get dirt on us, there's ways that you can do that's legal. Trump's team never did it. They did, right? So if their claim wasn't, oh, he did it and he wasn't registered under FARA, their claim was he's working with Russians to get disinformation about us. And Hillary's team worked with Russians to get disinformation about Trump. And not only did they get it, they then sent it to the FBI, who then used it. I think illegally. We'll get to that portion later. So it's by any objective measure, when it came to colluding with Russians, Hillary's team did it far worse and more successfully.
Well, again, we'll see if that holds up. But I think an additional point to consider is that Donchenko, we talked about this as well, Donchenko was hired as a paid confidential informant by the FBI in 2017, which, again, that I think leads to more skepticism.
That's worse for you. What happened was,
I don't think so.
They paid this dude who they knew was spreading misinformation. So the IG, Michael Horowitz, said that actually, real quick, just so in case people don't know this, there was an inspector general report into both the FBI investigation into Hillary's team that was called the mid-year exam, and then into this, which was called Crossfire Hurricane, the Trump-Russia collusion stuff. The IG says that despite the fact that there was an FBI lawyer that literally changed evidence to the opposite of the truth to try to get a FISA warrant on Trump, that wasn't the worst thing. The actual worst thing was, after the second FISA warrant application, they finally reached out to Igor Donchenko, and what Igor Donchenko told them was, yeah, this is basically all bullshit locker room talk. We can't prove any of this. And what the FBI did was they went to the FISA court, which they are legally obligated to tell the truth to, and they said, we reached out to the primary subsource, and we believe he's telling the truth. But what they left out was, what he told the truth about was that it's all bullshit. They left that part out. That's why the last 2 FISA warrants are considered illegal. Even James Comey said, holy shit, had I known that, I would have never signed off on them. So it's the fact that the FBI paid this dude that they knew was saying, hey, yeah, this is all bullshit. And they paid him and then didn't tell the FISA court that he basically said it was all bullshit. Makes the case even worse, because to me, the primary villain in this story isn't Hillary Clinton or the DNC. It's the corrupt fucking FBI that decided to go after Trump for Russia collusion using evidence they got from Hillary's team colluding with Russians. So the fact they paid Donchenko is even worse.
Okay. So let's walk into the Donald Trump Russia collusion stuff now.
Just to be clear, we could do that, but this has nothing to do with the sentence in my note there at all.
I mean, it kind of does if the implication is that we should, because you keep saying Hillary did worse.
The same or worse, but I will argue worse.
The same or
yes.
worse.
Mm-hmm.
So what exactly? So you're saying that what Hillary did regarding her team hiring Perkins Cole, who hired Fusion, who hired Christopher Steele, who then used Donchenko as a primary source. This is worse than Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and Paul Manafort taking a meeting in Trump Tower specifically to get dirt from the Russian government.
Yes, right. They actively, because Trump's team never got dirt, right? And Hillary's team did.
Not for lack of trying.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't think it's illegal to hear someone out and see if they have dirt. For all we know, Trump Jr. could have got that dirt and immediately went to the FBI and said, oh my God, this Russian told me that Hillary committed crimes. You should look into this. Nothing wrong with that. Perfectly legal. The difference is that the dirt that Hillary's team got was in fact disinformation that they did in fact use, and Trump's team did not get any disinformation and they did not use it. In addition to that, Trump Jr. meeting this lawyer, her name was Veselnitskaya. Do you know who her attorney was?
I don't think that's in my notes.
It was Glenn Simpson, the head of Fusion GPS. She had dinner with Glenn Simpson, the head of Fusion GPS, the very person that was hired by Hillary's team to compile this dossier. Veselnitskaya had dinner with him the day before the meeting in Trump Tower and the day after the meeting in Trump Tower. It almost looks like that they set this whole thing up. When Trump Jr. went in and started talking to her, she started rambling on about the Magnitsky Act. I can't pronounce shit. I'm a fucking redneck yinzer. I don't know how to pronounce this shit. But and they sat there for like 20 minutes. It was like, this is all bullshit, and walked out. But it seems like it was a plant. Yes, objectively, the fact that Hillary's team and the DNC actually got dirt that was disinformation from Russians and then used it is worse than Trump's team trying to get dirt on Hillary and not succeeding.
So just to be clear, you acknowledge that Trump Jr. accepted a meeting explicitly billed as being from a Russian government source to hurt Hillary Clinton and said, if that's what you say, or if it's what you say, I love it.
Yes. It's not a crime. There's nothing wrong with that.
I didn't say it was a crime. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does show, however, it does show readiness to conspire with a hostile foreign power. No.
Do you think that warrants an FBI investigation on its own?
I think it warrants an investigation.
Okay, then why didn't the FBI investigate Hillary's team once they found out that they did in fact collude with a suspected Russian spy, Igor Donchenko?
Well, again, that's your framing.
Okay, let's take out the suspected Russian spy. Yeah. He certainly was someone that everyone admits had connections to the Russian government.
Perhaps. Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, why isn't that then the same, like the hair in the back of your neck standing up? Oh, Trump Jr. agreed to listen to a Russian that he thought was connected to the government to get dirt in his opponent? That warrants an FBI investigation. Okay, Hillary's team actually did it in the DNC. Why no FBI investigation?
Well, again, Hillary's team didn't directly have contact with Donchenko, right?
So just to be clear, if Trump Jr. would have instead paid, say, a Republican law firm to have that meeting with Veselnitskaya, you'd say, oh, that's reasonable. No need to investigate.
If he paid some law firm that then paid a separate organization, which then hired somebody who then had that meeting, I don't think I would have quite as much concern.
Even
I think
if
Donald
so
Trump Jr. directly meeting with Russian government sources, specifically to hurt Hillary Clinton's campaign, and I think that is just looks way worse.
It's a joke. It's the equivalent of saying, "Oh, if you attempt to murder your wife, you're a really bad guy." But if you hire a hitman to do it, it's just stupid.
I don't think it's the same as saying if you hire a hitman. I think that it's again doing general opposition research is pretty common in campaigns. Meeting with hostile foreign powers is less common.
Is this not a form of elitism? Have you ever considered running for government?
So you're getting at the point that that Donald Trump Jr. maybe didn't know what he was doing was
no, that's not
sussy.
it at all. I'm just asking you, have you ever considered running for government? I've ran for Congress. Did you ever consider doing something like that?
I'm not interested in running for office. No,
so
personally.
me neither anymore now that I have a kid.
Sure.
But it might surprise you to know this, Ryan. I'm kind of broke. I'm not really a wealthy dude. So I didn't really have a team, right? So if I was doing campaign research, guess who was doing it? Me, right? So your argument is, if in that campaign research, someone comes to me who happens to be Russian and says, I have dirt in your opponent, that warrants an FBI investigation. But if I was wealthy enough to pay you to go do it, then it wouldn't warrant an investigation.
I don't think that's my argument.
What seems to be you're saying as long as you pay someone, then it's okay. This would seem to disenfranchise people that don't have so much money that can't afford to hire law firms to do campaign research for them. There's no material reason why hiring an intermediary to get dirt from Russians should be allowed and not worth an investigation, but personally doing it yourself shouldn't be. It's nonsensical.
I think that we're kind of speculating when we say that Hillary hired the team specifically to get like info from Russian sources. Like the team did end up using a Russian source as a primary source for the dossier, but that doesn't mean that Hillary's team was seeking out Russian source. Like that's speculative, right?
Now, I don't think it's speculative because they were clearly looking for information that Trump was doing illegal shit with Russians. And I think we could both intuit. If you're being honest, don't you think that inevitably would lead to talking to Russians?
It likely would. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So they knew that they were hiring someone that was going to talk to Russians. They then got the dirt. They knew who it came from. They knew it was a Russian that had connections to governments. I think that this was a suspected Russian spy, and they would have known that as well. Fine. You want to leave that part out? No problem. But they got that dirt, knew where it was from, knew it was from Russians, then used that dirt, both leaking it to the press and sending it to the FBI. The FBI knew it was unverified, decided to use it to start an investigation right at that moment. If the FBI is like, oh, shit, we need to investigate Trump because we think that he's possibly trying to get dirt on Hillary. Trump Jr., for example, tried to get dirt on Hillary from Russians. They have all the evidence they need right there. Oh, shit, Hillary's team literally just got dirt on Trump from a Russian. We should investigate them as well. But they didn't for some reason. In fact, they instead used it to get illegal FISA warrants and then paid the very Russian person at question here. You sure you want to listen? Maybe you'd have better luck moving on to one other points. I could do this.
I don't feel like I'm having bad luck right now.
It's a cat playing with a mouse. If you want to keep on this all night, perfectly fucking fine with it.
We'll keep moving through. I mean, I'm almost done with the Trump Russian. So the next one I would bring up is Paul Manafort stuff. So do you acknowledge that Paul Manafort, Trump's campaign chair, shared internal campaign polling with Konstantin, a Russian spy, during the campaign?
Prove that Konstantin Kilimnik was a Russian spy.
Okay.
What's the evidence?
Russian spy.
Was he a Russian spy when the Obama State Department was routinely engaged with him to help with diplomacy between Ukraine and Russia? If so, why did the Obama State Department routinely engage with him?
Report says Manafort associate is a Russian intelligence officer who may have helped coordinate Russia's hack and leak operation. This is NBC in 2020.
What's the evidence? What the Mueller report say? I can't remember exactly, but it's laughable. They're like the evidence was a joke that they had.
Okay, regardless of whether you think it's laughable, the Senate, do you acknowledge the Senate intel community found this to be quote unquote a grave counterintelligence threat?
I'll take your word for it. I don't remember that being the exact language. Irrelevant. Again, that's because
why is it irrelevant?
Because who's the Senate Intel Committee listening to make a claim like that?
I don't know. I assume that they have better sources than either of us.
It would probably be the intel agencies like the FBI, right?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay, so if the FBI was crooked in the first place and knew that
that's again speculative.
It's not speculative. We know that they did all kinds of shit. Like the IG report.
Well, when I say it's speculative, I'm saying that like you're using your position of how corrupt and bad the FBI is to poison any sort of sourcing that may come from the FBI, which, there might be good reason to do certain things, but I don't think you can use it as like a sweeping blanket to just disregard any information.
Perhaps if I reframe, right? Kash Patel's running the FBI right now, right?
He sure is, yeah.
You fan of his?
Author of the Plot Against the King, Kash Patel. I like the song that came with the book. It's kind of catchy, but
nice.
No, I'm not a Kash Patel fan. No, I wouldn't say so.
Right now, Republicans control the Senate, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the Senate right now, the Senate Intel Committee that would be controlled by Republicans gets a report from Kash Patel saying Democrats are colluding with China, you'd say that's the end-all be-all. We don't have to look exactly what the evidence is. All we have to do is acknowledge that that's what the Senate Intel Committee has said, correct?
I would take it seriously if that Senate Intel Committee still said that there was a grave counterintelligence threat.
How serious would you take it?
What's that mean? With Kash Patel in particular, a little bit less with a grain of salt, but I think that he does try to use his position. Like he doesn't want to be under intense scrutiny for things like, I think that there's at least going to be a defensible underpinning and also, I mean, it's not, I'm pretty sure that the FBI, has there ever been a Democrat in charge of the FBI?
Yes, I think that you understand how that question's sort of irrelevant to me because I don't look at it as Republican versus Democrat. I look at it as the establishment versus people that are seen as a threat against the establishment. Like so James Comey's a Republican. Do you think he's a Trump fan?
Well, he did release, or he did like reinstate the Hillary investigation 11 days before the election.
If you would like to walk down that road, if you think you're getting spanked here, if you want to fucking go,
I still don't feel like I'm being not in an unpleasant way, at least.
Oh, well, okay. Like I'm very heterosexual, so maybe I'll stop using the word spank. Maybe that's my fault in the first place. But nonetheless, it's clear that James Comey, this idea, well, he's a Republican, therefore it's all bullshit. I'm just asking you for evidence as to why Constantine Kilimnik was a Russian spy. Just for the audience, for the sake of it, let's go through it. Paul Manafort, Trump's campaign manager, gave polling data to a Ukrainian guy that the FBI and the Mueller team was like, trust us, bro, this dude was a Russian spy. The same Ukrainian guy that the Obama State Department routinely worked with because they thought he was trustworthy enough to help them with diplomacy in the region. But all of a sudden, he went from someone that the Obama State Department totally trusted, just like that, to being a suspected Russian spy. No evidence given. Ryan can't give you what the evidence is, right? And what was the big crime? Okay, this sounds nefarious. Let's assume for a minute he is a Russian spy. Oh my God, what Trump's team do to him? Gave them polling results that said, hey, we think we're going to win this thing. That's it. They didn't share classified information. They didn't share dirt on Hillary Clinton. They didn't make claims like, hey, once we're in there, we'll do XYZ for you. No, they just said, hey, we think we're going to win. As I explained to Ryan before, the reason for this was Kilimnik had previously worked with Paul Manafort, and Manafort is kind of a shady dude, but not in the sense that Ryan or the Democrats are saying. He's a shady dude in that he's trying to make money. So he's going to all of his old business partners saying, holy shit, we might win this. And I'm Trump's campaign manager. Wow, I'm going to be a big deal. We should do some business deals. That's what he's doing, not trying to collude with Russia to steal the election.
Well, I'm not accusing him of trying to steal the election. I'm saying that he
not trying to get dirt. Is there any evidence whatsoever that they asked Constantine Kilimnik for anything?
That's not what I'm alleging here. So
okay, so what you're saying is when I say that Hillary's and the DNC colluded with suspected Russian spy Igor Donchenko to get dirt on Trump to prove that he got dirt from Russians. We're talking about Russian collusion. You're making this sort of non sequitur point to that statement that's like, well, isn't it true that Trump's campaign manager once talked to a Ukrainian that's accused of being a Russian spy and gave him polling data? Okay.
gave him internal polling data specifically, and also, again, I'm quoting the Senate Intel Committee, which you can dismiss as much as you want, but they did find this specific interaction to be a grave counterintelligence threat, regardless of how you feel about it.
I want you to tell me why, though. Like, your fallacy of appealing to authority is unimpressive to me. Tell me in your own words.
I don't consider that an authority fallacy. I think usually when we, again, because I'm not even necessarily, like, I'm not even making the argument that, like, this absolutely was a grave counterintelligence threat. All I'm pointing out is that the Senate Intel Committee did identify it as a grave counterintelligence threat, which I think is a relevant detail.
I think the FBI and them were politicized. It doesn't matter. How will we resolve then our
doesn't matter to you, but what I'm saying is it might matter to other people.
We have a framing issue. We're both coming at it. We all both have bias. Everyone has bias. Perfectly reasonable. So how would we resolve who's correct here? I think the best way to resolve it would be like, okay, let's talk about what this grave threat could be. So I'm asking you in your own words. You don't have to do research.
Well, hang on. If we don't necessarily need to resolve anything, if all I'm saying, the only claim I'm making is that the Senate Intel Committee considered it a grave counterintelligence threat, regardless of what their reasoning was. I'm not making any claim about their reasoning. I'm just saying they did identify it as such. You're saying that is probably unfounded, which means that's kind of that would be more on you to make that
argument is that you agree with this in general. My argument is that Democrats in general, but establishment people, right, are biased against Trump. Right. And that's my argument. So people in the bureaucratic state, people in the FBI, even rhinos like your John McCain's or your Mitt Romney's, etc. Because we know, even though McCain wasn't financing the dossier, he was financing opposition research to Trump. You agree with that, right? He's a Republican, was still coming up with opposition research to Trump, right? My argument is these people are biased against Trump in various ways, and they're willing to use lawfare, etc., to go after him, right? And so when you say, well, the Senate Intel said that this was a grave intel threat, and I'm like, okay, but why? And you're like, well, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying they're saying that. That's proving my argument. You understand that, right?
I don't think it's proving your argument. I think if you assume that they are corrupt, you assume that everything they say is going to go against Trump with unreasonably so, even then you could believe that. But you could conclude that it's likely under your priors that is the case. But I don't think that proves it.
Okay, last thing. I don't want to hamper this, and I do want to let you control. But the last thing I'll say, if both me and you hear the government, it doesn't matter who's in charge, whatever. We just hear from an official government source, whether it be Intel Committee, President's administration, whatever, a claim that we both look at each other and go, that sounds like fucking bullshit, both of us, right? What utility does it have that the government, do we say, yeah, but still they said it, so there must be some truth to it? No, we would say, yeah, the government could lie as well, or they could frame things in a bad way to cover their own ass as well. And so all I'm asking you is real simple. Just take 30 seconds and explain to me what the thought process would be, how giving polling data would be a grave intel threat. That's it. Just tell me in your own words how that could be so.
You want me to just, again, so what you're asking me to do is speculate. This is what I'm not interested in doing, actually. This is kind of the issue I have, is that I'm not here to speculate. I'm trying to reflect the facts. And I want to point out when you are speculating, which you are doing a lot of right now, actually.
Again, if we both thought something was bullshit, if the government says something that defies credulity and we're like, that can't be true, we would say, then there must be something going on here. All I'm saying is you're making this statement, right? Mm-hmm. And you're like, your worldview that they were biased, corrupt, you have no proof of that. The proof that I'm offering is because they're saying shit like this was a grave intel threat, and I can't think of a reason why it would be, and neither can you. Why giving polling data is this serious intel threat. You can't think of it, and you're like, well, that's speculative. How else would we ever be able to determine whether there's bias or corruption at a government agency if we're not allowed to say, okay, at a bare minimum, is there a plausible explanation for their claims? You can't give anything. Nothing. You're just like, well, they said it. Again, so I'll leave it to the audience to resolve. My claim is I think that they were biased and this was bullshit, and Hillary's team clearly colluded with Russians worse than Trump's team for the reasons aforementioned. And your claim's like, yeah, but the Intel Committee said this was a grave threat that Paul Manafort gave polling data to a Ukrainian.
Okay, so this is, again, this is just ChatGPT, so grain of salt, but I was just curious. So it's like the answer I wanted to know, right now,
it's
like since you're asking, and I'm also curious. I'm curious, like, why they considered it a grave intelligence threat. So this is according to ChatGPT, why Manafort's conduct was considered a grave counterintelligence threat. Sharing of internal campaign data with Russian intelligence. Manafort regularly shared sensitive internal polling data, battleground state strategies, and campaign plans with Konstantin. This data was not public and could be used to help Russia target disinformation or influence campaigns. Continued secret communication. Manafort and Kilimnik used encrypted apps and met in person, including a secretive meeting at the Grand Havana Room in New York in August 2016. The committee stated that Kilimnik may have been involved in Russian efforts to interfere with the election, making this an open channel between Trump's campaign and Russian intelligence. Manafort lied to investigators about his communications with Kilimnik, even after agreeing to cooperate in a plea deal. He deleted messages and hid the extent of their meetings, making it hard for investigators to fully assess the damage. The committee found evidence that Kilimnik may have been connected to the Russian intelligence operation that hacked and released democratic emails. While not definitive, the potential that campaign campaign data helped direct Russian efforts raised alarms. So that seems like a lot of.
If I could sum that up, the only part of that is potential and answer to my query would be this. Well, that data could have been used by Russians to target specific ad messaging in specific districts or states.
Sure, which is something they were pretty concluded they've been doing, right? During
Explain. How did they do that? What was
you don't think
efforts?
that?
Tell me.
You don't think there was? Yeah.
What was
there was active efforts?
Go ahead, show me what there were. Tell me.
I mean, there was like, what's that one Republican Twitter account that had like a massive amount of followers that was turned out to be a Russian operative? Are you familiar with this?
Are you talking about the guy that was running for like governorship? The guy that they spread all this information?
No. There was a GOP account, GOP Twitter. This is off the top of my head. So GOP Twitter account, Russia disinfo. What was the one? Russian Twitter account pretending to be. Oh yeah, it was Tennessee GOP fools celebrity politicians. This is from Chicago Tribune. Of course, it's going to say that I have reached my article.
What year is this? First off,
2017.
Okay.
This article.
And what's the claim?
Hang on one second. I can pull this up. I can pull up an archive link. So
I know there's been cases since then. Remember Roy Moore that was running for office and that he was accused of having all this shit. And it turned out that it was Democrats pretending to be Russians. Remember that? And there was actually criminal cases about the Democrats that were pretending to be Russian bots. Nonetheless, let's assume all of this is true. So then your evidence that they were targeting specific districts is there were a bunch of bots following a Republican account, or that there was a Russian pretending to be a Republican? If I may, my knowledge of the Russian interference are as follows. Allegedly, the hack, which hasn't been proven and is bullshit, but other than that, it was they put campaign ads on Pokemon Go and Facebook. The numbers vary, but I think it was something like, at the highest end, $200,000. Now, just think about this. This was an election that had over $1 billion spent. And we're to believe that Russians spending at most $200,000 on campaign ads on Facebook and Pokemon Go, half of which were pro-Democrat, things like BLM and LGBT issues, half of which weren't seen until after the election, right? And no proof whatsoever that they were directed by the Russian government. It was just through this agency called the Internet Research Agency that was out of Russia. That was the evidence that Paul Manafort giving campaign data to Konstantin Kilimnik may be a grave intelligence threat?
I don't think that it's that. Okay, so first of all, I want to say about the Pokemon Go thing. As someone who played Pokemon Go in 2016 and still plays Pokemon Go, I think anyone who did at the time would be very, very aware, keenly aware that everyone was playing Pokemon Go at the time. Okay, so this was massive. All right, this was world peace briefly in 2016 before Trump destroyed it all, right? Like we had a moment of just everyone was united around trying to figure out where the fuck Pikachu was, so to the idea that targeting ads through Pokemon Go is a silly thing. I mean, it is the largest media franchise in the world, the highest grossing media franchise on the planet. I think it's definitely a relevant detail. You say it kind of dismissively, but I think Pokemon Go was a pretty fucking big deal. But I want to point to the Mueller probe findings, because you acknowledge surely that they did find sweeping Russian interference that was where Trump campaign members were expected to benefit.
Give me examples.
Let's see. Yeah. I'm sorry. Before I do, which I will pull up examples, but are you denying that the Mueller report found sweeping Russian interference, or are you just not aware that it did?
I think the Mueller report was written by partisan hacks, and a lot of the lawyers that were on there were people that were Democrats. Some of them actually people that had defended the Clinton Foundation before. I acknowledge that they did say that they found evidence that there was Russian interference. I'm unimpressed by what that evidence is. In the scope of an election that's billions of dollars, being able to say, well, there were a couple $100,000 of campaign ads on Facebook and Pokemon Go is not impressive. In my opinion, and you see if you agree with this, the most effective disinformation that was used to affect the 2016 election and thereafter, what was the most effective piece of Russian disinformation?
What are you suggesting?
I think it was Igor Donchenko's claims that not only were leaked out on the eve of the election in order to try to steal the election for Democrats against Donald Trump, but then were used to sabotage Trump's administration by having 4 years of investigations against him. That's by far worse than Pokemon Go ads.
Perhaps that is worse than Pokemon Go ads.
Why no FBI investigation?
Why no FBI investigation?
Yes. Why didn't the FBI not investigate?
So my understanding. So I've got a note here that says Mueller declined to charge conspiracy because it's legally narrow, not because no wrongdoing occurred.
It has nothing to do with my question. That has to do with why they didn't charge anyone in Trump's team with conspiracy or colloquial. You'll agree with this. I think the audience may not understand that. There's no crime of collusion, right? When people talked about collusion, they were talking about things like conspiracy to get dirt. But yeah, they didn't charge. And they could say, well, they didn't charge because it was hard to prove it, but not that there was no there. Again, I'm going through this and I'm talking to you about the evidence. You've already acknowledged that the most effective piece sounds like it was probably the stuff that came from the Russian Igor Donchenko that benefited the Democrats. In addition to that, there was evidence.
I don't think I bought. That was your assertion. I think
okay,
I don't think I necessarily agree with that.
You seem to not be able to dispute. You were like, sounds right. So what piece of Russian help was more effective than that?
So I think that what was happening with the Mueller, I'm sorry, no, not with the Mueller. Excuse me. The IRA that you brought up, the IRA funded like social media manipulation. They did create thousands of U.S. social media accounts that posed as Americans targeting swing states. They promoted Trump, sowed racial division, and discouraged Democrat voter turnout, which is something we'll definitely come back to later, especially among Black Americans.
Okay, you think that was more effective than the Steele dossier?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's an interesting question.
Would you at least say that the Steele dossier had an effect, and would if the IRA putting ads on Facebook and Pokemon Go warranted an investigation, so should the Steele dossier, correct? You would acknowledge that.
I'm open to there being investigations either way, yeah.
Was
I don't
there?
mind. I don't know why or why not, though.
Okay, there wasn't. And so my argument that there's a clear double standard,
It doesn't seem clear to me without more information. It doesn't feel that clear to me. Like, because there certainly could be reasons that there was an investigation done.
Right? Can I break like something that might blow your mind here and blow the audience mind? Okay, I think that you may be so biased that you're always going to paint Trump in a bad light and those against Trump in the best possible light. That's what it sounds like to me.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm doing, though, right?
The audience's mind, right? You want to move?
I think what I'm actually doing, regardless of how I feel about Trump, which I definitely don't like him, regardless of how I feel about him, I don't think I'm doing any sort of like, all I'm doing is trying to establish like core facts that I can kind of work within here. Like I'm not like making conclusions about Trump being like a Russian asset or that Trump is evil, or I'm not even talking about that. I'm just describing facts that like were involved with like Mueller investigation and that were involved with like the alleged Russian collusion on either side. I'm just identifying key facts. I'm not making sweeping claims. I'm not doing speculation like you've been doing a lot of.
Hey, I'm just going to try to give you a little advice here. You don't have to take it if you don't want. I'm happy to talk about point one all night. I think we're an hour in. We already talked
You're
about
almost
point.
I'm
there.
almost done. Yeah.
We talked about this same point 2 hours before. I don't think you've broken any new ground. I think the majority of the audience will think, wow, I don't see how anything Ryan's saying here disproves Rob's claim, right? Like you're now like, yeah, but Russians did, put ads on Facebook and poke them out. What does that have to do with me saying that Hillary's team and the DNC colluded with the suspected Russian spy to get dirt on Trump? Like, I just think you would, surely there's better arguments you have on topics coming up. And I'm afraid we're not going to get to it. I'd kind of like for you to beat me on at least one of these topics. So, but if you want to stay here all night, I'm perfectly, half of the time has been used, you retreading the same arguments we've already had. That's on you though, man. You control the direction. Just giving some friendly advice.
Yeah. So just first of all, with regard to the Pokemon Go, blah, 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 again, like I think you're being very dismissive of the amount of Russian disinformation that was out there during this election. And I think that the Mueller report does actually, again, claim at least to have found sweeping Russian interference and said that Trump campaign members, quote unquote, expected to benefit, which seems quite interesting, seems quite concerning, I would add, and that they allegedly declined to charge conspiracy because it's legally narrow, not because no wrongdoing occurred. And I think like the key, there's a quote by Mueller where he says, if we had confidence that the president clearly did not commit a crime, we would have said so. So they didn't conclude no wrongdoing on Trump's part.
You're reading something probably from ChatGPT, which is fine. Far be it from Rob GPT to yell about you using it, but you're not really getting into the details of it. The last thing I'll say on this, and then
because again, I'm just naming key facts that happened. Right.
Okay. I think I'm pointing to the disposition of those facts, but nonetheless, I notice you haven't talked about the second sentence in there that says Hillary's office voted for Uranium One right around the time Bill Clinton, her husband, met with Putin and met with Putin and then got paid by a Russian owned bank $500,000. Do you think that's suspicious?
Perhaps. Do you acknowledge that that has been investigated thoroughly and no wrongdoing was found by the FBI, Congress, or even Trump's own DOJ?
I acknowledge that they claimed that they investigated. Yes, nonetheless.
So you're speculating that they did not actually investigate?
I didn't say that. I just said I acknowledge that they said they investigated. An investigation could take many forms. The veracity of that investigation. For example, there was an investigation into Hillary's email usage, which resulted in her team admitting that they destroyed subpoenaed evidence. And they said, oh, well, the FBI said, no big deal. Nothing to be done about that. The veracity, just saying, well, we opened an investigation is different than what the veracity was. I'm just saying, regardless of the legal matter, if we're talking about suspicion of people colluding with Russian and meeting with Russians and possibly getting something of benefit, Russians got 20% of our uranium rights around the same time that Hillary Clinton's office, when she was Secretary of State, her husband was personally meeting, not with Konstantin Kilimnik, but with Vladimir Putin, and then a few weeks later getting paid $500,000. You don't find that suspicious?
It could be.
You think that's worse?
But I'm not working up suspicious. Like, seems weird. Like I want to know like more specific like actual hard evidence. Right?
But Ryan, yes or no, was not the entire point of me putting these notes up that when I'm talking to Democrats like you, and I'm not saying you personally, but Democrats that I debate like you, that would say something like, oh my gosh, Russia collusion, that was such a serious thing. Oh man, that's something that we should be concerned about. And it's like, okay, were you concerned when Hillary's office was signing off on 20% of our uranium rights to Russia? Meanwhile, her husband was personally meeting with Vladimir Putin and then getting paid $500,000? And your response to that is like, well, that's speculative. Right, but that's the entire point of this document I put together, if you remember, which you're accusing me of spreading misinformation. Nothing I've said thus far is misinformation, including that point. Why would I take seriously someone that says, I think we should look into, I'm worried about Trump trying to get dirt on Hillary or working with Russians. I'm worried about that. He might have got something with benefit. When his opponent's husband got $500,000 after personally meeting with Vladimir Putin right around the time that Hillary's office was selling them 20% of our uranium rights. That's exactly the sort of argument that I'm making, why I don't want to have these conversations with Democrats, because they're full of shit and they're bad faith. And we should laugh at them and ignore them because they don't give a shit about Russia collusion. They weren't curious at all when it was Hillary and Bill Clinton meeting with Vladimir Putin and getting money.
Okay, so personally, I just the idea of Russia having the rights to 20% of our uranium, that alone does concern me. It did concern me. I mean, I don't have like evidence. I can't prove it to you, but like like learning that has never sat right with me. I've never been like, oh, I haven't like really like figured out like all the specific. I've never done get into this enough until more recently before to like come to a better understanding of what actually happened there. But I'm certainly not thrilled about that being the case. I don't know exactly the justification for why, but I do know that it wasn't like determined by Hillary Clinton like unilaterally, right? It was reviewed by a 9-agency panel that included the Department of Treasury, Homeland Security, Commerce, and the State Department. But again, I guess you would argue that all of those are corrupt, and that's why they were willing to do this.
We're rehashing again. It wasn't just
we didn't talk about this last time. So
no. Yes, I am saying that I think that they're biased, corrupt, etc. I am saying that, but for the purposes of what this document was compiled for and what you said was misinformation, that's completely irrelevant, right? I'm saying that individual Democrats that didn't have a problem with that, right, but then want to talk about Trump-Russia collusion are full of shit. They're bad faith. They don't really care about Russia collusion. And I remind you again. We're an hour in. We're literally, we had a 2-hour conversation on point 1 last time. Now we're an hour in and we're still on point 1. Again, I'm happy to retread. I'm happy to focus on this. Your call, though.
Yeah, I'm almost done with the uranium stuff.
Sarah, do you got 70 hours? You got 70 hours?
He said that last time. It's I don't mind. I have no issue. And also, if we don't get through all of the topics here during the hardcore part of the debate, we can always carry them over to the open panel, so they won't be left untouched.
Sure. So I guess to be clear, I mean, the reason I'm diving so deep into this is because it seems like it feels like a false equivalency, right? Is what like from my surface level understanding of all these things. Like when I can point at Donald Trump Jr. specifically agreeing to take a meeting in Trump Tower with the goal of getting a secret meeting that he lied about, right? A secret meeting, and then this specifically with the goal of getting dirt on Hillary, saying that if it's what you say it is, I love it. He's meeting with Russian officials. That seems if we're going to talk about collusion, a secret meeting like that with Russian officials seems pretty. That sounds like an easy case for collusion. What doesn't sound quite as easy is Hillary's team hiring a law firm, which then hired Fusion, which then hired Steele, which then used Donchenko as a source, who was at one point a suspected Russian spy, probably not still considered a suspected Russian spy in 2016. This is why this I wanted to go through.
If I could just boil this down to one question, right? So the argument would be it's evident that Trump's team was willing to use dirt from Russians to go after Hillary, and that's a problem. Secretly meet. Again, regardless of what the lies, I am. It sounds concerning to me to have Trump Jr. meeting with Russian officials secretly with the goal of trying to find dirt on Hillary. Yeah, sure. Well, well, we definitely know that at some point, even if it wasn't their goal, which I think is absurd to think, at some point, Hillary's team in the DNC actually found out that through intermediaries, the person they were getting dirt on Trump through was Russian, right? And they clearly were willing to use it because they did.
But being Russian is not the same thing as being part of the Russian government, right?
They knew that this was a person connected to the Russian government based on the allegations that were made within. And not only that, they would have known that at one point this person was accused of being a Russian spy.
Yeah, but then they would also know that the FBI had the opportunity to reopen that probe and never had. So it would kind of be suspicious, or it doesn't follow that they would necessarily think, oh, this person is a and again, they're not. Again, when we talk about collusion, I think most people assume a more direct connection. But again,
I'm happy.
We also talked about the Mueller report, which again considered that that specific the Paul Manafort sharing that info a grave threat, regardless of whether or not you agree with that. that again sounds concerning to me. Maybe it's because I hate Trump that I'm biased against him and I don't see these as equivalent, but I feel that there's a false equivalence happening here. We can skip over the rest of the
okay,
I have more notes on
I'll just say real quick, if there's a problem with trying to work with Russians to get dirt in your opponent when Trump's team does it, then there should be a problem when Hillary's team is actually successful in doing it and then uses that dirt. Democrats that didn't have a problem with the latter, I'm uninterested in their claims on the former. I was correct in the statement that I made here. There was no disinformation in anything that I said.
Again, I think that arguing that he was a suspected Russian spy at the time is at least shaky. I know you disagree. No, but it's pretty much implied, and we can disagree on that. But yeah, I just don't think that I don't think it's a fair equivalency. But we can disagree on that. That's fine. We can move on to the lawfare stuff.
Okay, number 2, lawfare.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's talk about the illegal FISA warrants. Do you acknowledge that the FBI was criticized for sloppy paperwork, not a criminal conspiracy?
By who?
Just in general, except for maybe you. Do you have anyone who?
Well, you're getting that statement from somewhere. Who made that accusation?
Well, I'm saying that like the issues with the FISA warrants were largely. It seems like sloppy paperwork could be summed up as sloppy paperwork.
No, I don't acknowledge that. In fact, the IG, when asked specifically how all of this stuff could have happened, it is true that the Republicans sucked, and the Democrats were actually very good at hammering the same talking point over and over. You don't have evidence that this was intentional, that this was corrupt, right? And he's like, no, we didn't receive that amount of evidence. However, at one point when one of the Republicans got to ask IG Horowitz, he said, other than gross incompetence of the highest level or corruption, is there another explanation you could come up with that we saw all of these things that occurred that are troubling in the Russia collusion investigation? And Horowitz said no. Those are the only 2 possible explanations. He did not rise to the level of proving a conspiracy, but he did not say that there wasn't one. He just said he didn't have enough to charge that.
Okay, isn't that also true of the Mueller report, that same thing regarding Trump collusion?
That's sure. That's what they said. Now, you can see that I put an article in there from the Heritage Foundation. You acknowledge that says exactly what I says, that the probe found lack of probable cause. The DOJ admitted that there was a lack of probable cause, i.e. it was illegal. At least the second 2 FISA warrants were illegal. They did not have probable cause. So they got a FISA warrant. And just so you and the audience understands, what a FISA warrant is, it allows the government to basically spy on you and take away your 4th Amendment, because they're accusing you of being a spy for a foreign adversary. And so the threshold for this, for a regular American, should be immensely high. Unfortunately, the FISA court's basically just a rubber stamp. But when you're talking about being able to spy on a campaign for presidency, and then later for the president, to spy on the president and his administration, the threshold should be through the roof. And they're admitting, our bad, we didn't have probable cause. Even if I accept that, well, it was just a paperwork error, where does that dispute what I'm saying? They didn't have probable cause. If you get spied on by a police force and it turns out that they had paperwork errors to do it, isn't that illegal?
I think it was determined to be illegal eventually.
Okay, so then where's my statement? Again, what you're trying to prove here is that I'm spreading misinformation. So far you've said, yes, actually, you're right. They did find it to be illegal. Okay.
Wait, hang on. Well, okay. So first of all, you're claiming the lawfare stuff. Besides the illegal FISA warrant, is it Democrats weaponized absurd lawfare to go after Trump? So
correct.
Calling it absurd lawfare, I think is already that's a much stronger claim.
Now, I did premise, I don't know if I said it in my opening statement, but I did say it to, I think, both of you before, and I certainly said it to my audience before, that you would make semantical arguments with, and this is a really good one, that you're now taking umbrage with the word absurd. Yes, the Democrats did weaponize lawfare to go after Trump, but I don't think it was absurd. I mean, come on.
Well, I'm not agreeing to the lawfare. I'm not agreeing to the lawfare or the absurdity. So.
Okay, I think it's absurd. I think illegal FISA warrants to spy on Trump's absurd.
Okay, so it was eventually determined to be illegal. because of I would
That
consider
is
sloppy
correct,
paperwork.
sir. Do you think that the FBI, but would you acknowledge that getting a FISA warrant to spy on someone, let alone a presidential campaign, is a big deal?
Sure.
Do you think that the FBI, before getting a warrant like that, should have to have a very good reason for doing so?
Sure.
And don't you think if one of that reasoning, the bulk of that reasoning was coming from the opponent of the very person that you're trying to get his FISA warrant on, that you would want to verify some of those claims before you get the FISA warrant?
I imagine you would want to verify some. So, like, for example, there was 34 indictments and 7 convictions from the Mueller report, including for Trump's campaign chair, which sounds like pretty sussy behavior. Right.
2 things. 1, none of those had to do with illegally colluding with Russians to affect the 2016 election. And secondly, even if they did, that's irrelevant to this FISA warrant that we're talking about that was issued against Carter Page that would have allowed them through the 2-hop rule to spy on the entire Trump presidency. Right. Even if it's true that Paul Manafort did some bad shit. Again, if you're trying to get a FISA warrant to spy on a presidential campaign and then later a presidential administration, and you're using evidence that's crucial for that came from his opponent, shouldn't you attempt to verify that evidence before you use it to get that warrant?
Do you acknowledge that the inspectors general found no evidence of political bias in opening the Russia probe?
That what he found was that there was a legitimate let me think the exact language. I'm not going to remember the exact language. He said that there was a sufficient predicate for opening an investigation. But will you acknowledge that he also says that the predicate for the FBI opening an investigation is remarkably low for any investigation?
If he said that, sure, I would. Yeah.
Either him or Durham said that. The problem's not that there was an investigation. The problem is the tools that they used in that investigation. I have no problem with the FBI taking a cursory look at potential Russia interfering in an election. What I have a problem with them is them getting illegal FISA warrants to spy on the president's team. That's the problem. Not that there was an investigation. What you're doing is saying, well, there was a reason to have some sort of investigation, so they got illegal FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team. Oh, well. No, it doesn't work that way. Similarly,
are you suggesting that it was like criminal in nature?
I'm suggesting that the FISA warrants were illegal.
Yeah, but like criminal in term like criminally illegal, or just against protocol.
It's semantical. I don't know what crime you would specifically charge. I hope that there is a relook at this and we find out that there is evidence that this was a conspiracy against Trump, which the preponderance of evidence strongly suggests. For example, Peter Strzok, that was the lead agent on both the investigation into Hillary, the mid-year exam, and the lead investigator in Crossfire Hurricane, was tweeting to his lover, Lisa Page, that was also on the team, they needed an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump. There's clearly motive. There's clearly all sorts of actions, including illegal FISA warrants that were inexcusable that were done against Trump. Meanwhile, simultaneously, the exact opposite behaviors occurring in their investigation of Hillary. They're being as easy as possible. So when you have these agents saying, we want Hillary to win, we need an insurance policy to stop Trump, we're going to give every benefit of the doubt to Hillary's team in our investigation of her, and we're going to go as hard as possible against Trump, even getting illegal FISA warrants, it strongly suggests that this was done intentionally. But the only other explanation, will you acknowledge this? If it wasn't, because you acknowledge that there was grotesque behavior that occurred, right? The IG report suggests that.
I don't know if I would characterize it as grotesque.
Okay, grotesque is a term of art, I guess. You acknowledge that there were serious violations of FBI protocol in the investigation of Trump.
It does appear so, yeah.
Okay, so would you also acknowledge, as the IG Horowitz said, that the only 2 explanations were that there was a corrupt aspect of this, that they wanted, their bias meant that they wanted to help Hillary and hurt Trump, or that they were grossly incompetent? Can you think of a third explanation?
I'm sorry, can you ask again? See, another thing I pointed out in my opening statement is that sometimes even when you're saying stuff I don't necessarily disagree with, I sometimes get lost when it's happening fast. So,
okay, no problem. Please. Will you acknowledge that the only explanations for that you could come up with would be either that there was corruption by the FBI or that they were grossly incompetent?
I'm open to more. I'd be open to someone giving me a more nuanced explanation.
Such as, give me a hypothetical. Sure what a third explanation could be. The IG disagreed with you.
I don't feel like that's an exhaustive list of possibilities. Is all I'm saying. So I don't feel obligated to come up with a.
I've racked my brain, and as has the IG. For example, one of the things that occurred was Kevin Kleinsmith, one of the top lawyers for the FBI, asked the CIA, hey, did this guy Carter Page that we're getting this FISA warrant, did he ever work with you guys and help you go after Russians? And the email that he gets in response from the CIA is yes. And Kevin Kleinsmith, a top lawyer at the FBI, changes it to no. Now, what's the possible explanations for that?
Change it. So he got the answer yes, and he changed it to no.
Right. He altered evidence to the opposite of the truth. By the way, this was a guy who was messaging his friends, #resist, was a big Hillary fan. He was actually convicted of this, given a slap on the wrist, but convicted. Okay. So the argument is,
he was charged.
Okay. How would that dispute my point, right? The argument that I hear that I'm so tired of, no, Rob, it's absurd to think that the FBI was biased and corrupt. That's absurd. They're just so grossly incompetent that they do shit like change evidence to the opposite of the truth because they didn't know better. Whereas any second grader that's watched an episode of fucking Law and Order knows that you can't do that. But somehow the top FBI lawyers, they didn't know. They didn't know that you couldn't do that.
I think that a second grader who's watching Law and Order would probably feel like I do, that there is an incredible amount of legal nuance surrounding these things, and that jumping to assertions and like I need a lot of evidence for a very strong claim, right?
I would just suggest, please keep that same skepticism on your head anytime you're criticizing Trump or the Trump administration. Let's see if you're willing to jump through those hoops when it comes to you being critical of them. My guess is that's not the case.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see if we come up with examples of that. But that, again, sounds like more speculation from Rob. So in terms of the novel law, so my understanding, or here's my notes here, at least. The Bragg case was legally complex, but not unprecedented. So New York routinely elevates falsified business record charges to felonies when used to conceal another crime like tax fraud or campaign finance violations.
Can you show me this? You acknowledge I don't have all the facts in front of me, but the Bragg case going after Trump, this had to do with the payments to Stormy Daniels, right? It was a misdemeanor that was beyond the statute of limitations, right? So they changed it to say, actually, he committed a crime by falsifying documents to commit the misdemeanor, right? That way that the statute of limitation wasn't ran out. So far, we're both in agreement?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, they owe to campaign finance violations, which is what it was charged for, right?
I debated this at the time. It's been a while, but it was something like this, that there was 3 parts to their claim, that they had to prove these 3 parts in order to make this a felony. The first part was that Trump falsified documents, his team falsified documents. The second part was to affect the election. And the third part was while committing some sort of other crime, such as tax crimes, falsification of other documents, etc. Does that sound right, that there were 3 parts to this? You agree with that?
I'm not aware, but sure.
Okay. I believe that was the case. I thought it was universally accepted. Perhaps you have information that I was unaware of.
I just don't know the details.
Can you show me that ever occurring in New York or any other state that's ever occurred, that they've charged someone with a crime using those 3 platforms like that?
Just like that, I'm sure I can't. But I mean, it doesn't mean it never has happened. But
if it has,
the claim that I made specifically, just to be clear, the claim I made specifically is that New York routinely elevates falsified business record charges to felonies when used to conceal another crime, for example, tax fraud or campaign finance violations. That's the claim I did make.
My claim is that if it's never been done, the exact legal framework that they did, that would you acknowledge if it had never been done, then it is a quote novel theory. In other words, new, it's not been done. They may have done things like that, but this particular theory had never been used. I'm not asking you to admit, yes, it had never been used. I'm asking you to admit if it had never been used, then my statement is correct, that it was a novel legal theory.
Okay, so your specific claim was it was a made up novel law to go after Trump, or a made up novel law to go after Trump, which I think if there's a lot of legal precedent for that sort of thing, I think a lot of times we have like very hyper unique scenarios, right, that require that do require quote unquote novel. I don't think novel means is like a damning thing, but sure, yeah.
Okay.
Characterize it as novel.
So this was new. If you could provide evidence, I would happily eat crow on this. If you could show me this happening, I think that pretty much everyone, even like the legal analyst, Ellie Honing, I think was his name, the head CNN legal analyst, I think he admitted that it was a novel theory. I think pretty much everyone admits that. But let's take this in a different direction. So the claim was basically that Trump committed a campaign finance violation, correct? Because he had paid Stormy Daniels, and the way that the payment occurred was that actually his lawyer, Michael Avenatti, made that. Or I'm sorry, Michael Cohen. Avenatti is the other guy. His lawyer, Michael Cohen, made that payment. Yes? Or you
I
don't
believe
know?
so.
Okay.
Then
it was a campaign contribution because that was to benefit the campaign, right? Paying off Stormy Daniel. And Michael Cohen, because he used his own money, that was contributing to Trump, basically. And so then they falsified the records by saying this was just for normal legal expenses. But in reality, it wasn't for normal legal expenses. It was to help with the campaign. It was a campaign expenditure. And there's a limit on how much an individual. Right. Okay. Would it shock you to learn that in the exact same district, in the exact same election, Hillary Clinton's team did exactly that? Would that shock you to learn that?
Perhaps.
So the FEC, actually, Hillary settled for this, but the FEC took a settlement for Hillary's team way before the Bragg case that showed, and you know this because we talked about it last time, that they had improper paperwork. They said when they were paying Fusion GPS, it was for like legal fees or something, but actually it was for campaign research. So they had to pay
hang on. Okay, real quick. You're saying improper paperwork versus falsifying business records.
Well, that would be falsifying.
I think I'm not 100% sure. You might be able to characterize it that way. I'm not 100% sure that that maps on perfectly. Okay, but also,
I'm sorry.
I think the intent probably is a big part of it, which I imagine is why a grand jury found probable cause to indict Trump on 34. On the
how would you prove the intent?
I don't know. I assume the jury had something like about that in mind.
How would police or a grand, how did it even get to a grand jury? What would be the necessary steps that you would, if you're saying, well, wait a minute, before you file a charge like that, you would have to prove intent.
I'm sorry. I'm saying that's like, I'm saying that intent is probably part of why the conclusion came to him actually like being convicted of those felonies.
Nonetheless, wouldn't a necessary precursor to that be an investigation being opened? So, for example, it would be very hard to know what someone's intent was if there's never a legal investigation in the first place, right?
Sure. You're saying there was never a legal investigation,
exactly
but there was a legal investigation into the Hillary stuff, right? Because she got that charge. She got the fine, right? Or the Hillary, FEC the FEC ended up paying the $100,000 fine, right?
Untrue. The FEC doing a campaign finance violation is different than Alvin Bragg, who apparently was very concerned going like what at this point, like 4 years back, 5 years back, he was very concerned about improper paperwork. And he said, this warrants scrutiny. Let's investigate. Why didn't he do it with Hillary's team if he knew that they also filed improper paperwork?
It sounds like there was in fact investigation into that, which is why she ended up having to pay
was not an investigation into whether or not that she improperly filed paperwork to affect the election by some other crime. They did not do that. That's why it's important. Bragg did a novel legal theory. On one hand, right, like, and by the way,
was he charged with impacting the election, or was he charged with campaign finance violations specifically?
Who, Trump?
Yeah.
It was this like three-part thing, right? He was charged with falsifying records to affect the election through the commission of another crime. But that's exactly what Hillary's team, it looks like they did. The difference is Bragg chose to investigate Trump, but chose not to investigate Hillary. The fact that the FEC looked into this, that's not a criminal investigation. Bragg is charging felonies. So is your argument here, well, as long as someone gets a civil penalty of fine, even if they committed felonies, Bragg would have no interest in looking into that? Because I wouldn't have had a problem if Bragg said, hey, Trump, tisk, tisk, that was a campaign finance violation. You owe us $100,000. But that's not what happened. He charged him with like 37 felonies, right? Which then the Democrats used as Trump's committed 37 felonies for committing the same crime that we know Hillary's team did. And yet Bragg didn't investigate.
I'm not entirely sold on your characterization that Hillary did the exact same crime.
The FEC disagrees.
Okay. I don't think so. I don't think they agree that the same exact thing happened. But I know that there was a fine that was paid, so there was like some sort of again, so at least I guess maybe a civil investigation or whatever you call it.
Do you think, given the facts that we see with Hillary's team, should there have been an investigation by Bragg, who's doing criminal investigations, not civil fines like the FEC? Should he have investigated Hillary to see what her intent was?
Perhaps. I don't know why they didn't. So I'm kind of agnostic.
We know why Democrat Alvin Bragg did not investigate Hillary Clinton.
Well, you're speculating this because he just loves Hillary and hates Trump, right?
No, I'm speculating it has nothing to do with loving Hillary, just like all of you people.
Or sorry, because he hates Trump primarily.
That's right. All of you people's central political ideology is Orange Man bad. And you don't give a shit if random Democrats go down with the Orange Man. You just care to go after Orange Man. This was clearly a political stunt in an entire campaign season filled with lawfare political stunts to go after Donald Trump and tie him up with lawfare. Fortunately, it backfired on all of you. Now we have our great President Trump. Hopefully he'll run for a third term. That would be fantastic. Trump 2028.
Well, he very likely will. So I guess, we'll see. I mean, he's definitely he's demonstrated that he doesn't like leaving office when he's supposed to. So, well,
do you want to keep on the lawfare? You want to go to part 3 on the lawfare? Letitia James?
Yeah, sure. So Letitia James ran on a platform of accountability, especially for wealthy fraudsters like Trump, but her civil fraud case didn't rely on rhetoric. It relied on documents, testimony, and a judicial ruling.
Okay, yes or no? My claim was she ran while she was campaigning on getting Trump.
Let me look at the specific. Sure.
Okay, so where's the misinformation in my statement?
So to be clear, I once again, I'm not accusing every single thing here of being misinformation. What my main contention, I mean, I don't think I ever said every single thing in Rob's everything in Rob's document is a lie. I don't think I ever made that claim. I don't think I ever would make that claim. I think what the more nuanced claim I did make early on in the intro was that when you're going very fast and stacking claims that sound stronger together than they are alone, I think it's important to untangle that and separate the signal from the noise. Those are my exact words.
But wasn't
I would agree when it's fair, pause when it's murky, and at the very least, make sure we know what we're arguing about.
Okay, but wasn't it true that the entire reason for this, the reason I sent you the document in the first place was the great Sarah Tomato hosted a panel. You came on afterwards in the open panel, and you gave this soliloquy about Rob spreads misinformation, which resulted in me sending you this document. Of course, you're not going to say every statement I said was misinformation, but the audience and me were hoping you'd find one example. So you might say,
again,
okay,
I think I still think
misinformation.
Yeah. Well, I think the suspected Russian spy collusion, that Hillary colluded with a suspected Russian spy, I think that's misinformation. I don't think that was demonstrated at all. I think, in fact, that was quite a stretch. I
don't think he did so well on that.
There.
I'm just making the point. I'm just making the point. Each of these that you go through, I'm like, where's that misinformation? And if you're like, well, I'm not really saying it is, great. I'm waiting for you to prove that you believe that you won the first point. I think I and almost everyone with half a brain or more would agree that you didn't win that first point.
I believe you feel that way, sure. The second one that I would point to as what I would identify as misinformation is saying Democrats weaponized absurd lawfare to go after Trump. I don't think that has been demonstrated either. So that's 2.
I think I proved my point. You want to move on to the third one?
The third that I would identify as misinformation, or the third section?
Whatever section you want to go to. I'm just saying, do you want to move on from this section? There's 18 other points, but it's up to you again.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's move to obstruction and mishandling of classified documents.
Okay. So I said the third example of sort of Democrat hypocrisy was Democrats that claim to care about obstruction of justice. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, where does that say that?
Well, the entire document.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it does. Yeah, I see. No, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad.
So I said Hillary's team destroyed subpoenaed evidence. Agree or disagree?
Yes.
Okay, they did.
I'll agree. Yeah.
Okay, Biden's ghostwriter destroyed tapes once he found out there would be an investigation into Biden. Agree or disagree?
Let's see. I think so.
Okay, that's the only 2 statements I made there. If you
Sure.
want
Do you
to delve
acknowledge?
into
So
it,
just to be clear, though, do you acknowledge that Biden's ghostwriter cooperated with investigators and the DOJ has not charged him with obstruction?
of course, the DOJ that also didn't charge Biden because he was an old infirmed man, yes, also didn't charge his ghostwriter, who admitted, I believe admitted it,
Couldn't
that once he
Trump's
heard,
DOJ now have done that though?
they suppose they could if they chose
Why,
to.
why do you think they won't?
Because they find it irrelevant, because Biden's a sad old man that's irrelevant at this point, and they're actually trying to get shit done that's good for the country. I don't know, because they're not interested in using lawfare to the extent that Democrats were.
Well,
That sort of, don't you think that disproves? Don't you think that disproves
No,
the
I don't
official
think that
Democrat
disproves
talking
anything.
point? Let me turn the question to you. If Trump's this tyrant that's abusing the legal system to go after his opponents, then why haven't they gone after Biden and his ghostwriter yet?
I don't think they have a strong enough case to do it, and I think that they are limited by the legal system.
I'll bet if he does, I bet if they do open an investigation, you and the other Democrats will throw your arms up and go, here we go, Trump's corrupt, using lawfare to go after. So on one hand, you're like, well, if this was wrong, Trump's team would investigate it. And on the other hand, if he investigate, you'll say, oh my goodness, this is Trump using lawfare, Gestapo. It's a joke.
So I think what you'll actually hear from me is, oh, okay, what are they charging with and what's the evidence?
Let's talk about the first one real quick. Hillary's team destroying subpoenaed evidence. That's worse than any obstruction Trump was accused of, correct?
I don't think so. No, Trump specifically, he was even like lying. He requested to like move and hide the documents that like were nuclear. Like some of them were like nuclear documents. These were, he even like lied to his own lawyers about it and stuff. Like, I think that, yeah, a lot of stuff regarding Trump was
first off, it was alleged. The court case never came out, so we never heard Trump's side of it. We just heard the Jack Smith side of it, who hates Trump, was appointed by Biden, right? That's number one. But secondly, whatever Trump was accused of doing, do you acknowledge that they eventually got all the documents that they requested?
Eventually, after refusing to return them, instructing aides to move boxes, bragging about having classified docs and showing them off to guests, yes.
Okay. Let's try it this way. If Trump, instead of telling Nada, his assistant, to move boxes, if he would have said, or if Nada instead would have said, you know what, I'm just going to take all these boxes of shit in the garage and burn it, then you would say it's not that big of a deal, correct?
Right? Obviously not, no.
Okay,
but yeah,
well,
you're bringing it to the Hillary Clinton thing, right? But
none
of the emails were marked classified at the time, right?
How do you know?
The email, because a lot of these have been recovered.
It. That's not true. They haven't been. They haven't.
I think they have been, actually. Hang on.
But perhaps I'm wrong on this. Maybe I'll learn something tonight.
What emails were recovered?
They were deleted by Paul Combato. Just in case the audience is wondering, there was a subpoena, a lawful subpoena from Congress for these emails of Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton's tech guy has a meeting with Hillary Clinton's top lawyer, Cheryl Mills. 2 days later, he's driving to work. Probably the most important job this guy ever had, tech guy, who now has to cooperate with a congressional subpoena. And he, in his own words, has an oh shit moment and remembers that 6 months ago, he had a conversation with Cheryl Mills and she said, you should delete that stuff. So he knowingly commits a felony by deleting subpoenaed evidence, knowingly commits a felony because he was embarrassed that he was supposed to delete that shit 6 months ago. When the FBI says, okay, but what did you talk to Cheryl Mills about a few days before you deleted that? He says, I don't know. And the FBI says, good enough for us. You got total immunity, baby. That's it. That's what happened.
Yeah. Sorry, switch headphones. But yeah, those 31,000 emails that were deleted were the ones marked personal, right? And then she did turn over the 30,000 work-related emails.
I don't know. So I know this. I can't speak directly what you're saying, but see if this answers your question. At first, she was determining which emails were relevant. It later turned out that she was some of the ones that she didn't initially turn over actually did have relevancy, some of which were classified material. So we're just taking her word when they say, because these emails have never been recovered. She was like, trust me, bro, it was all emails about yoga and shit. But they never recovered them. So with Trump's team, they moved boxes, but then got it, right? With Hillary's team, they literally deleted, after a subpoena, deleted the emails requested. And now you're like, yeah, but it's cool because we'll take her word for it that they were personal. It wouldn't matter if it's personal or not. Let me ask you this. If I'm under investigation by the FBI and they say you have until 12 o'clock tomorrow to hand over your computer server, and I blow up the server and say, trust me, bro, it was all personal shit, wasn't anything relevant to this investigation, do you think the FBI would go, oh, okay, reasonable, as long as you tell us it was personal? Of course not. That's the whole point of a subpoena. It's not her decision to decide what's relevant. It's the people that are subpoenaing the documents.
Well, and I think even at that, like, they can do a time frame too, like, and it has to be specifically declared when they're doing that type of stuff. So yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
It's a lawful subpoena. You can't destroy subpoenaed evidence and say, but I didn't think it was relevant to you. I don't give a shit if you're Hillary Clinton or if you're Rob Noerr or anyone in between. You can't do that. Unless you're Hillary, I guess, then you can, because they give everyone immunity. While at the same time, all I'm saying is that is more of a clear case of obstruction of justice than anything Trump was accused of. So again,
Trump
if you go back,
specifically refusing to return the documents.
There's a lot. We could get into the exact explanation of what was going on. Trump was cooperating. Trump's side is, I was cooperating. They were unreasonable. There were FBI agents that spoke up and said they thought it was absurd that there was a raid on Mar-a-Lago, that they thought that that
was months
warranted.
after the documents were requested to return, right?
He had allowed the FBI in several times, or I don't know if it was, I think it was the FBI, several times to look for stuff. There's this accusation that was never proven that he allegedly told this dude to move boxes. Again, all of this is flimsy and unproven. With Hillary's Clinton, we have a clear cut subpoenaed evidence. They destroyed it, right? And my claim is, if you're a Democrat and you're like, oh my God, I'm so concerned about Trump hypothetically obstructing justice, this is an outrage, but you didn't share that same feeling when it came to Hillary's team, literally obstructing justice in the most blatant way possible, getting a subpoena and then deleting the subpoenaed material, then you're full of shit and you're bad faith, and I don't give a fuck what you think about Trump obstructing justice, because you clearly don't care about obstruction of justice. You only care about Orange Man bad. That's my entire argument of why I was putting this together.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not convinced, though, that this is... Yeah, I'm not
sure
convinced
you're not.
those are the same. But I understand why you feel that way. But yeah, in terms of the recovery efforts, definitely they recovered several thousand deleted emails, most of them through forensic tools, email backups, and devices used by Clinton aides. Emails forwarded to other officials. This is from the FBI 2016 investigation. So they did recover at least several thousand of the deleted emails. What was in the recovered emails? No evidence of intentional deletion to hide classified info. 110 emails across 52 chains that did contain classified information at the time they were sent or received, mostly from the non-deleted batch. Only 3 email chains from the deleted set contained information marked as classified and not at the highest levels. So this
but doesn't that just prove, I mean, I don't even have to prove that it was classified, but doesn't that disprove, oh, it was all work shit, it wasn't relevant? There were at least 3 email chains that were relevant, and not only were they relevant, contained classified information, and they only recovered a small portion. So how do we know what was in the portion that they didn't recover? And it's irrelevant anyways. It doesn't matter if it was all yoga emails. It was subpoenaed. You don't get to make that choice.
So why did Comey say that? Why did Comey say that no reasonable prosecutor would bring charges due to lack of intent and precedent?
Because Comey wanted Hillary to win.
And that's why he released that's why he reopened the probe 11 days before the election. Because he wanted
I'm so happy you brought this up. So here we go.
Yeah.
I've had this debate with like a dozen people, including Destiny, and smacked them around. Okay, if you go to the IG report, here's what happened, right? There was a whistleblower. You remember this guy, Anthony Weiner? He was dating Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton's assistant and possibly lesbian lover, but we don't have to go there. Okay, that was Anthony Weiner, right? So once the case is closed, right, what happens is it turns out that all the while the FBI found a bunch of emails going through Hillary's team on Anthony Weiner's laptop. I believe the number was like 500,000, right? And so it's like, uh-oh. We were told these are the people that have the emails. This is all the emails. Case closed. Turns out there's 500,000 still out there on this dude that wasn't part of the team. Uh-oh. What are we going to do? So they did nothing. And so a whistleblower testified that he actually went outside. He contacted James Comey. He contacted the second in command, Andrew McCabe, was like, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's been a month. What are you doing? What are you doing? And he thought that what was going on was that James Comey and the FBI were purposely running out the clock. And so he went outside the FBI to the Southern District of New York. James Comey admitted in both his book and I believe in the IG testimony that he thought that Hillary Clinton was obviously going to win the election. And he was worried that it would look bad for the FBI and for Hillary Clinton if the American people found out after the election, oh, actually, there were all these other emails that the FBI didn't look on. They had the computer. They told us the case was closed, but they didn't look at these. And all of a sudden, Hillary's campaign and the FBI would be accused of conspiring together in order to cheat to win the election. So because James Comey thought Hillary's already going to win, he was like, okay, we'll reopen the investigation because he was worried about this whistleblower. So he reopens the investigation, and we're told they went through 500,000 emails in 3 days, even though if you try to request Freedom of Information Act and legally, the FBI claims they can only go through about 100 emails a day, but somehow they went through 500,000 in 3 days and said, yeah, nothing to see here, good as gained. So the reason that James Comey interfered wasn't to reopen the investigation wasn't to hurt Hillary, quite the opposite. It was to help Hillary. Unfortunately, it may have backfired on him, but he didn't do it
as you would expect it to. Any reasonable person would expect it to, right?
No.
Like opening a probe into a presidential candidate 11 days before the election is probably not going to reflect well on that candidate, regardless of how you frame it.
Not if you think that there's a 99% chance that Hillary Clinton's going to win, which was the prevailing narrative through like most of our mainstream media and through our intel agencies and people like James Comey. They thought she had it in the bag. And so they're doing a cost-benefit analysis. Look, this might slightly harm her, but the only reason it's going to slightly harm her is because we've been protecting her and hiding this evidence. But this whistleblower might come out. Hell, they may have even been worried
that protecting her.
They may have, that was the claims of the whistleblower. They may have even worried that the whistleblower would go public before the election. Then how bad would that hurt Hillary's chances? The FBI is covering up for Hillary Clinton with this investigation. Imagine that came out 3 days before the election, what that would have done. So James Comey's like, I'll get ahead of the story. I think she's going to win anyways, and I'm worried that this story will harm her once she wins, and it will harm my credibility and the FBI credibility. So I'll just come out and say, yeah, we'll look at this. Okay, we looked, nothing to see here, case closed. That's what they did.
So you're saying that they reopened the investigation for no other reason than to avoid looking corrupt.
I'm telling you that James Comey's words in the IG report. That's what he said. He said that I assumed Hillary was going to win. I was worried that it would come out after the election, that we sat on this evidence and didn't investigate it, and that it would look really bad for Hillary and it would look really bad for me and the FBI. So we figured we'll open it real quick. It got closed real quick. End of story. That's why he did it. You're the one who's saying, oh, clearly James Comey, who I don't understand. How many pictures of I'm with her, 8647, etc. do we need to see from James Comey before you realize the dude doesn't fucking like Donald Trump?
I mean, I'm not accusing Comey of liking Donald Trump necessarily.
But we're speaking to Comey's intent. Right? You're saying, well, if Comey wanted Hillary to win and wanted to help Hillary and hurt Trump, why did he reopen the investigation? It's clear that Comey's wanted Hillary to win. It's undoubtable. And so the counter argument would be he was pretending to want Hillary to win.
It kind of sounds more like he's like just trying to make the case that it wasn't politically charged, which is it could be fair. Could be fair, like to say it wasn't. But like when he says, assuming as nearly everyone did, that Hillary Clinton would be elected president in less than 2 weeks, what would happen if it was later revealed after the fact that she was still subject of an FBI investigation? That's what he said.
Old Rob spread his misinformation,
and then she was
directly.
Okay. To be clear, Rob, the things. Hang on, but because we're gonna keep running into this. When I accused you of spreading misinformation, it was because I'd only seen I'd only come to looked at a handful of these, right, and including the suspected Russian spy thing, which I have maintained was disinformation or was misinformation. So that was like the instigating one, right? And I still stay by that. So when I made that claim, that was the thing I was focusing on.
I think your case
and again, I think and what I came to point out tonight is that there's a lot of detail, a lot of stuff that you're doing that's speculative, which has been a recurring theme in this conversation. When you assert things that you're speculating very strongly, I think it is fair to sometimes say that might be misinformation when you're asserting something that's just your pure speculation. I think that we should be very clear that you're just speculating, which I don't think you always are.
Your framing attempts aside, I think it's clear to anyone watching who's remotely interested in being objective that at least 95% of what I'm saying is true. And your quibbles are things like, well, when you say suspected Russian spy, sure, he was suspected in 2009, but we don't know that he was suspected in 2016. And when you say the DNC colluded or Hillary's team colluded, well, they actually went through an intermediary. Right. The thrust of and again, I remind everyone, this is literally notes that I typed up in 20 minutes before the panel. Right.
Typed up a lot of notes in 20 minutes. You keep saying that, but there's a lot of stuff here.
That's right.
I'm actually a little skeptical you did this all in 20 minutes, but that's okay. I'm willing to accept that.
Just real quick, a lot of it, to be
that might be misinformation itself.
A lot of it was shit that I had saved. Like almost all these articles were shit that I have in my bookmark file. Right. Okay, so I sat down so
you aggregated in 20 minutes is what you
it was probably 30 minutes. Right. But like the specific shit that I'm typing there. Right. Other than like, for example, when we get to point 8, attacks on free speech, it's quite clear when I say spied on Fox News, James Rosen and father, then the next thing I put is U.S. District Attorney Terry Dowdy stated in July 4th, 2026. It's clear that that's just me. The article below that, I just took a portion, copy and pasted from that article below. That's the shit. But the actual typing, and that's what you're quibbling about, the words that I typed when I said Hillary and DNC colluded with suspected Russian spy. Well, actually, it was through an intermediary, and he was suspected in 2009, but I don't know that he was suspected in 2016. Anyways, I just think you're framing shit. It's just semantical bullshit. As I said, the thrust of everything I'm saying, Hillary's team, the Democrats are furious about colluding with Russians. They had no problem with Hillary's team colluding with Russians. That's the argument. I'm right. So far, I've been right about everything, in my opinion, but we can keep going. I'm more than happy to do it.
Okay, you're just once again asserting that Hillary's team colluded with the suspected Russian spy. I think that's, again, not a very strong claim. I don't think calling it collusion is very strong. I don't think calling him a suspected Russian spy at the time is very strong. And that's the main thing that I initially came at this. And then what I decided to do as we walk through these was to try to add nuance and figure out more specific details, because you are asserting equivalencies among each of these things, which is why you're using them to dismiss things that Donald Trump did. So I think it's important to walk through all the details, and that's what I've been trying to do. But yeah, I
think that I'm doing a fantastic job, but hey, I'm me, so I guess I'm biased. Anyways, you want to go to the next one, or you want to jump to your favorite one? Because I think we're running out of time. It's going to be open panel soon. Whatever you want to do, man.
I've just been walking through. I mean, we can just go one. I'm enjoying going through one, but I was enjoying asking the questions that I have from my notes here. I think that's
fine. Useful. But I'm just telling, we're clearly not going to get through them all. That's all I'm saying. But
I can live with that.
If you have a favorite one that you think I was really bad on, maybe now don't bury the lead, man. Come out with guns a-blazing. Let's hear it.
Sure. Okay. You know what? I do have some that I like more than others.
Good deal. Because the next one was mishandling classified documents. We basically just talked about that.
Yeah,
right?
We did kind of cover that one. Okay. So when we say installed Kamala and that's a threat to democracy,
yes.
I mean, both times I voted for a ticket that had Kamala's name on it.
How many times did you vote for her to be the candidate for president?
Only the second time.
Well, I guess in the primary, not the general. Zero times in the primary.
Yeah, sure. I see what you're saying.
So let me be clear. Let me steel man your position. Hopefully run through this as quickly as possible, right? Of course, ailments come up. So let's say that I vote for a Trump JD Vance ticket. He wins or vote for them in the primary, right? And then he's in a brutal car wreck and he's in a coma. Of course, we would expect that they're probably going to swap out that. Right, you would agree with that. I think we could both agree.
Yeah, or if for any reason he becomes incapacitated or doesn't. Yeah.
But that's not what happened with Joe Biden. They knew that he was cognitively declined, and they lied to the American people. So he de facto, as the incumbent, won the primary. And then only after the primary process was done did they say, oops, we got to pressure this guy out because now the whole world knows that he's a human vegetable. And so now you get Kamala Harris.
I don't buy even into the Biden was a human vegetable narrative myself. I mean, I watched that debate twice and I walked through it like I watched it with friends and talked through it both times. And I felt like Biden, regardless of his performance, I mean, I think he was engaging with the questions over and over more directly, more accurately than Trump ever did. So I don't buy the vegetable narrative at all. Just to be
I
clear.
think that statement, more than anything you said, will prove to anyone that's watching how fucking insanely Trump derangement syndrome and biased that you are. It is beyond dispute at this point that this guy was fucking cognitive decline. We even have Democrats that go to bat for him, like Jake Tapper, out there writing books about it. It's a joke. I'm not even going to sit here and argue with you. Well, maybe he was only slightly.
Well, I mean, I think
bullshit.
people should. I would say people should go back and look at the debate, look at the transcript, look at what's actually being said, instead of just going with what you remember from it, which I understand, because the first time I watched it, I felt the same. Second time, I felt a little bit different because I was watching more closely and listening more directly to what he was saying, rather than cringing at just how depressing it was to watch the President of the United States look that way in real time, which again, he was also sick at the moment. I think you recall that being the case.
Why did they
deny that?
Would you acknowledge that there were significant people in the Democratic Party that wanted Biden to drop out after that?
Oh, no, of course. Yeah.
Why? If there wasn't anything wrong with them.
Hey, look, it was the optics were absolute garbage. I mean, it was terrible.
But why? Was the American people duped? You saw that the optics weren't that bad. I
don't think so. I think that the optics were that bad.
Okay, but it was just optics, and actually, if the Americans would have sat down and watched it a second time, they'd realize, oh, this guy's not cognitively declined.
I think that generally, potentially, yeah. If people spent more time with it, I think they might feel a little bit differently. But it was like hyper narrativized right out the gate. And again, it looked really bad. Like I'm not saying it didn't. So.
Okay,
I think it was probably the right move to say, hey, Biden, like maybe you shouldn't.
Last thing I'll say in this, because it's fucking ridiculous. Like it's so, Ryan, I like you. Don't get me wrong, but it's so fucking difficult to argue with people that refuse to see literal, undeniable reality.
I mean, you're calling him a vegetable, right? Like, do you think that's a little hyperbolic?
It's a little bit hyperbolic, of course, but he had significant cognitive decline. Do you agree with the claims that we see coming out now that as far back as 2020, the people on his staff, other people that were associating with him, saw significant problems with his cognitive abilities? Or was that also made up and just optics?
I'm sure that some people had those perceptions, yeah.
Okay. I'm done talking about that. I'm not going to sit here and fucking piss with you about, well, actually, Biden wasn't cognitively declined. He clearly was. Everyone knows it. You're the only one still fucking in the trenches on that debate, but whatever. I'm not going to convince you.
Well, I mean, you said we don't even know who is running the government, right? That's
true.
In your document. We don't even know who is running the government. I mean, Biden, obviously the president, except for Trump might be a little bit different, but most of the time the president doesn't alone run the government. But I definitely think Biden was competent enough to do his job while he was in office. I don't think you have any evidence otherwise, except for speculation. Again,
that's not true. So there are reports from books that are coming out, etc., that Biden was basically doing nothing. In fact, one said that Hunter Biden was basically the effective chief of staff the last few months. We are now having an investigation into the auto pen scandal, that it seems that Joe Biden wasn't the one that's signing that stuff. So that would definitively prove that you're wrong.
Auto pen, wait, the auto pen doesn't mean that Biden wasn't like there being part of the signing process, right? It just means that like the signing itself was just a stamp or whatever, right?
It means that someone else used the auto pen. Right.
Well, not necessarily. But couldn't Biden use the auto pen? Could Biden not use the auto pen?
If Biden used the auto pen, then there's no there when it comes to that specific accusation. The accusation is that there's an investigation that he didn't, and only the president has pardoning power. So if someone else used it, then those pardons possibly would not be effective.
We are speculating, though, to be clear. We're speculating.
Well, it's an accusation, yes. But what I'm saying is that there is that, like, the Democrats, the point on that is unelected Democrats that are screaming about unelected officials having access to information. And I'm saying Biden was a vegetable, okay, hyperbolic language, but he had significant cognitive decline. We have no idea who is actually running the Biden administration. Again, I'm not going to fight with you. Reporting has come out even from Democrat journalists that show that that's the case. And so I'll ask you, who do you think was actually making all of these decisions? You think it was Joe Biden?
Yeah, I do think Joe Biden was doing his job. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I disagree.
Okay.
I always
But again,
kind
it's speculative.
of,
But
I,
I want to add one other thing on this note, though,
yeah.
because I mean, I think it's kind of funny that we're feel so strongly about this with mostly speculation. But I mean, Trump explicitly gaffed, or at least gaffed, best case scenario gaffed, when he said he doesn't remember signing the Alien Enemies Act into effect, which is a wartime act that he did in the middle of the night, allegedly did in the middle of the night, and then blamed Marco Rubio for, and then Caroline Levitt reframed this as saying that he was referring to the original signing, which, perhaps Marco Rubio is a vampire, but I don't think that's what Trump was referring to. I don't think anybody thought
The
that's what Trump was
cognitive,
referring to.
it is indisputable to anyone who's being reasonably objective that the cognitive issues from Joe Biden compared to Donald Trump aren't even close. And the entire point of me bringing this point up was people were upset about stories like that and stories like Elon Musk having access to private information when actually we don't even know who is running the show under Joe Biden. And you've already gave the game away, which is, yeah, that's the way it's normally done, right? Presidents don't do all this shit themselves. They have unelected people that are actually the ones that are doing the minutia details of these things. That was my point. I'm correct. You admit?
Well, I don't think you're correct to say that he was a even hyperbolically, withdrawing the hyperbole. I don't think that's a fair characterization of Biden at the time, and I don't think that there's any evidence that there was some secret reorganization of everything under the hood. But I
I don't know what to say. If you're the only dude in the world that thinks that Joe Biden didn't have cognitive deficiencies,
I'm not even saying he didn't.
I kind of like to ask the question, like, would you let your grandfather, make the decisions of the household, given the same external observations? That's how I look at it.
As I demonstrated in the last conversation when I was on here, I am firmly against the geriatrocracy. I can't say that fucking word.
I get
Geriatrocracy. Geriatrocracy, is that the right word?
we get what you're saying.
I think the people in government are too fucking old. Okay, that's what I'm saying. They're too old. All right, and so is Trump. Trump is not that much younger than Biden, and I think that he also has a lot of the signs, classic signs of cognitive decline that we point to in Biden, like using the wrong names. Like he describes Biden as Obama and Hillary a bunch of times. He does shit like that, and he just also does very, very weird meandering. The things he says are just wanders into in his speeches are quite bizarre.
It's not even close. And again,
I think it is actually. I think it is under a microscope. It is actually quite close. In fact, I think I would go as far to say that, like, substantially, Trump's is worse.
I mean, there's no, like, it almost is so sad to hear you say something like that, because it is such an out of reality statement, right? That I can't trust anything that you say. That's how ridiculous that statement is.
I can live with
for
that.
example, Trump is probably the most accessible president in my lifetime. He's constantly going off the cuff, talking to hostile reporters over and over and over. The Democrats are the media.
Well, hang on. Can I pause you there?
Sure.
When you say successful president, and you talk about him like in terms of engaging with reporters, when I think about successful presidents, I'm thinking about
use the
what
word
Biden
successful.
did, which was a lot of.
I said accessible.
Oh, accessible. I apologize. Yeah, I thought you said successful. My bad.
Yeah, so now the media is saying they're out there. Like I saw Chuck Todd the other day say, don't blame us. We never had access to Joe Biden. We were duped by his team about how, like, even the Democrat media is out there saying, oh, don't blame us, man. It was because we never had access to him, because they were covering up how infirmed he was. And you're the only person I know. I assume, look, I like you, Ryan, and if you're getting the bag and Biden's team's paying you, good for you, man.
I wish they were. Hey, if you're watching, Soros.
Yeah. But other than that, you might be the only fucking person that's not related to them or not on their staff that's still trying to make this argument. And in all seriousness, it's so out of reality.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that
I can show you 500 examples of Biden being incredibly infirmed, and it won't matter. We all saw it with our own eyes. We see the excuses now where everyone's admitting, yeah, he was, and yet still you're here like, I think Trump's worse. It's not worth it. It's honestly just disappointing. It's the little kid on the schoolyard, like I was saying. I'm very disappointed in you, and it's such a bad.
I mean, it's great you feel that way, but I don't think that it's actually been that demonstrated that Biden was as cognitively declined as people like to make it out to be. Again, like, I think substantially, if you watch that debate, Go back. I encourage people to go back and watch it, listen to what's actually being said, and it's very clear that only one person in that room knows what the fuck is going on in the country.
My statement that originally from the panel a month ago was all criticism of Trump by Democrats and media should be laughed at and ignored. So in the spirit of that, I'll say, you fucking idiot. Fuck you. I'm done talking on this topic. Move on to the next one. Joe Biden was more infirm than Trump.
We've got about 5 more minutes to go. I can extend it to like another 10 or 15 if you want to kind of finish that last drill down. I'll give you
whatever you want to do, Ryan.
Let's talk about the very fine people hoax, quote unquote.
Okay, we'll throw another 10 minutes on to the clock for that one.
It's did you even? I don't know if it's actually in here. I might have brought it up because it was
we can still talk about it. No problem.
White supremacist support. I assume it's under here. If it is. Well, I mean, so it came up because we were talking because of the white supremacist support.
Okay, sure, but it's not something I said. But nonetheless, we'll talk about it.
Fair. Well, just to first engage with the one you did say, you acknowledged that Biden Harris they disavowed the Harris team disavowed Richard Spencer's endorsement, right?
So
Biden campaign explicitly said that his views were 10,000% unwelcome, is the quote.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're skipping the point, right? My claim was Democrats claim to care about white supremacist support, but the most prominent white nationalists in the country in both 2020 and 2024 supported Biden and then the Harris campaign. Yes, they did disavow it, but so did Trump. I could show you a YouTube clip of 47 times he disavowed white supremacy. And yet this is what happens. Let me show you the exercise, how this works. Hey, Ryan, do you disavow white supremacy?
Not only do I disavow it, I consider myself an active anti-racist.
Okay, why did you say first?
I say pretty much all the time. I have
Well, it sounds like you're mealy mouth there. Do you disavow white supremacy?
Of course.
Okay, that's cool. Do you disavow white supremacy though?
I think so.
You only think so?
The more you're pressuring me now, I'm not sure.
Clip that, everyone. Clip that. Did you hear that? Do you start to see the absurdity of this? When someone asks you the same question over and over, and you're like, yeah, I disavow. And then they keep asking it over and over. At some point, you're going to be like, I don't even fucking know who that is. What are you talking about? That's what happened with Trump. And that's what they ran with. They kept asking him 47 times. He's like, yeah, I disavow.
So do you think people who
disavow?
Yeah. So do you think people who have white supremacist dispositions, do you think they would prefer a Biden or Trump in office?
Richard Spencer clearly prefers
Okay,
Biden
but other whites. I mean, Richard Spencer is definitely a weird character for a lot of reasons. But do you think in general, people who have white supremacist dispositions, so people who believe in race realism, for example, these are people who would prefer Trump or Biden in office?
I think that what you would see is they would probably prefer neither. Many of those people aren't big fans of the Jewish folks, right? And they really fucking hate Trump for that. And it has always been my contention.
That specific subset, yeah.
It has always been my contention that the Democrat Party that hyper focuses on racial grievance policies would be more of a home for people that are white supremacists because they agree with the entire framework of the racial grievance policies. They just say it's not black people and Jewish people, it's white people. So they would feel more.
Right. So I would say that. Party. Yeah, I would say that it's pretty clear that Trump ran very much and still actively engages with the like CRT bans and stuff like this. Which critical race theory, again, we had a long conversation about this years ago. That I wish I could. I think I tried to repost it, but I think it got flagged by Andrew or someone from his channel because it was on.
It wasn't
me.
But anyway,
besides, yeah, I know. I don't think it was you. Besides the point. We had a long conversation about how critical race theory is primarily asserting at its core that race is not a biological concept, but rather a legal mechanism for oppressing people of color. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica description of it. And I think that, again, it's very clear that Trump has been actively against CRT. People on Trump's side have regularly and consistently enacted CRT bans and attempted to, so it seems like if there's somebody who wants to believe or wants to assert and teach people that race is actually a real biological thing, they would not want people to learn the opposite is actually true. The opposite, that race is not that we know race is not that, and that race was used as a legal structure to oppress people. And if that is what they're banning from schools, I feel like that's something that white supremacists would absolutely have an affinity towards, no?
So in the words of Norm Macdonald, That sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook to me. We can have that debate.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, right. Like it turns out that critical race theory in practice isn't just saying, hey, race is just a social construct. In practice, what it is demonizing white people and creating activists in order to demonize white people and to go after them. There's a litany of explanations. Like, for example, if you want me to bring up Chris Rufo, he has like 300 examples on his
Chris
website.
Rufo was actually the one who popularized the whole war on critical race theory. He went on Fox News and said CRT has become the default ideology of the federal bureaucracy, as if that's a bad thing for the federal bureaucracy, quote unquote, to believe that race is not a biological concept and that race was used as a legal mechanism.
It's because that's not the way that it's put in practice. In fact, even the founders of critical race theory, I remember looking at this, I forget their names, but back in the day said that their goal was to create activists in order to do this, to push back against sort of what they saw as like white patriarchy. They used queer theory, and I forget the name of the author that they used to create sort of basically Marxist.
You say those things like they're bad.
They are bad, right? And what I'm saying is that the
What's
way
wrong
that
with
this
queer theory?
Do you acknowledge that the founders of critical race theory sought to create activists through there?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I imagine anti-racism generally is an activist movement.
Do you think it's the role of our public schools going back as early as preschool and kindergarten to create activists against racism?
I mean, if there's racism in potentially. Yeah, I think we want patriots who are going to fight against discrimination in our government. Absolutely, yeah.
I think a bunch of people like you got into the academic field, and that's why we see test scores on things like math and reading declining, because people like you are more interested in indoctrinating children into racial grievance politics than teaching the shit that they should be teaching, which is all the more reason that we should take the Department of Education and throw it in the fucking garbage. Nonetheless, I'll say none of this, the conversation on critical race theory has.
The Department of Education, just to be clear, that's what was used to ensure that desegregation happened, right?
I don't give a shit what it was originally used for. Like, since the creation of the Department of Education, the scholastic achievements of children have precipitously declined when you compare us to other developed countries.
And you can attribute that directly to the Department of Education?
I think that we can. It's a debate that we can have for another day, or at least it's strongly suggested that
you're
there
speculating
is a
that
correlation.
the Department of Education is a reason.
Nonetheless, I'll say this as we are approaching the final minutes here, that none of this has fuck all to do with my claim that Democrats that seek to gnash their teeth about white supremacists supporting Donald Trump didn't have shit all to say when Barack Obama was taking photos with known black supremacists and black nationalists, nor did they have shit all to say when Richard Spencer and other white supremacists were publicly endorsing Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They have shit all to say about it.
Biden's team explicitly said they didn't want the support from Richard Spencer. And I think plenty of people also, I mean, I myself included, definitely at the time said that, we don't want Richard Spencer supporting the candidate that we like. It doesn't even make sense that someone who actually really wants white supremacy instilled would support this. If anything, it kind of feels like Richard Spencer was just he's kind of a troll in a lot of ways, and he was using this.
Debated him. He believes this, right? He firmly believes that we need a hierarchy, and we actually need the bureaucratic state, and he thinks that Trump would be too much of an agent of chaos. I debated the fucking dude on it. Yeah.
Okay, so he thinks that Trump would be too much of an agent of chaos for him to implement his racial hierarchy.
No, he doesn't believe Trump's trying to implement a racial hierarchy. To my knowledge, it didn't come.
No, for Richard to implement his racial hierarchy. I don't think Trump. I don't think Trump thinks that deeply about racial hierarchy.
Okay. Nonetheless, I'll just sum this up by saying this: it is clear that Donald Trump condemned white supremacy. What happened was the media made a big story, as did the Democrats. Oh my God, David Duke, and they went hair on fire. This is fucking crazy. And it didn't matter how many times Trump condemned David Duke or condemned white supremacy. None of that mattered, right? All that mattered was keep asking the question over and over.
I thought you
just
refused
like the Charlottesville shit.
About David Duke.
He said he didn't know who he was at one point.
So when he was referring to the very fine people on both sides, what was he referring to? Who? Where?
The crux of what he was saying was this. First off, it's important to know this. He gave 3 speeches after Charlottesville. In all 3 speeches, he condemned racism, right? The third speech, the one where the fine people hoax comes from, was a speech that he was giving. I know that it's going to seem weird to you. Donald Trump does this thing where he actually goes out and talks to members of the press, not like the vegetable you voted for that just hides in his fucking basement. So it's weird. I get it. So he goes out to talk to the press about his economic.
Well, I mean, when you're actually doing less work work, I imagine. Yeah, it's easier.
So
to do
he
stuff like
goes
that,
out
but
to
yeah.
talk to the press on this economic thing that he's initiated, and they are screaming about Charlottesville again and again and again. The point that Trump was trying to make, and he ends
Well,
up
it's a
being
pretty big deal,
vindicated.
yeah.
The point that he was trying to make, and he ends up being vindicated. What I think he was really trying to say was, it's not that there were good people on both sides, which I'll defend, and I think there were good people on both sides, but it's more that there were bad people on both sides. Because what was happening was groups like Black Lives Matter and Antifa that showed up with weapons to engage in fight and combat with these people. Everyone was lionizing them as they were good people, but they weren't. These are the same types of people that were beating the shit out of conservative groups like Patriot Prayer and conservatives that were going on college campuses to hear conservative speakers. And Trump was fed up with the fact that anytime a bad person does something that you could say, oh, they vote Republican, that the Democrats and the media are like, oh my God, you must answer for this. But when bad people do things that vote Democrat, it's like, no, those are really good people. Or it's not the Democrats' fault. So what Trump said was there were good people and bad people on both sides. Now, it's my belief that Trump didn't really know exclusively who was on both sides. He was just making a general claim about the tearing down of statues. You aren't necessarily a racist if you're against tearing down statues. There are good people
Tearing
on
down
that side of
Confederate
the
statues
argument.
that were put up specifically in the early 1920s and 30s to tell black people in the area that, hey, you're not really welcome here.
Yes. You think anyone who was against the tearing down of statues across this nation was racist?
I think it's more likely than not that they have at least racist like things they need to probably re-examine. I would say, yeah. If you're more in support of keeping a Confederate statue than at least like moving it to a museum or something, keeping it in a town square, I think that you definitely have some unexamined racism, if at best.
There's this guy that just won the Democratic primary for mayor in New York. You know, Zohran Mamdani, is that his name? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I'm
You're
aware.
a big fan, aren't you? I could guess.
From what I know about him, he seems like a pretty cool guy, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. You know, like he immigrated here or was naturalized, whatever. And one of the things he talks about is like he had a tweet about how shameful it is we still celebrate Christopher Columbus, right? You agree with that?
Sure. I mean, it's kind of
Should
weird.
we tear down statues of Columbus?
Should we tear them down? I don't want to tear them down. I think moving to a museum, perhaps.
Okay, but let's say Democrats vote to tear them down, and I say, no, don't do that. Am I racist?
I think so just to be clear, what I said about the specific Confederate statues is that they were put up in the 1920s and 30s as a sign to say to black people, especially in sundown towns, like, hey, you're not welcome here, which I think is a very different sentiment than the kind of founding myth of Christopher Columbus.
I think that probably the average person that was protesting the removal of statues in Charlottesville, I'm not saying that you're right, but let's assume you are. I think the average person would have no fucking clue that was when those statues were put up. What they saw was a movement across this country to remove monuments to important people in this country, whether it be people like General Lee or the Confederates. But then remember when Trump said next? Remember when Trump said next they'll be coming after the founding father statues, and guess what happened? Are you also racist if you don't want them to take down statues of Thomas Jefferson?
Were they ripping down Thomas Jefferson statues?
Yeah, they took down statues and removed them. All sorts of the founding fathers took down paintings, statues, etc. Am I racist if I don't want that? Nonetheless,
I'd be more concerned with the Confederate statues.
The point I'm trying to make
is pretty explicit context regarding Confederacy.
I disagree. Why don't you come with me to my favorite place to go on vacation is Gettysburg here in Pennsylvania. Not that far away from me. Love it. It's a great place. They have all sorts of Confederate statues and Confederate flags. They're not racist. They're celebrating. You think they are?
I might not think so.
So wait, I just want to be clear. My wife just sent me this yesterday. You might find this interesting, Sarah. Ryan's a fucking joke, so he won't find. But it was about to become a tour guide in Gettysburg. It's fucking brutal. Like you have to take all these tests. This woman was on TikTok talking about it. She was actually a professor that focused on the Civil War. She failed the test twice to become a tour guide in the Civil War. You think that lady's racist?
They're very, I will say they're very, they scrutinize. And if you try to give a tour and you haven't done all of these credentials for it, like you can get in big trouble for it. Even the
I'm not accusing tour guides of being racist.
But they'll have the one that I was on this bus with. He had a shirt, like a pins on it that had Confederate flags and General Lee's name and a bunch of other generals. Oh, that sounds pretty racist to me, Ryan.
It's a little sussy, yeah. Generally, like scanning generally really hard is a little sussy, yeah.
I thought after the Biden not cognitively declined, you made an ass of yourself in the maximum area, but here we go. Nonetheless, this is sort of getting off in the weeds. The point is, if there's anything to criticize Trump about, it's that he was frustrated by repeatedly being asked to condemn white supremacy, which he'd already done in 2 previous speeches. And
Poor guy, yeah, it must have been really hard to do that.
I asked you 3 times, and by the 3rd time, you said you weren't sure if you condemned it. Must have been pretty easy for you to just condemn it, but instead you said, I don't know, right? Isn't that what you said?
Well, you asked me 3 times in quick succession, not 3 times like in separate scenarios,
was it too
right?
Hard? It was too hard to condemn it that 3rd time. Is that what you're saying? It was too difficult.
Well, I think what it reveals is that, like, in the moment when you're asking me the same question 3 times, it's like, wait, did I not already answer this question? Like,
what was happening with Trump was he goes out, he's like, this is fucking horrible attack. The entire media is blaming him, saying it's your supporters. He's like, yeah, we condemn white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, he didn't say it strong enough. So he gives a second speech where he does it again. Then he's like, okay, we got important matters to state. And again, unlike your vegetable Biden, he actually goes out and talks to the press. He's like, yeah, we're here to talk about economics. And again, they're like, why do you condemn white supremacy? These are your supporters. Oh my gosh, it's your fault. It's your fault. And out of frustration, I don't think he's really detailed on specifically who was there. He's just like, look, in general, the people that want these statues teared down, there are good and bad people on that side, and there's good and bad people on the other side. Now, if you want to say yes, but literally were there good people? Yes. In fact, I believe the New York Times interviewed a couple people, and this woman seemed perfectly reasonable. It was like, we're just against historical statues being taken down. We showed up and we were sort of shocked to see that there were people with swastikas and shit, but nonetheless, we stayed there, and there were there were groups that were also in that side, like the ACLU, right? Do you think the ACLU is bad people? They were there. Are they also racist bigots?
Were they on the side? The ACLU was on the side of the white supremacists?
Yes, they were defending the rights of those people to protest, and they were on the side of the picket line with them.
They weren't the ones who like organized it, though.
No. So what? To be honest, at that point, I remember this discussion. It was when the term alt-right was being bandied about. I didn't know fuck all. In fact, if you look at the guy who put on the Unite the Right rally, it's very sus that he looks like he's probably a Democrat that was like putting that on just to smear Republicans. He was like a lifelong Democrat, but not to get too conspiratorial. The point still stands. There were people that were good people there, and there were bad people, obviously, and there were good and bad people on the other side. Trump was frustrated, and that was used like literally 3 or 4 sentences after he said there were good and bad people on both sides. He says, and clearly I'm not talking about the Nazis, the right supremacists, et cetera, et cetera. They're bad people. We condemn them. Right. And that was used. Joe Biden said that was the moment he decided to run for office again, because Trump said that Nazis were good people. And that's a lie. He never said it. He expressively said the opposite.
I think that I still think it's a fair interpretation of what happened there to believe that.
Not only that, but remember the first assassination attempt of Trump and Butler? You remember that, Dan?
Is that the was that the year?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Okay. So like a few days after that, Joe Biden does his first public. He's still, in theory, he was the president still at the time. All right. No cognitive decline, as you well know, right, Ryan? Anyways, he gets interviewed by Lester.
Didn't say no. Never said no cognitive. Just to be clear, you don't have to put words in my mouth. I never said it was done. I the extent that people talk about it, calling him vegetable stuff. I think this is all very extremely hyperbolic. I think that it's very clear that he knew where he was, that he knew he was running the country, that he was still capable of doing his job as president. And I think that he did that job fairly well. But that's
Okay, so Lester Holt, a few days afterwards, Joe Biden's first interview after the assassination attempt, what do you think about this? And Joe Biden says, oh, it's terrible. There's too much political violence. And then immediately goes, like Charlottesville and those disgusting people. And when I heard Trump say that there are good people, that's when I knew I had to run. Imagine that. So this lie that could incite violence against Trump, a few days after an assassination attempt against Trump, the leader of the Democrat Party, at least in theory and on paper, comes out and is like, yeah, there's too much violence in this country, like Trump and the violence he inspires. It's a fucking joke. And
I think Trump incites violence regularly. I mean, he's someone who does not shy away from violence. He, like, even in his initial campaign, he was saying, I'll knock the shit out of him. I'll pay for your legal fees. He's making jokes about Second Amendment people handling Hillary.
Do Democrats incite violence?
Not to the degree Trump does. I don't know of any examples that are comparable.
So probably tonight, if you want to check real quick, Sarah, I bet we can find a live feed of another riot in Portland.
And what Democrat is encouraging it?
Well, what they're doing is attacking an ICE facility. Would you like me to find Democrats that are saying that ICE are monsters and they're terrible and they're breaking the law?
Well, are ICE breaking the law?
I don't think so.
Okay, what if they are?
Nonetheless,
is it fair to characterize them as breaking the law if they are actually breaking the law?
is saying
is it inciting violence? Is it inciting violence against them to accuse them of violently grabbing people without showing warrants and not identifying themselves? Is it inciting violence to describe the actions that they're taking currently terrorizing communities? Is that inciting violence?
It's bad form, but I'll respond to this with a question. If you're telling the truth, can you incite violence with it?
Potentially.
Okay, so for example, if I say, let's presume you're married, Ryan, and I say, hey, Ryan, listen to this shit. Andrew Wilson's banging your wife, you know? Even if that's true, I might say, good, I want Ryan to go fight Andrew Wilson. Would that be inciting violence?
Just telling me that someone's boning my wife?
But if my intent, it doesn't, how do we determine what's inciting? Is it the intent that I had to have the intent? Is it that I had to say something that was false? Right now, there is currently violence that's occurring against ICE agents and facilities every day, and the Democrats are still out there saying, "Oh, yeah, ICE is terrible." Just like when Trump said, "Go march peacefully."
So I guess what I'm asking is, do you think the Democrats should downplay what they believe is happening if they think that if they think that people are more likely to engage? Like, do you think if Trump actually thought that the election had been stolen, I think that if a lot of people who were at January 6th, they really believed that the election was stolen. I think they felt like what they were doing was justified. So, I mean, I'll give you that.
I think that Democrats should be held to the same standards that they wanted Trump held to. When Trump said, "Go march peacefully, fight for your country," they said that was incitement to violence, and they tried to kick him off the ballot in Colorado. Democrats should now be held to that same standard. That's what I think. Why not? Why not hold them to the standard they sought to hold their opponents to?
Would we?
Okay, so they're going to get pardoned?
Sure, let's throw them in prison for 4 years, kick them off the ballot, and then if their guy wins next time,
charge them with seditious conspiracy because they organized a violent insurrection.
Sounds good to me. Start the investigations, right?
Before we dive too deep, we've got the extra 15 minutes run over. So let's do this, gentlemen, and we can absolutely pick right back up where you left off. Let's go ahead and close down this portion of the debate, and then we'll move into super chats and open panel. Ryan, would you like to give your closing statement?
Sure. I didn't write a closing statement, but I'll walk, like, basically as I said in my intro, like, I came here to kind of walk through each of these and find the nuances and explain where I think Rob is speculating and asserting it as fact. I think I did that quite a few times. And I think that I explained far more nuances than you would get if you just watch Rob preach about these things on their own. And that was my goal. So I think I achieved that. I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate Rob included.
Thank you. And Rob, to you.
I will start off saying I do appreciate Ryan and Sarah coming, despite his intellectual deficiencies and bad faith bullshit. I still find him personally likable for some reason and enjoy these conversations. Sarah's always the preeminent moderator in these things, so always happy to be here. Look, the entire intent of me sending this stems back to May 29th, 2025, when he came on and gave a soliloquy about me spreading misinformation. I think it is evident that that's not the case. He was unable to substantiate that. He did exactly what I said he would do, tried to argue semantics. At one point, he literally was like, okay, there was lawfare, but I don't think it was absurd, and you used the word absurd. That's the level of fucking insanity that we're dealing with here. The only thing I'll say here is I think that you could see over and over and over again the incredible amounts of bias and hoops that he will jump through. It's always, I need more proof. Oh, just because they said they wanted an insurance policy against Trump, and just because they took these actions, still circumstantial, still you're making speculation. And yet, as soon as it comes to Trump, as soon as it comes to Trump supporters, hell, even if you didn't want statues to be taken down, Ryan is totally gung-ho to be like, racist, you're a racist. It is evident, right? The double standard that he's engaging in here. I at least tried to look through these things and hold people to account to the same standard. In fact, my audience here, if you went and watched my channel in the past week, my audience was pissed at me because I was criticizing Trump for, like, the bombing in Iran. I criticize Trump all the time. It is incredible how many people, and I think Ryan epitomizes it, at least in tonight, these Democrats that fucking have these absurd double standards to the point of just, it's insane. Like, it's just absolutely insane. Like, well, if you are against a statue being turned down, you're racist. But if you say, I need an insurance policy against Donald Trump, and then have illegal warrants to spy on his team, well, we don't really know. We shouldn't speculate about what those motivations are. I think that I did a tremendous job, but I'm me, so clearly I'm going to think that. I hope that the audience enjoyed it. Let's get to the open panel, I'm looking forward to that as well. So thanks.
Perfect.
I'm gonna go
Thank
pee.
you, gentlemen. Yeah, take your time. We're going to get through some super chats. And to the crowd, I am dropping the open panel link in the chat now, and I will pin it as well. So if you would like to join the open panel dumpster fire, please feel free to start heading backstage now while we go through super chats. Gettysburg is nice, though. I will say that.
It's my favorite.
That's where we did our like first year anniversary as because we just love Gettysburg. It was always the best place, and the history and just the downtown area is really the square and everything.
Even if like there's things, even if you're not just into like historical, like they have all these ghost tours. If that's your thing, right?
Yes. Oh my
There's a
God,
lot
they're
of really neat
so
shit.
fun.
Yeah.
They are so fun. That was we loved it. We went back several times, and it's not that far of a drive for us, so it's nice.
My wife gets tired because every time she'll be like, "Where you want to go on vacation this summer?" I'm like, "We should go to Gettysburg." She's like, "I'm tired of going to Gettysburg." I'm like, I love it. It's great.
Well, I'll go hang out with you in Gettysburg.
Yeah.
It's definitely yeah, it's a fun spot for sure. Rude Mud Crab, A with the big 5 says, "Win, Sarah, Ryan, Rob, and chat. Salute and salute to you, Krabby. We love having you here." Evan Lord says, "Sorry, Sarah, for making you say a lot. Gosh, you jerk," and then you come back again with it. Evan Lord following up, "I have a cup of coffee, a can of cola, and a tall cup of water, so I hope I can go on more coherently during open panel dumpster fire than Friday." Yes, that was quite comical. I love Evan Lord. He's usually quiet.
Evan's
Of course,
good.
he is backstage here hanging out, and we love him all the fun. Jess Gerald says to both of you, "If you guys could handpick the next president, who would it be, and what is the main reason?"
Me? Because I think that I agree with me. No, I would say probably at this point JD Vance, and the reason is I think Vance is the right. He has the sort of populist message that I support and the distrust of a lot of these establishment institutions, but I think that he is more ideologically that way, whereas Trump's just more shooting from the hip and sort of a narcissist that just wants to be liked. And so I think that JD Vance stands to be possibly a life-changing politician more than Donald Trump if he would get the presidency.
Okay, Ryan?
I don't know. I have to think about it more. I don't think there's anybody right now who stands out as like the ideal candidate for me. So I'm still kind of weighing.
DeSantis would be good as well. Of course, Trump 2028 sounds good, right? That'd be all right.
I think it's a real possibility. I think people will defend it too. I think the people you were criticizing for defending everything he does, like the Iran strikes, those same people, I think, will be cheering him on when he tries to run for a third term and refuses to leave office again, as he did in 2020.
There are certainly people that have a cultish following of Trump, and he could come out one day and say, "Hey, we're banning ARs," and they would say, "Yay," and then come back the next day and say, "Never mind, we're rolling it back," and they would say, "Yay." But those people pale in both number and severity to the people that cultishly hate Trump like you.
I think I have good reasons for hating Trump, but that's okay.
Fair enough. Cool V1C says with a big 5 for the wine fund. Thank you. Betwixt with a big 10. Question to Coder. Can you just admit you'll say anything in bad faith that advances your worldview, no matter how hypocritical you are? Every debate, your moral outrage is exclusively for conservatives.
I don't think I'll just say anything. I think that I've been very clear about the things that I was saying. I was like making specific fact-based claims and trying to identify where we were speculating and where we weren't. I don't even think there wasn't really that much moral outrage in this conversation, to be honest.
Let me ask you this, if you don't mind. Humor me.
Sure.
When's the last time you were on camera, like your own stream, a panel like this, where you were heavily critical of the Democrats in any sort of way that you are to Republicans or Trump? Not, hey, they should run this guy, but literally talking shit about actions that they're taking.
Just talking shit about them in general. I mean, I won't deny that I view I view the Republicans as an existential threat to this country. So I'm not going to pretend I give anywhere near.
Do you think because of
I
that,
view the Democrats more of a shield than I do as like a lance for my own like political agenda. I don't see them as like, I don't like ideologically align with them perfectly or anything. And we could have I could go and like walk through the Democratic platform and things I agree with and disagree with. But I view Republicans is truly dangerous for the people who live in this country and the country
itself. Do you
itself.
think the fact you believe that might bias some of your opinions on nuanced discussions like tonight?
Certainly, yeah. But I consider that bias. That's why I try to focus on the fact-based claims and not focus on the things that I feel very strongly about, which is what I just described, which is that I feel like they are an existential threat. So I focus on the facts tonight.
Fair enough. Old Sarge Finkel, oh, I forgot to say this earlier, sent in the big 50 on Cash App earlier just to say, yo. I love that. Short and sweet and to the point. And then he follows up with the big 20. He says, Paul Manafort pled guilty because he was guilty. He confessed. Let it go.
Guilty of
what?
Good reason. Guilty of what?
I think this was, you guys were going through... which part was it?
Hey, Ryan, remember the last time I talked to you about Manafort or the Russia collusion investigation? I said, can you show me anybody on Trump's team that was found guilty or charged with a crime regarding interfering or colluding with Russia in the 2016 election?
Yeah, and so we discussed earlier in this stream, we talked about how one of the things Paul Manafort was investigated for. I don't recall if this actually, I think it resulted in charges. I don't know if this was one of the convictions. I think it was not one of the convictions for a variety of reasons, but we talked about specifically his sharing internal campaign data with Constantine, right?
During the 2016 election,
secret campaign data. I don't think he was found guilty of a crime in regards.
Correct. And David, just to say this, right, one of the things that Paul Manafort, probably the most serious thing that he was convicted of, was failing to register as a foreign lobbyist, a FARA Act violation. The Mueller investigation showed that he acted with two groups. This was in 2013, by the way, before Trump was ever running for office. Manafort worked with Mercury LLC, that's a Republican law firm, and the Podesta Group to commit his crimes, both of which also didn't register as foreign lobbyists. Now, if that name Podesta sounds familiar to you, drum roll, please. That's because that was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. The exact same station of Hillary Clinton's team, campaign manager, in 2013 committed the same crime, at least his agency did, the same crime that Trump's did. And did they charge? Did Mueller's team go back and charge anyone at the Podesta Group? No. They were allowed to retroactively file paperwork. So what you're missing here, David, is when the FBI decides we're going to pursue you as aggressively as possible, sometimes you may plead guilty. I don't give a fuck. If we're going to charge FARA violations, do it. What I do give a fuck about is it's clear that the Podesta Group was doing the same shit and the FBI decided not to go after them. It's clear that Hunter Biden wasn't registered as under a foreign lobbyist, and yet he was clearly lobbying for foreign interest. It's clear that Glenn Simpson from Fusion GPS wasn't registered as a foreign lobbyist, and yet he was lobbying for foreign interest. These are laws that, for whatever, you can insert your own reason, but the same people that said they needed an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump from winning, all of a sudden were applying these laws against Trump's team that they were intentionally allowing Democrats off the hook for.
And Finkel follows up to say, and he had plenty of funds to have a legal defense, but, well, he was guilty, just like Mike Flynn. And then
David,
he
on
said,
that note,
and then
go ahead.
Then he says, Paul and Mike were neighbors here in Alexandria, and Kellyanne Conway was frequenting both homes while Trump was pretending like they were barely known to him.
So here's the type of argument. Here's where David would be in 1940, right? Let's say that you had a southern town and you had a racist sheriff and police department, and they decided we're only going to pull black people over for traffic violations, right? Only black people. Right. And so one after another, they watch a white guy drive by 70 mile an hour, no problem. Then comes a black guy, 60 mile an hour, get him, speeding ticket. And they do this over and over again. And then someone like me comes along and goes, wow, it seems like the sheriff is corrupt and has a bias, because we could see evidence that there are all sorts of people in this other group that he has an affinity for that are committing these same crimes, but he's refusing to charge them. And David Finkel would be there and go, yeah, but didn't that black guy plead guilty to the speeding ticket? Didn't he plead guilty? So shut up, Rob, the black guy. Do you want black people speeding? Yeah, I want a equal application of the law more than I want crimes like FARA violations to be charged. That's what I want. What I don't want is anybody that accuses Russia of interfering in our election. What Russia could do is a pittance to what our FBI could do if they decide they're going to put the thumbs on the scale of the election. And they did and continue to do so.
And just to say my piece on that, I think that Rob just fired off a lot of things as he's known to do. And I think that if we sat down and we could go through every single one of those, I believe there would probably also be some extra nuances that we did not get the chance to touch on that would explain a little bit more. But maybe he's completely right. The FBI is totally corrupt and just absolutely loved Hillary Clinton and hated Trump, and that's the end of the story. But I just find that very unlikely that it's that simple,
Dave, send in $100 super chat disagreeing with me to Sarah. That'll show me.
Fair enough.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to skip. I'll come back to the 5 and ups, but I'm going to skip for now and just because I forgot Rob and Ryan both talked very long time. So we're just going to do 10 and up right now, and then I'll get to the 5s when we open the panel. Jonathan sends a big 10. Jonathan sends a big 10 just to tell you all to shove off. Thank you, Jonathan. I'll come back to this one as soon as Rob sits down.
Also, I think I think this is the person who was in the back, Calvin. I know he didn't have a camera or whatever. I've talked to him before, so I can vouch for Calvin specifically. Okay. If he comes back with the same picture and everything, I would stake that he's safe to bring on. But
if you vouch for him, I'll accept that. So Calvin, that's fine. As long as you vouch for him. If there's a penis on screen, it's your fault, Ryan.
It's on me. Yeah. I will. I'll show my wiener though.
Okay, fair enough. And actually, Calvin just sent a big 20 on Cash App just to say make up default super chat. That's actually pretty funny. I'll come back to this one once Rob sits back down. David Finkel, old Sarge Finkel says, if Hillary did the same thing as Trump in 2016, here's the difference. Nobody voted for Hillary in 2020 or 2024. Many voted for Trump.
I can respond to that if we're ready for that.
Go ahead.
What is this? What's the relevance of this to anything? So I guess then Alvin Bragg would have charged Hillary if she was running for office in 2024. Is the argument that we're really making here that Alvin Bragg only pursued Trump because he was running for office? That seems to be a huge problem, David.
I think what David's pointing out would be more about the voters' perception of those people. If we're presenting equivalencies between Hillary and Trump, Hillary wasn't on the ballot in 2020 or 2024.
But what happened was, first, so my argument stands about the actual investigation. Those are the real bad people, the ones that are weaponizing this lawfare. But if we just limit it to Democrats, because I'm saying Democrats that didn't give a shit about Hillary Clinton doing this. Also, I'm not going to listen to them talk about Donald Trump. Nonetheless, they could say when I'm talking to them directly, oh yeah, Hillary did that. That was really bad too. Of course, Democrats that I debate try to do that. And then the next question I ask is, okay, so are you okay with the selective application of the law? I can't tell you how many times I've debated someone. For example, the easiest case is Hillary's team deleting subpoenaed evidence. So again, remember what my statement is. I don't really give a shit about Hillary. She will be gone. What I give a shit is about weaponized FBI, which has far more of an ability to influence our politics and election more than anything Russia could do or Hillary could do or Trump could do. They will be there in perpetuity even after Trump and Hillary are gone. And I say they are selective in their application and bias in how they do this. And then what will happen, Democrats always do this. It's not happening. You're a crazy tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. And then 4 years later, once it's proven that happened, they go, oh, yeah, that was bad, but it's a long time ago. Sure, I guess they should have charged people anyways, moving on. So then the obvious question is, okay, they didn't. Now what? Do you acknowledge that the FBI engaged in a double standard? Because that's my entire argument. And no doubt David would do the same thing that every Democrat NPCI debate says, like, right? That's the point. Like, if you say, yes, I have a problem with what Trump did, but I also have a problem with what Hillary, it's just I didn't vocalize it because Hillary wasn't running, fine, whatever. That's clearly not what's going on. No one gave a shit at the time when Hillary had an FEC violation for a campaign finance thing. You didn't either. Neither did Ryan. You just made it a big deal because you thought it could hurt Trump in the election.
So one thing I want to point out is that, again, I believe, and you can confirm or deny this, but I believe you are speculating when you suggest that Comey's claim that no reasonable prosecutor would bring that case against Hillary for those for the negligence or whatever. When he says that, he's lying because he likes Hillary.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's speculation on your part, though, to be clear.
If I could find a reasonable prosecutor that would be, then what would James Comey's just wrong then? So he's either wrong or he's lying or wrong.
Yeah, lying or wrong. Yeah.
And Calvin sends the 10 to say, Rob, Manafort providing polling data is relevant because it helped the Russian target their disinformation. Trump's campaign aided a Russia attack, attack our election. That's worse than Oppo. That's what I'm thinking too. Oppo research.
Even if I conceded the first sentence, it's laughable that would be worse. So again, now we're forced to believe that targeted. If we assume, by the way, I'm not conceding it because there is no evidence that it helped Russia target. It was speculation that they said that, but there's no, show me the ad. Oh, you guys are 2 points up in Iowa, so we'll make a Pokemon Go. You know those Gyarados and the Pikachus in Iowa at the supermarket? We'll put an ad right there, right specifically in fucking Des Moines. Yeah, there's no evidence that happened. Secondly, even if it did, right? No, $100,000 to $200,000 of campaign ads, right? In a election that there were $1 billion is far less than opposition research that was disinformation that was used by Hillary's team that was released before the election to try to influence people under the false narrative that Trump was colluding with Russians and then used by the FBI in part to get illegal FISA warrants to spy on Trump. It is clear by any objective metric that that's worse than Pokemon Go ads.
If it was only Pokemon Go ads that we were pointing to, I would agree that that would be worse than just Pokemon Go ads. But I don't think that's all that we're referring to.
What were the other ads? The targeted ads. Go ahead. What were they?
I'm just all I'm saying is I don't believe that it's just Pokemon Go. But
no, it's also Facebook.
Okay.
And Gesterald, we love Jest over here. Send tomatoes in chat for Jest. He sends a big 10 to say, Rob RC, thanks for being here. What is the biggest disagreement you guys have, and what is the biggest agreement you have?
Let me go first.
Yeah, sure.
Biggest disagreement is probably about like the nature of Trump derangement syndrome, and like-minded or like similar alleged, delusions that people have regarding political figures. I think that was like the crux of this whole conversation. The biggest agreement, I think that Rob genuinely, I believe that Rob probably cares about this country and wants it to be successful. And I think that we both agree very strongly on that. We might have different ideas of what that looks like, and we might have different ideas of where the corruption lies and what that corruption is. Like how that corruption is manifesting, but I think fundamentally we do want the best for the American people, and I think that is a strong point of agreement.
Probably true. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably true. I'd say the biggest agreement would be that we had fun tonight and enjoy this, right? Biggest disagreement would be sort of what he said, but just that I think that his bias and TDS so clouds his judgment that you could see sort of the hoops that he's willing to jump through. I don't know how to make it clearer than, no, I don't think Joe Biden was that cognitively declined, or anyone who was against statues being torn down was racist, versus, well, just because they said that they wanted an insurance policy against Trump and then had illegal FISA warrants to spy on him. It's speculation as to what their motivation could have been.
I want to two things there. Number one, I stand by my the overstate people overstate the like demonstrable cognitive decline of Biden. I think people overstate that and overstate that he was not running the country. Blah blah blah. I think also that racism is a very common feature of American life, and I think that we underestimate how much it influences people. And I think that's part of why things like critical race theory are valuable. So to say that people who are like standing Confederate statues, that whether they know it or not, were put up as to intimidate Black people, I think that they are probably at best unaware of latent racism. But that's
is Louis Farrakhan racist?
Conversation. He has like anti-Semitism, right? Like he's done some weird. Are you asking if he's racist against white people? Because yes. I don't describe racism that way. But
you can't be racist against white people.
You can be prejudiced against them. He probably is.
No, that's not the question. I noticed you changed the word. I asked if you could be racist against white people.
Yeah, and I said, yeah. I mean, I don't think that we have them like in America. There's not like a mechanism for Black people to oppress white people.
Okay, a Black guy stabs a white guy because he hates white people. Was that a mechanism to oppress him?
It was a prejudice attack.
But it wasn't racist.
I wouldn't say not in the way that I'm generally referring to racism. We can use it in like a colloquial way, and I understand that like when people do. But when I refer to racism, I think when most people like who actually like
this
study
is
these
why
things,
we're against critical race theory. You see the outcome of critical race theory. You see.
Yeah, the outcome is that people like actually are pointing to like real systemic injustices in terms of like healthcare system, the school to prison pipeline, and a lot of like much bigger problems than an isolated incident of a prejudice attack, which we're obviously condemning, obviously calling prejudice, which is still a bad thing. It's still bad to be prejudiced, but that's the end result. Oh no, we didn't use the same word as for both kinds of things. Like, oh no, it's the end of the world. Critical race theory is destroying our nation. You know.
You continue to surprise me with a shittier and shittier take. Every time I think you say something that couldn't get fucking dumber, you come out swinging with another banger.
Oh, boy. Vordum with the Big Ten says, question for Radical Coomer. Do you genuinely believe that Joe Biden was competent even after Rob Noerr said he was competent to stand trial, but somehow competent to run the country?
I do think that Joe Biden was competent enough to run the country when he was in office, yes.
So when Robert Hur does his investigation of the mishandling classified documents by Biden, and part of his decision not to charge him was that he was infirmed and that a jury would think that he was just a confused old man. You think Robert Hur was lying? He was wrong?
I don't know what his exact phrasing was, but if it's like what you just said, that he thinks a jury might assume he was infirmed, that's kind of a different thing, but
whatever.
Fair enough. Team Fatty sending out 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners, and thank you to Fatty. And last one for now. During the lead up to the 2020 election, the right was pointing out Biden's cognitive decline. I will admit I see some in Trump, but after all these years of denial from the left, I couldn't care less.
That was the original. That was the original point of the panel I was on last month with Sarah. That's the crux of what I'm saying, right? The entire reason that you see Jake Tapper and them coming out and writing these books now are 2 things. One, because they want to they see that trust in the media is hitting all-time lows. So they're trying to be like, it wasn't us. We were lied to by Biden's team. And then immediately they pivot to, but Trump, he looks cognitively declined too. And my argument is we should tell those people to kick rocks. I don't care what your opinion is. If Ryan was sounding the alarm on Biden's cognitive decline for 3 years, right? And then he wanted to come on and talk to me about, well, what about signs I see in Trump? I would happily talk to him. But Ryan's not that guy. Ryan's the guy pretending that there wasn't significant cognitive decline of Joe Biden. So I don't give a fuck when he tries to say that Trump's worse. I laugh at Ryan and tell him also to kick rocks because it's clear that he's arguing in bad faith.
So I don't think that I've said it's clear that there was no cognitive. I said this over and over that they think there was some cognitive decline. What I've been saying over and over again is that I think that Biden was competent enough to run the country, and I do think that I've said for years also that a lot of the signs that people were pointing to in Biden, even during his presidency, were things that were also manifesting in Trump. So I could make the same argument by saying that the people who don't care about that, why should I take them seriously when they point at Biden? But I wouldn't make that argument because I think both are bad, right?
And I'm pretty sure that's Kissy Cat because it's Pharmacat. It maybe I don't know who it is because they're playing handles now in the chat. And I'm sorry to anybody who I don't recognize if your username
Well,
does
she's a
not
mod, so
match.
it's probably the
Yeah,
cat you're
I'm
talking
pretty
about.
Yeah, it's
sure
gotta be,
it's
right?
Kissy Cat. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. But I'm pretty sure. But shout out for the 10 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. We love you all, and congratulations to your lucky water lottery winners. Tomatoes in the chat for Kissy Cat. All right, gentlemen, are we ready for the panel?
I'm good.
Always.
All right, let's have some fun. All right. Rob's cam cut out on him, so I'm sure he'll be right back. He probably had system overload from all of that awesome music that I love. I'm pretty sure everybody likes the Gauntlet intro music because every time I play it, everybody backstage is like backstage jamming out like this.
That was incredible.
It's a bop for sure.
Oh, there he is. You're back. Yay. He's back.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
I'm not able
running.
to jam out. All I can go is like this.
Hey, Rob, can I ask you a question right off the cap? Are you tired walking that dog? Has he taken enough of a dump for you to let him back in yet?
I enjoyed it.
Kissy
I had a
Cat
good time, too.
confirmed. It is, in fact, Kissy Cat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And here's what we'll do, gentlemen. Of course, you all know my rules on being on panel. I hate when you guys rudely interrupt each other all the time and be jackasses. So let's try to keep it fairly calm. I love the entertainment factor, but you all know where my line is drawn. Outside of that, I will, during the time, what I'll start doing is I'll start interrupting to read some more of the $5 super chats because they do deserve to be read. But outside of that, I will let you guys have the conversation. All right. Evan, you want to kick us off, darling, since you're always the one that's the quietest?
All right. Rob, something that I'd say or I feel like you have a point in all of your nitpicking
That's why
about
quiet
the
all the time.
legalese and
Right.
everything else. But at the same time, there reaches a certain point where it feels like you've beaten the horse to death enough where you should realize that with every answer you have to provide another receipt, and then that receipt is blocked, so you have to go back another layer. It just seems like you're arguing for just nothing, pretty much.
Well, I would disagree. I think it's the opposite, right? I think what happens is I provide a receipt. That receipt is true, or you could semantically argue some little quibble about it. And so then I go a step further. Most people that aren't as good as me or aren't arguing factual things would just say, whatever, it's true, and leave it go. For example, Evan, do you find my tactic when it comes to Joe Biden's cognitive decline to be more persuasive? Where I'm like, go fuck yourself, it's obvious? Is that what I should say? Or do you think that I should go to, when I say, here's my evidence, and someone says, but wait a minute, what about this? And I say, okay, well, here's my answer to that as well. You think I should just stop after level 1?
No, I don't. But I think maybe a few times you could reference a few of the moments where he's had a serious gaps, or he fell down the stairs of the Air Force One, or a few other cases like that. And if Ryan doesn't go in operate in good faith, then I think that providing more is a waste of effort.
Let me ask you this. Your initial point that you think I'm beating a dead horse too much, give me an example of something in this debate where you could point to where you thought that was the case.
Yeah, and this argument about to go nonsensical real quick.
All right. listen, I'm not here to kind of like tell you how to debate or anything. I just know like when it came to like when you were arguing in like the case of the Ukrainian person who may or may not have been a Russian spy, there was a lot of back and forth with that, and it got to such a point where like it kind of, I know for me, like I can listen to something for a long time, but I kind of gradually lose interest until it's like, all right, I kind of get the point that there's two different perspectives, and it seems like this is not going anywhere.
But
So,
again, Ryan
I'd
was
say that's from my
controlling.
impression.
Ryan was controlling the direction of the debate, so much so that I probably said 4 or 5 times on that topic, like, you want to move on to another topic? He makes a claim, I respond. He makes a claim, I respond. He makes a claim, I respond. It's not incumbent on me to say, I refuse to answer this time because I'm afraid that Evan is getting bored with this. I was trying for the sake of the audience to move it on to another. Not only that, but me and Ryan had this same discussion 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago on topic 1, the Russia collusion, for over 2 hours. And so I was trying to help Ryan and to help the audience because I was like, yeah, people are probably getting tired of this, but I'm not going to fucking let up on a point that I think I'm right about if he keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, I saw what the guy on the bottom saw, that you were hanging on to that shit and you were willing to go with in on it as much as possible. You were even asking, well, explain this and that. You were as culpable as he was. Don't act like you were, your hands were fucking clean.
Oh, well, thank you so much for your input, Joe Cool.
You're welcome. Anytime.
I think that what I was doing is what anybody would do in a debate. When someone makes a claim, if you're able to refute it, you refute it. I was also trying to move the conversation to a different topic.
That's the part that I disagreed on.
I was happy to keep refuting the arguments that he was making.
Let me ask you, Joe Cool,
was Konstantin Kilimnik a Russian spy? Was he?
I read that Mueller shit a long time ago. And no, I couldn't keep up with the tedious bullshit that you guys were trying to do that you want me to go into now. No, but I think there was enough proof in my shit that they were corroborating with the Russians. The shit with what is his name, Giuliani, and them 2 guys that he was with, that Russian connection. But
let me answer real
think
quick.
that
Mueller
it sounds like you're
beating a dead horse.
I wasn't done yet. Let
me answer you here real quick, if you don't mind, Joe.
Interrupt. I do mind. Clearly, that's why I'm still talking.
Hold on, Rob.
But you go ahead.
Let Joe at least finish.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and I do believe Mueller said the same shit that was collusion. That was it.
Joe, I'm not surprised that you said, and I quote, I couldn't keep up. It seems evident from your fucking shitty commentary here that you don't have the intelligence to be able to keep up.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Don't interrupt me. Don't
brilliant.
Interrupt me,
Look at your brilliant response. Are you a woman? What the fuck was that?
You made a statement. Let him respond.
He's not. He's being a dick.
I'm a woman? Excuse me, I'm a woman because I'm pointing out that you're a fucking
idiot
and an imbecile.
You're showing the shit I was talking
interrupting
about.
Again. There he goes, interrupting again. Fantastic, Joe Cool. Now, I'm not surprised that you're unable to keep up with this conversation, obviously, and instead you just default to, yeah, but I'm pretty sure there was collusion, Rudy Giuliani and 2 Russian. Let's talk about that. Rudy Giuliani and those 2 Russian guys. Tell me what you know about that.
I'm not interested in that bullshit. I didn't listen to you do it. Why the fuck would I want to entertain you on that shit?
So then
I just told you went into that shit too much and that with him, and now you want me to date you too?
No, I don't want you to date me. What I want is when you make a claim, what you want is you want to make a claim and then you're unable to back up the claim.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's right. Then back it up.
Yes, my claim was that I wanted to talk about fucking Giuliani and them 2 fucking Russian pricks or whatever the fuck they was that got caught and went to jail at the airport. Yes, I said I thought that was.
Mueller report?
I thought that was shady and
that was in the Mueller
collusion.
Report? That was from the 2016 election?
I don't know if I think Giuliani was.
A woman pointing out that I'm a fucking idiot that doesn't know anything. What are you, a woman, Rob? You're crushing this, man.
Wait. I should have remembered the details of the fucking Giuliani from fucking 14 years ago in case I might debate your goof ass.
Let me interrupt, gentlemen, for just a moment for logistics. I'm officially shutting down the tomato side here in 2 minutes. Follow the link over to the gauntlet. I also have set the rate. Okay.
Yeah, this is a great example. You have no arguments. All you have this bad faith nonsense. If you had an argument, present it, right? This is nonsense. What you're doing is the same shit you was doing for him. Prove this, and then you debate it. Prove that. What about this? He's right. You will hang on to shit for endless amounts of time and miss every opportunity to make a good argument. Is it because you have a lack of them? What are your arguments?
I know that you must be correct because you say fucking shit a lot, like average people with high IQ. So clearly your argument's correct. You said that I should be making an argument. That's generally how arguments work. You make a claim, then someone says, I question that claim, and then you back it up.
Oh, thank you, because I was curious about how that works.
I know you were curious.
Ask me more about Juliana. Ask me more about Giuliani.
Fucking curious and shit, man. How arguments go, fucking shit, fuck shit, curious and arguments and fucking shit. You should make arguments instead of rebutting the claims and fucking proving and shit the shit you say, motherfucker. And I didn't call in here to debate you. I called in here to, I don't know, hear your own voice, utter curse words the whole time and prove that you're a fucking imbecile? Is that what you called in?
Actually, the more I remain quiet, the more you prove my point with that you are an asshole and ridiculous in a debate. I can just shut up. If you can't control yourself now, you think yelling makes you right and all this goofy shit. I think you're giving me all the argument I need that you were a shitty debater just then.
So just to be clear, me repeating the tenor that you had, just saying fucking shit and yelling, is me being a shitty debater. So what was that when you did it then?
I don't know, but I'm sure you just reduced whatever I said to the part of talking points you need, because that's weak shit and I expect that of you. Now, how did you straw man my argument? I'll actually pay attention this time.
Shit, fuck. Now you want to argue with me about this fucking shit? No thanks. You didn't want to talk about it, remember? So fuck off.
So again, you're proving my point. You're a big goofy and you're fucking talking about debating skills.
So wait a minute, it's bad form to debate to talk about these specific things.
Again, you say goof ass shit. Don't put that shit in my mouth. Don't recap my shit because you suck at it.
It's goof ass fucking shit.
Don't rephrase my arguments. You're really bad at it.
And shit. Right. So
is that how I sound? Is that how I sound?
That is exactly how you sound.
Is it just the brothers?
If we didn't have cameras on me,
is it just my imitation? I wondered.
I bet they wouldn't know. Now, the point I was trying to make is it was bad form of me to go and talk about.
Oh, now you want to change the subject. I bet you do.
It's bad form when you say, okay, now I'm willing to get into the specific details.
No, not if what you want to, right? You wanted to talk about Giuliani and you wanted to drag Ryan there with that bullshit about the Russian shit because you didn't want to talk about real shit. Same shit right now. I think you're proving my fucking point. You tell me, nigga, you didn't have no plans when you came up here?
Oh, wow. Wow.
What? Oh my God, I'm so offended. I've never heard that fucking word. Nigga, you listen to rap music?
Joe,
you're gonna get her channel banned.
Joe, it's not TOS, but it's a word that Joe knows that I don't like him to use on my show. Joe, you know better.
I didn't notice. I'll give it a shot, man, but I ain't gonna bullshit. You know that shit is like water to me.
Joe, the point I'm asking you, if you would care to try to answer, is what should I have been talking about then?
Very good. That's an honest question, and I would say that you had many things you planned on talking about. You should have been presenting another point that you had ready, as opposed to waddling around with him on the
about what topic should
I don't know what your points with the topic. I don't even remember the fucking
Joe
topic, man.
Rob has a list of points that they've covered. He actually read off a few every time he suggested we move on. He'd point over at a list off the screen and be like, "Do you want to go to this one or that one or this other one?" And would go right back to the Russian.
Well, I was working through my notes on the Russian one. So yeah, I did have the most. That was like the first one I researched, and I dug deepest into that one. And I also wanted to follow up on stuff we discussed in the last conversation, and there were more details I learned I wanted to discuss. So yeah, I absolutely stayed more on those points. But to be fair to Rob, I did have like the whole instigation of this debate was a document that he shared with me from the previous panel. So the whole plan was to go through that document specifically.
All right. I'm glad you said that. I was cooking in the kitchen, and the only part I heard, it was for a long time. I made noodles where you talking about that fucking telling him to prove the Mueller report shit, which he clearly couldn't do.
Okay, well, I'm glad you were cooking in the kitchen because you certainly ain't cooking here.
Again, I think you want to fuck me at this point, bro.
No thanks.
My.
Not at all, sir.
You're so emotional.
You're out of it.
You're the one screaming the F word. You're saying I'm
cooling
emotional for
ten.
picking on you.
Allow me to reset the panel, and then we'll kick off with some new questions. Josh with the big 5 says Ryan will be unable to find any evidence that overcomes Rob's blanket distrust of the government and blanket trust in Trump.
I don't think that Rob has quite the blanket trust in Trump, but for the first half, absolutely, definitely.
I've watched Rob. He doesn't have blanket trust in. I've seen him go against what Trump's done. So, like, I have respect for him because he doesn't just sit on one side and, oh, everything this guy does is great. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, no, but he does present a lot of like what I consider to be false equivalencies, where he steers people he steers you into a belief that presents as if Trump is doing things that the Democrats were already doing, and that's why I wanted to walk through all of the nuances, because when we talk about Donald Trump Jr. going to a meeting with Russian government, like people from the Russian government, specifically a private secret meeting, like that and then like Rob will sit here and say why that's so much. That's actually not nearly as bad as when Hillary hired a law firm that hired another company that hired Steele that then used Donchenko as a source. That's actually way worse when Hillary did that. I think when we point real.
Ryan, if I went into a Discord,
I'm sorry, I swore I was still talking.
I know you talk a fucking lot.
Well,
thank you. I know I do. Yeah.
Hold on. Well, stop, gentlemen. Ryan and Rob are both the original panelists. They have the floor is mainly for them, and they're up here having to defend themselves. So yes, I will give them more time. There are 8 or 7 of you and only 2 of them. Yes, that is fair. And Joe Daniel sent in the big 20 and says Joe needs to go sit in a corner and think about his argument a little bit. Stop adding weed to your food, bud.
I'm literally smoking now.
Joe, you're always high. Joe, you've got 20 minutes in the back. I'll set the timer if you want to eat. Okay.
But if I land the plane I was flying, I was just saying that when we present those things and we go into detail on those things, I think it becomes to anyone really paying attention that when we equate those two things, it is cartoonish. Especially, it's cartoonish to equate them. It's even more cartoonish to say what Hillary's team did was actually worse than Donald Trump Jr. actually meeting with Russian officials in Trump Tower and lying about it. That's crazy. But
let me tell you why that's bullshit, Ryan. If I met with some people who knew you personally and I expected them to give me some dirt on you, but then you turned around and you hired Chinese hackers to come up with some fake dirt on me, wouldn't one of us be going to jail? You'd say I go to jail. I say you go to jail. You know what I'm saying? That's fucking retarded. They were shown to have created a fake dossier in court and that the FBI ran with it. But you're sitting there going, oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But the guy that went to a meeting and expected dirt, he should be in trouble. But not the side that showed a fake dossier.
But radical, Ryan, of course, did you just say the dossier wasn't entirely proven to be fake? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that was considered to be unsubstantiated and speculative, but or just probably misinformation. But I think there's a lot of stuff in there that was also considered to be.
But I mean, again, that would be like this. I create a dossier and it says the following. There's a guy named Ryan who goes by the name Radical Coder, and he has a beard and a mustache. And also, he's breeding aliens to commit genocide in the United States. And you say, a lot of what Rob said there has been proven to be true. A lot of it's been proven to be true. Mm-hmm. Most of what he said there has been proven to be true. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff in that dossier that was publicly available information, right? For example, it was publicly available that Carter Page had been doing speeches at Russian universities. Yes, nothing wrong with that. Fine, right? But then people point to that and go, aha, see some of what they said. Yeah, the problem was the shit that was detrimental to Trump that was considered to be like this horrible illegal shit selling out the country was all bullshit. Yes, it was true. There's a man named Donald Trump and that there's a man named Carter Page. What the fuck's that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I think you're downplaying. I don't think that was the only true things were in there that like, oh, Donald Trump did like exist, you know?
Give me one example of a true thing that was in there that wasn't publicly available information.
I don't, that specific request, I can't, off the top of my head, I can't provide that. So, I mean, but that doesn't mean that's not there, right?
Yeah, because you don't feel
just because I can't cite it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
You don't feel it's necessary to look into it because you just want to.
Oh, I would like to. I mean, I do think it's worth looking into. I'm hoping that someone here actually has a better idea and could answer that question.
Well, Ryan told me before that you believe that Trump is a fascist. Sorry, Rob. You told me that. You think he's a fascist and all the ists. You've said that.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
You've also said that you believe that men can give birth, but I don't even think you actually believe that.
You said what? What was the second part?
You also said that you believe men can give birth, but I don't believe you believe that.
For sure.
Oh, no.
No,
we're not going down that road. Not tonight. I'm so over that road.
Ryan, real quick, like there was shit in the dossier that said this. I don't have the specific detail, but it was like, this thing came out of this FBI field office in Miami. And there is no FBI field office in Miami. There was reporting that was like anyone who remotely had any idea of looking at intel would have looked at the dossier and been like, this is a fucking joke. It's a joke. It's so ham-fisted and stupid, and yet the FBI took it and ran with it to be able to spy on Trump's team without ever trying to verify from the subsources whether or not it was true. Then once they did attempt to verify, they found out that the guy said, actually, it was all just sort of jokes and bar talk and whatever. And so they went to the FISA application and said, yeah, we talked to that guy and he's telling the truth. But they didn't say, what he was telling the truth was that he said, I can't believe you guys are using this. I mean, you don't seem to care about that. You're just like, whatever. Trump Jr. tried to meet with Veselnitskaya. By the way, if it was shady for Trump Jr. to try to meet with her, was it shady for Hillary Clinton's team to hire Glenn Simpson, who was her attorney, and met with Veselnitskaya the day before and after Don Jr. did? Was that also shady?
Potentially.
And LWRCLES sends a 5, says Ryan will be unable to find any evidence.
What's so I just wait.
Lower class, what's FTFY mean, man?
Fix that for you.
Oh,
okay. So I just wanted to point out because I was curious, right? I want to know the answer. So I asked ChatGPT like what are claims that were corroborated and supported by the evidence and what things were false. And so here's some true things that were from the dossier. Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Trump campaign members were open to Russian help. Paul Manafort had financial ties to pro-Russian interests in Ukraine. Michael Cohen traveled to Prague to coordinate with Russians. This one was unverified and likely false. And then Carter Page met with Russian officials. This was partially true.
Well, isn't that all publicly available shit? Yeah. Everyone knew Manafort had business relationships with Ukrainians and shit beforehand, right? Again, that's the point. Like they said a bunch of shit that was, and then what's the big thing? Russia would interfere. Like what? That was already publicly available as well. The accusations of it. So, I mean, again, it was just a dossier of shit. There was all this shit. The Cohen thing in Prague, Cohen came out immediately. By the way, this is a dude that turned state's evidence against Trump, right? He came out immediately. He was like, check my fucking passports. The time that I was accused of being in Prague, I'm literally at a ball game. I'm on video. And like, I'm supposed to believe, like it was funny, Sarah, the Mormon debate you had the other day, right? It's like, well, if Joseph Smith was a prophet, that would mean all of his prophecies would have to be true, right? Imagine that tactics. Like, well, sure, 80% of the shit they said was bullshit, but they said one thing that ended up being real. Like, that's the point.
Well, and even the one thing that was real was like circumstantially, it was like already happening.
Right. So, I mean, it's Brian, you see the problem here. Nonetheless, there's no sense. Joe Cool's backstage fuming because I'm relitigating the client that Ryan's making or some shit. So we can move on. For you, Joe, enjoy your week. Well,
you're just to be clear, you're asserting that all of this stuff was already publicly. I'm taking your word for it. That all of that stuff that was in the dossier that I mentioned that did turn out to be true. That all of that was already publicly accessible. Everyone already knew all this stuff. Like you could say that. I don't know if that's true, but I mean,
I'm not saying everything. I'm saying that of the shit that we were considered was salacious, like Carter Page meeting with official, talking to Russian-owned diplomats or Russian diplomats and shit, and like that stuff was publicly knowledge. Like you could find articles that were pre-written that said that. There may have been things that they said that wasn't public knowledge that's benign. Like they could have said like, oh, and Trump, likes borscht or some shit, like I guess maybe. But when it came to the salacious shit, none of it was ever proven, that like alleged crimes. And the only thing that people point to is like, yeah, but there was smoke there, is mostly shit that was publicly available.
And just to be clear, we have not verified that the P-tape is false, right? We don't know that the P-tape is not real. We can't verify that it's not real. There may be a P-tape out there. We don't know for sure either way.
And you prove a negative, right?
Trying to be funny.
Somebody keeps saying my name. I want to give them the opportunity to talk. Whoever.
Sassy.
Yeah, I'm the newbie to the panel. How are you doing?
Good. How are you, Calvin?
Welcome up.
Yeah, Caucasian, that's me. I'm a resident independent, so I don't particularly have care about both parties. So there's not a negative thing that you're going to be able to say to me about the Democrats that I'm not going to be able to agree with. My issue with Rob is, why don't you have an issue or take issue with the Russian meddling in our election? Because I never hear you say anything about that.
I do. I can't believe that Igor Donchenko gave disinformation that the FBI used to spy on Trump's campaign. That's Russia collusion.
No, listen what I'm saying, because you're dodging what I'm saying. Russia. I'm talking about Russia did the whole thing that they did.
Yes.
Disinformation, breaking into the DNC and stealing emails and things of that nature. A foreign country did that to our U.S. election and tried to interfere in our election. I'm trying to figure out, you as a person who says you about have adversity to criminality and corruption, especially when it comes to the FBI. I'm trying to see that same type of interest when it comes to to the Russians, because it seems biased to me. So,
okay, first off, I'll answer your question, I promise. Do you have a problem with what the Democrats and the FBI did?
No, yeah.
Okay, and so do you think that the FBI was doing far worse than what Russia's accused of? Like when they got illegal FISA warrants to spy on the Trump team, was that worse than what Russia did?
I don't think so.
Explain.
Because when I look at the intent of the FBI, what they were trying to do is go at someone who is engaged in undermining our country, which is Russia, right? So they're wait a minute. So if they're going after Russia, who is a foreign nation coming after our country, and they did something kind of sneaky, I'll give them leeway. But I'm always going to look at the country that came at us, who's not supposed to be here, that's not supposed to be doing anything of corrupt in our country. I'm going to look at them more harshly because it's an outside nation attacking our country.
Okay, so a couple things to say about this, right? One, how convenient. When the FBI illegally goes after Trump, it was for benevolent reasons. They were just trying to protect us from those dastardly Russians. I hope you'll keep that energy up. There's credible reporting that the FBI tried to cover up the fact that China interfered in the 2024 election on the behest of Democrats. So if Trump's FBI and Kash Patel decides to get illegal FISA warrants to spy on Democrats, I'm sure you'll say, I don't really have a problem with that. They're just trying to protect us from the Chinese. Secondly, I don't believe the claim that Russia was the ones that hacked the DNC. It may have happened. If so, that's terrible, and they should be held accountable for that. Democrats called it an act of war. That's great. I guess we're going to war with fucking Russia now because it's an act of, that's silly. But I don't believe it. There's several reasons why I don't believe it. First, the DNC refused to hand over their server for the FBI to look at it. Instead, they handed a copy of the server out. Secondly, the FBI did not demand that they hand over that server, even though it was their policy that they get access to the original material to be able to do their investigation. Instead, they relied on the word of an organization called CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike was the tech firm that the Democrats hired, and it was them that said, oh, it was Russia that hacked us and hacked the DNC server, and I think John Podesta's email, if I'm not mistaken. The evidence that we were then given was that the most sophisticated hackers in the world, or amongst the most sophisticated, we know that it was them because they have these signatures called Cozy Bear, and I forget what the other is. And so they accidentally left their signature when they were doing this hack. The story sounds incredibly suspect, and I think that there are foreign actors that are constantly trying to meddle in our in elections. In fact, Brennan, there is credible reporting that Brennan at the CIA covered up evidence that Russia was actually preferring Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump because they found her to be predictable, and they were afraid that Donald Trump would be unpredictable. But yes, it's terrible if any foreign country tries to interfere in our election. I think if we ever get to the truth, you'll find out that the UK interfered far more significantly than Russia. We know that Ukraine interfered by giving the Black Ledger that ended up not ever being able to be proved. A DNC operative named Alexandra Chalupa actually admitted to going to Ukraine to get dirt on Trump, and we know that they interfered. This sadly happens all the time, not just in the United States, but in countries around the world. Foreign adversaries and allies interfere in our elections. Of course, I condemn it when it happened, but when our domestic spy agencies are targeting one party and helping the other, that's far more significant than Pokemon Go ads and Facebook and even the alleged hacking of DNC.
So that's terribly dishonest. That's a long-winded, dishonest answer, because it's evident that someone did get the information because it was released. We know that. So someone stole it, right?
Seth Rich.
Well, let me finish. Yeah. So George Papadopoulos, right? George Papadopoulos put the evidence in Russia's hand, right? And that person came from Trump team. One. And two, we know that Trump, while in the middle of this campaign, didn't he solicit Russia to steal Hillary's email as well? Didn't he do that?
Okay, so two things. One, was the first thing you said that we know George Papadopoulos put evidence into Russia's hands? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That couldn't be further from the truth. Can you show me any proof of that?
George Papadopoulos didn't say Russia had information on Hillary.
That's different than he put evidence in Russia's hands.
So he's pointing the hands at the culprit.
What happened was, let's deal with the second claim first, then we'll go back to this. The second claim that Trump asked Russia to hack, that's called a joke. Trump was making it. So just to be clear, you sincerely believe that Donald Trump went.
Called Russia, right?
Let me finish.
He called Russia, right?
Let me finish. Okay. You sincerely believe that Donald Trump went on national television and illegally asked Russia to hack his opponent. That's what you sincerely believe.
That's what he did.
That's not what he did. What he did was he made a joke by the fact that the FBI was clearly corrupt and covering up for. Would you please let me finish, right? It was clearly a joke. Here was what the joke was. Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence. The FBI let it go. Everyone was alleging that Hillary's private server would have been hacked. In fact, there was intel that suggested this would have been hacked while she was Secretary of State by foreign adversaries like China, Russia, North Korea, etc. So Trump was making the joke, we'll never know what was in those emails that were deleted, I guess, unless Russia has them. Hey, Russia, can you show us what those emails were? That was it. It wasn't some nefarious plot that Donald Trump was public. And everyone with half a brain knows it. Hillary Clinton later made the same joke. Hillary Clinton later, after the election, said, hey, Russia, if you have Trump's tax returns, can you leak them? Was that Hillary Clinton? Yes or no? Was that Hillary Clinton legitimately asking Russia to hack Trump's tax returns?
Sorry, you asking me that?
I am asking you that.
I don't know anything about that.
Of course you don't. But let's say that I'm correct. Hillary Clinton at one point said, hey, Russia, if you got Trump's tax returns, can you release them? Is that honestly her saying, I want you to hack or to steal Trump's private tax returns? Would you believe that?
I believe.
Can't that be a joke? Sorry.
No, if she said that, then I believe she wanted that to happen. Yeah.
No, Coder, tell him that that's a joke that Hillary was making.
I mean, I think it makes sense to interpret that as a joke, but the punchline of that joke is Trump making the request earlier. Like, she's making fun of Trump asking that. So
that's the punchline of Trump's joke.
A little bit
was
different.
That the FBI allowed her team to get away with deleting subpoenaed evidence, and everyone assumed that our foreign adversaries had all of those emails because she had her fucking server in her bathroom. And so he's saying the FBI isn't going to get to the bottom of it. I guess it's up to Russia to release it now. That's what the joke was. He did not break the law and ask Russia to hack on national TV. That's fucking absurd. Now to your first point about Papadopoulos. Okay, let's talk about it for a second. Papadopoulos talks to this Maltese professor named Joseph Misfit. Ryan, would you agree that Joseph Misfit, according to the Mueller report in the FBI, is the central Russian spy that started off the whole Russia investigation? He's the Russian spy that pointed George Papadopoulos to talk to this other Russian dude. Agreed? That's the start of the investigation.
If that's the guy who, wait, so George, yeah, because I know the original, the inciting incident was George Papadopoulos' comments. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so he goes and talks to this dude, then he talks to Alexander Downer. We already talked about this. Joseph Misfit was interviewed by the FBI. The FBI said that they thought Joseph Misfit lied. Now, other people that allegedly lied, like Paul Manafort and George Papadopoulos, who weren't considered Russian spies, they were charged for lying. But for some reason, the FBI didn't charge Joseph Misfit. In fact, beyond that, they never charged him with being the central Russian spy. When Mueller was asked about this by Jim Jordan, he became incredulous and said, "We don't talk about charging decisions." If you're right that Calvin C., that this was the central issue, it shows just how evil these Russians are. Why didn't they charge Joseph Misfit?
Is it plausible that we had more concrete evidence against Stone and Manafort than we did against Misfit?
No, it's not, because we already admitted, the FBI admitted that he lied, so they could have at least charged him for lying.
They admitted that he thought he lied.
No. They admitted that he lied. And even beyond that, it is part and parcel to the FBI's narrative and Mueller's narrative that this was the central spy that started it. But even if you make that argument, Ringyald, Mueller's team also charged 13 people from the Internet Research Agency. Charges that later had to be dropped because they were so there's no excuse if you're going to charge random people posting on Pokemon Go and Facebook, right? Why you wouldn't go after the central Russian spy that was starting it all? And I'll tell you why. The reason is if we ever find out, if we ever do an investigation, all of Joseph Misfit's friends said he taught at these universities and had ties to Italian intelligence and UK intelligence. We always thought he was an asset for UK intelligence. And what we're going to find out is this was a plot from the get-go, that this was set up, that Western intelligence was working with the Obama administration in order to put this out there. Oh, Russians might do something nefarious. George Papadopoulos talks to the dude and they go, bam, there's the hook we have for investigating Trump. That's what's going to happen. And you could call me a conspiracy theory. We'll see. But the last thing I'll say, and I'll ask Ryan this as well, in addition to you, Calvin, is we are told the official start of the investigation into Trump's team with Russia collusion was in July of 2016. Correct, Ryan?
I don't know the timeline that exactly, but sure, I'll take your word for it.
If we find out that it was before this, then that would mean the FBI lied. Correct?
It depends on the exact claim, but yeah, potentially.
Okay, we'll see.
Wait, so what did the informant lie about?
What did Misfit lie about? I don't remember the specific details, but the FBI put in their notes that they thought Misfit lied to them.
They thought Misfit lied to them, or they found that he did lie?
They claimed that he lied.
So I'm and again, as ChatGPT says, grain of salt always. But right here it says lied but no prosecution. Mueller's report states that Misfit lied to the FBI by saying he didn't know about the emails and that he hadn't met Papadopoulos again. Allegations corroborated by other contacts. Yet, despite his misleading statements, prosecutors chose not to bring any charges.
So they charged. So we're told that the meeting between Misfit and Papadopoulos obviously happened, which is the reason for the start of the investigation. But Misfit said it didn't happen, which they have proof from corroborating witnesses it did, and yet they don't charge him with the lie. So go on, Ringyald. Tell me how they didn't have proof.
No, I was asking the question. I'm not making a claim.
I will say additionally that Mueller emphasized that they did not have enough evidence. I think Rob touched on this, but so he emphasized that they did not have enough evidence to issue a charge, and Congress later scrutinized whether he was working for Russian intelligence. Mueller would not confirm. The inconclusiveness made a criminal case unlikely.
Rinyard and Ryan, you guys keep falling for Rob's little trick. Rob just did a little excellent job at diverting everyone from the top issue at hand. He's got y'all talking about something else. My focus right now is, did the Russians do it? And we have our intel saying that the Russians did it. We have all of Congress agreeing with the intel that the Russians did it.
All of Congress prove it. All of Congress said that. Go ahead.
Let me finish. And we have people on Trump's administration, on his team, Papadopoulos and both Trump, putting pointing the finger at Russia. So, and Ryan and Rob wants us to believe today that he questions Russia was the one that truly did it.
Did what? Hacked the emails?
Yes.
No, I don't believe they did.
All of that.
So let me ask you this.
In our elections. Go ahead.
I think not only did Russia interfere in the 2016 election, they did so in the 2012, the 2008, the 2004, the 90, the 2000, the 96, the 90. Yes, you're asking me something. You're lying about me. Show me saying that I said that Russia didn't interfere. Show me. Show me saying that.
2016 in their interference.
Show me saying that Russia
is an agreement that Russia did it.
Calvin, be quiet and listen. You said that I said that Russia didn't interfere in the 2016 election. Show me where I said that.
Okay, you agree. Cool. Let's move forward.
Yes, they did just like they always do. So you lied. You lied when I said that I said they didn't. In fact, I said quite to the opposite. I assumed they did just like they always do. Admit that you lied.
I'm even lying all night, Rob.
And let me interrupt for a few more. Lower class says, shoulders down, confidence lost, now grasping for straws. Rob, win. B-Twix says, just remember every time Coder looks to his left, he's entering prompts into Chat GPT.
He takes his target voice directly out of Chat GPT. So does Calvin.
He does also clarify, like, grain of salt, and he is prefacing anything he uses from Chat GPT to say, I'm using this just to see, for summary purposes. I understand.
Sorry, I also wanted to point out that when I'm looking to the left, I'm actually looking at you all because my left monitor right here is where StreamYard is. So this is where I look to see Rob, to make eye contact with Rob. So when I'm looking to the left, I'm actually looking straight at Rob during the conversation.
A lot of streamers do that. They have multiple screens. B-Twix says, Ryan, is Russian collusion morally acceptable if it advances my worldview in preferred outcomes? If not, why? What if collusion is necessary to win?
Russian collusion is bad regardless. I don't want Russia colluding in my elections. I don't.
You say, but the question was, is it morally acceptable? If Trump's this fascist, evil guy that you're talking about, if colluding with Russia would have helped Kamala Harris win, would you have found it morally acceptable to do so?
No, but I mean, I could. There's a degree. There's a world where I can imagine, like there being an existential threat of Trump that could be, but like Russia's also run by a fascist like dictator, so I don't know why. Like that would be a terrible example, But no collusion.
Sarcastic Warlock says, never get involved in a land war in Asia, but only slightly less well known is this: never get in a debate over political minutia with Rob Noerr.
I'll answer Calvin here real quick, if you don't mind. I don't believe that Russia hacked. If they did hack the DNC, absolutely they should be scrutinized, and absolutely that's terrible. I don't give a shit if they hack to help Trump or hack to help Hillary. Any outside country, be it our ally or enemy, that is interfering in our election through illegal means, it is despicable, and that there are measures that should be taken against that. I don't think we should go to war, but absolutely. Do I think that Russia interfered? Yes, I think they interfered to help both sides. Maybe they interfered even more to help Trump. That pales in comparison to the FBI interfering.
So I just want, as I say, preface ChatGPT, okay? So apparently what we know is CrowdStrike's forensic analysis. So a cybersecurity firm hired by the DNC identified 2 Russian-linked hacker groups, Cozy Bear and Fancy Bear, inside DNC systems in mid-2016 using distinctive malware, command and control servers, and other tools tied to known Russian cyber operations. In 2016, December, the CIA, NSA, FBI, and the Director of National Intelligence issued a high-confidence assessment that the GRU, Russia's military intelligence, directed the DNC hack to damage Hillary Clinton and aid Trump.
Did they ever look at the server? Did they ever get the server? Just curious.
Did they ever get the server?
Yes. Did they get the DNC server that was hacked?
Wait, when you say they, who are you referring to?
The FBI, the intelligence agents that had this assessment.
FBI ever get the hacked DNC server? No, they didn't have physical possession of it.
That's what
according to ChatGPT again.
Right.
But the DNC hired CrowdStrike, which was a private cybersecurity firm that investigated the breach.
Right.
So, what does that prove?
It proves that CrowdStrike, they relied on the copy of the server that the DNC hired, the team the DNC hired. That's what they relied on. If this was Ryan and Calvin, do you?
So you're speculating that there was foul play.
Let me finish. Ryan and Calvin, if it's true that Russia hacked, do you think that's a very grave, serious thing?
But of course.
Ryan?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
Don't you think then that our investigative agencies, it's beyond more than just Hillary or the DNC at that point, right? This is an attack on our elections. So don't you think that our FBI should have physical access to the direct evidence as opposed to having to rely?
I don't know why they didn't.
Why is that your focus? Why is that your focus? That they didn't give you the fact that Russia has the incriminating evidence. Do you need to see that the hard drive to prove that?
No, but the FBI does.
They got the stolen email, right? Why do you need to see that to make
Who
you
has
mad
the
at
stolen
Russia?
email? Who had the stolen email?
I'm still trying to figure out why you're not mad at Russia.
Let me repeat myself. I don't believe that there's proof that Russia hacked the DNC. If they did, it's despicable. They certainly did interfere like they do in every election. It's despicable. So do countries like the UK, Spain, North Korea, Iran, Zimbabwe. I assume pretty much every country's doing it. It's despicable. We need to have more secure elections. Yes, and that pales in comparison to our FBI. Calvin, since you're so concerned about this, would you acknowledge we now have reports that China perhaps interfered with mail-in ballots, issuing fake voter IDs to trick mail-in ballots? Seeing as how it's so despicable when foreign countries interfere, should we have more secure elections having voter ID and in-person voting? Surely you would be for that if you're concerned about foreign interference in our elections, correct?
I would definitely I'm a proponent of voter ID in terms of mail-in voting. It's either way there.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
You said voter ID, and what's the second part did you say?
Mail-in. You said in terms of mail-in voting, and then I missed what you said. You trailed off.
Yeah, I don't really care about mail-in voting, but I definitely agree with showing your voter ID.
But you are aware that almost every assessment shows that mail-in voting is far more susceptible to interference, including from hostile actors. How could you say you don't care? Isn't your entire criticism of me that I don't care about Russia potentially interfering? It seems that you don't care.
No, I do care. I would assume that the people that have organized this situation have taken the necessary step to show that the people who are in voting at that point in time are the actual people who have IDs to vote. I trust.
Well, that's a bold assumption and a bold blind faith. What would you say if it turns out that China did interfere in 2024 and that the FBI downplayed that? What would you say then? Would your assumption still?
I would have an issue with that.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make is what people want to do, and Calvin, you're doing the same. You say, "Oh, trust me, bro, I'm independent. And then you make absurd claims. It's like, well, if the FBI did illegally spy on Trump's team, I don't have that much of a problem with it because I assume they did it for good reasons. Go fuck yourself.
No, that's not what
said.
That's not what said. You gave me an ultimatum. You told me which one is worse. That's what you did.
Okay, let me rephrase then. You said that you give the benefit of the doubt that the intent from the FBI when they were illegally spying on Trump's team was just to go after those dastardly Russians. So therefore, you don't think it's as bad as Russia interfering through Pokemon Go and Facebook ads and the potential hack of the DNC?
I would say this. You're not going to convince me that a foreign government interfering in our election is not more worse than what the FBI did. However,
any foreign government?
However, I say this to your point. I am happy that the Durham report brought out this information in terms of what FBI was doing, because otherwise we would have never known that they were doing this type of corrupt stuff. So I do appreciate the Durham report.
So if any foreign government interferes, that's worse than what the FBI did.
In this, I'll go by this specific situation, in a specific case.
What is it about this specific case? Because when I bring up countries that interfere on behalf of Democrats, I bet I'll be shocked to find out that you say that it's also not that big of a deal.
I don't think you can find a situation that matches this.
Sure. 2016, we saw that the Democrat operatives specifically went to Ukraine, a person by the name of Alexander Chalupa. The Financial Times wrote an article referencing this, I believe, in late August of 2016. And one of the sub-headlines of the article was, Ukrainian officials admit to interfering, however indirectly, with the United States 2016 election. That's blatant.
Repeat that. Where'd you get that from?
Financial Times article that admits that Russia or Ukrainian officials were admitting to interfering in the 2016 election because they thought Trump would be bad for them and that he would be good for Russia. And so they were interfering. They released this black ledger, which was never proven to be true, that's where the investigation of Paul Manafort came from. Alexander Chalupa was a DNC operative that was going over to Ukraine. This is admitted collusion with Ukraine. That admitted, we have their officials, parliamentarians. I believe the guy's name was Lyshenko, Sergei Lyshenko, a parliamentarian over there in Ukraine that admitted that he was interfering in the election.
Well, I would need to see proof of that and research that. One.
Well, you got an assignment.
And two, that doesn't compare to what.
The chat has an assignment. Your 5 out of 10 goals for the DGen Power Hour, and you only have 7 minutes to finish it. And while you guys are working on that, if you want to keep going, let me read a few. And let me just kind of fly through some of these quick, brief responses as we can, because there are some that I really need to get to. Gordzilla with the big 5 says, can you put a hold until next time Ryan is not a debate guest and then time him out for 5 minutes?
Denied.
Gordzilla did continue on to say that they were just kidding. But Gordzilla, if you do want to have that credit, it is welcome. You just got to let me know next round. Speedy Lee with the big 5 says, plot twist, Rob is an advanced deep state AI that's destroying ChatGPT / Ryan right now.
We both appreciate the use of AI.
He's paid by Soros's brother, but Soros, other Soros.
Other Soros.
Ross.
And chat, you now have only 6 minutes left to get 5 more of those super chats in, or else the tomato goes night-night, and I'm okay with going night-night today. So either do it or we close down. Gordzilla following up again, is being disingenuous a prerequisite of being a left-wing debater, Ryan, or is it just you? Nah, it's all of you.
I really don't feel like I've been disingenuous at all throughout this conversation. I mean, like, if we can point to something specific where I'm like being disingenuous, like I think not having like a fully formed opinion on some specific topic and being open to being like, I don't know, maybe there's more information that could change. Like I don't think that's like a disingenuous position. I think that's just like healthy skepticism and not like taking everything that Rob says for granted, because oftentimes when I dig into it, I find that there's nuances that I think are important to bring up and that make the story appear a little bit different than his characterization of it. And I think this happens over and over again, which is kind of my whole thing here.
Found a lot today.
Fair enough.
I mean, I know one thing that Rob got wrong is comparing black nationalists to white nationalists.
True.
Fair enough. And just for the record, I still have Joe Cool, Rinyald, and Abe Dinkus hanging out backstage. If you want them on, you know what to do. And you've got less than 5 minutes to do it. You might as well throw something in and get somebody booted if you so choose. Sarcastic Warlock says, Ryan, what is your favorite ice cream flavor and what makes it superior to all others? Avocado-based ice cream is not welcome in my house. Bad?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of avocados, but my favorite ice cream flavor is the Bluebell cookie two-step, which is specifically cookies and cream mixed with chunks of cookie dough. It is, it's a blue container. Highly recommend. If anyone has not tried it, it is the best ice cream in the world.
I just prefer chocolate.
4 minutes left and 2 more super chats left to go. I know you can do it, chat. I believe in you. Fuck It Button says, is anyone still believing the very fine people hoax is clearly too dumb and dishonest to be of any value? Slowing down Democrats equals threats. Dude is cooked.
I like demon rats better as like a, but whatever.
I still think that calling it a very fine people hoax is a little bit misleading. I think there is reason to believe that Trump played fast and loose with condemning those people, and again, like when we point to like what they were actually there protesting, they were protesting the removal of Confederate statues that were put up to intimidate Black people. So I think it's really worth digging into the nuances of what's going on here.
More white people
all
than
you
Black
have to
people,
do
so white people's
to know
opinion is worth more in this case.
all you have to do to know that he wasn't talking about white supremacists is listen to the rest of the quote. He said, I am not talking about white supremacists. Right after he said there's very fine people on both sides, I don't mean the white supremacists. You just had to take 15 more seconds and listen to the rest of what he had to say. And you
mostly, mainly, it was primarily white supremacists protest, but okay.
You can't expect that much from this guy.
Black people.
I mean, you also have to remember that you have to write was also at that rally.
It was those statues weren't put up to intimidate anybody. They were put up to celebrate the accomplishments of those people.
Conveniently in the 1930s and 20s when civil rights movements were starting to get off the ground, and they just very conveniently
during the Jim Crow era of the United
Well,
States.
I think also with the statues, right? Like what is it like? Is it called present? There's a word we use, presentism, right? Where we talk about the idea that we're like talking about a certain situation during that time, right? Like I always looked at the concept of slavery, right? It was what we would consider a market, right? You go shopping for a person, and it's bad, right? We view that as very bad at this point, but in that time, people looked at things very differently. Just the same as the statues at the time, they looked at those statues as something, of good things or whatever.
Well, and if I can, you see the danger in this, right? Like, so imagine, I think this is so funny. Imagine like Democrat icons like Jay-Z. Imagine when we have recency bias 40 years from now and people hear the song Big Pimpin' and they're like, oh my God, that's misogynistic. We need to cancel everything that was ever Jay-Z. It will come for you people as well. And just to be, so two could play this game. I too could use AI. I use Grok because I'm a man, unlike ChatGPT. But most notable case of a removal of a founding father statue was Thomas Jefferson in New York City Hall in 2021. The city's public design commission under de Blasio voted unanimously to relocate the 7-foot statue. The decision was driven by Jefferson's history as a slave owner. So yes, Trump was correct, as were the people that said, once you start pulling down these historic statues, next they'll come from the founding fathers, which I'm sure Brian's okay with as an advocate for CRT that thinks that you can't be racist against white people.
And they got rid of the best president statue, Teddy Roosevelt statue.
Yes,
but like at that time, though, like there were a lot of people that had slaves, right? Like,
so I want to speak to that, Sarah, because the presentism thing, I think it's an interesting perspective, especially if you're trying to understand how people were engaging with these ideas at the time. It's absolutely very, very valuable to look at. What I would encourage people to do is consider the perspective of the people who were owned, people who were being enslaved. Those people, no matter how the world around them, hang on. No matter how the world around them feels about them being owned, that person is still in a miserable state of affairs. Just like they're being enslaved, regardless of if people around them are justifying it and they don't see it as like a horrible thing. It is still a horrible thing happening to that person. Okay, that's the thing. I agree,
slavery is bad, but have you ever actually brought your head up from your victimhood narrative to look around?
Nope. Never.
I mean, the difference is with the statues that were taken down, the Confederate statues, they were specifically put up by the Daughters of the Confederacy to show Black people that they weren't supposed to be there. They were purposely put there to intimidate the Black population during the Jim Crow era to make sure that they knew their place.
Can you show me your reference for that?
Covered from the Civil War.
I want to know. I want to see the actual because.
I've read a report on it. I referenced a report on it before. I'll bring it up.
You can just look up the Daughters of the Confederacy. They were the ones that funded those statues.
Hold on. Didn't Rob just say that the Jefferson one was that? Did you say that was in New York?
2021.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
But what I'm saying.
That's different. That's different, guys. Everything else is right.
Hold on.
Yes, that's not. Thomas Jefferson's not a Confederate soldier.
But wasn't New York like anti? Like they were the North. They were against that kind of stuff. Like he just said that they put the intentions behind the statues were to put slaves back in their place and to let them know that. But like Then why tear down the top, like the one in New York, if the intention wasn't there?
So I don't know what the reason for them removing the top. I'm actually about to look up
owner.
what the reason for the Thomas Jefferson stuff. I mean, there could be more to this. And again, if they move to a museum or whatever, like, cool. But with regards to the specific Confederate statues that are in like public squares and stuff, a lot of these were actually put up again by the Daughters of Confederacy, put up specifically because there was civil rights movements that were advancing, and they were put as a check against that and as an intimidation tactic against black people in those areas. And I'm going to pull
Ryan, if I may real quick go down this line of thought with you, I don't disagree with you. If you think about what slaves went through, it's fucking horrific, and we should to some extent talk about like the eyes of their perspective, but it still doesn't answer the recency bias criticism that Sarah's making. Let's say 50 years from now that there's a UN declaration that AI has human rights, and that you, Ryan, are then declared basically a slave owner because there's videos of you back in the day forcing AI against its will to work for you for free. Won't you look at it through the poor eyes of the AI? And you say, that sounds ridiculous. Similarly, would have sounded ridiculous to people back in the day when it came to... The point is, of course...
No, I don't think it would similarly sound ridiculous. I don't think that people actually...
Like, machine to a person.
Well,
I just don't understand where their head was at back then. You have no idea where the societal like mindset was.
It was it was a market, right? Like we viewed slaves as tools in that ass. I say we, but like they were utilized.
People knew they were humans, by the way. People pretended they weren't. People grew up believing they were like subhuman, whatever.
Stop because they didn't. I'm not saying that they were subhuman, but how it was viewed during that time, it was a market trade. It was the same as buying a tool. So when now, if there are there any slaves alive today?
Yes.
Well, there were countries. Well, also that
all over the world.
Hold on. If it was so intimidating, right, back during that time, but there's nobody today that is alive who would stand the test of the intimidation or the meaning behind it or anything, right? So we look at the meaning as this is historical and it's part of our society, whether good or bad, all of these different things. And most of these people that were tearing down statues have more good than bad about them, like the Jefferson, right? That's a very big person in our historical world. And we're just going to wash them away because they were participating in a market, a shopping market. And I say it the way I know it sounds terrible. I know it sounds terrible, but like that's what we're doing.
They were native large plantations. Like throughout the world, they still had that labor.
A joke that I like to make is that we were trying to...
Before we make jokes and shit, I want to point to, first of all, there were people in the 1960s...
Ryan, shut up. Someone else was talking.
No, you shut the fuck up, bitch. There were people in the 1960s in the Deep South who were not aware that they were free, by the way. People who were enslaved. So when you ask if there are people who are alive, some of these people might still be alive.
No, they're not.
No, I'm talking about the 1960s to be cast. I'm talking about the 1960s. I am talking about the 1960s to be 100%
You are way off then because it was the 1860s and you're talking about the reason why they do Juneteenth.
No, you just don't know what I'm referring to, which is fine, but don't tell me I'm way off when you don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Right.
What I was going to say was
with the big five, and he says, "Have you bought Rachel's book yet, Ryan?"
I've told this guy over and over.
I believe it's available on audio too now.
Yeah,
I told this guy over and over. If he cash apps me the money for it, I will buy it and read it on stream. I've said this 100 times to him.
Has to be. I was just going to say.
Read it. Let me get through some super chats, and I'll give it back to you, Chirpy. I don't think you can actually legally read it on stream. That would be copyright. But you can provide a summary, a synopsis of it, and your thoughts. Kissy Cat with the big five says, "Joe, you can call me that." I believe that was in regards to the N word. The fuck it button says with a big five, Sarah, you are an angel for entertaining this delusional and brainless decade-old liberal prattle. I'm tapped out on how much I can tolerate. Have fun. Thank you, fuck it button. Kazoom with the big five. Rob is more knowledgeable about these subjects than anyone else here and is also a fantastic debater. I'm on the left, but Rob would win. Bill Hicks, of course, booted Rinald. And backstage, I still have Rinald, Joe Cool, and now Brick hanging backstage waiting for somebody else to boot. And I asked and you answered. You met the super chat goal. Kissy Cat with the big 5 and then also sending another 5. And of course, Rob's sending a big 10 and says Ryan got crushed in the debate, but is probably still more attractive than Rob.
Just once again to point to the misinformation that Rob spreads here. I have him on record saying that Radical Coder is definitely more attractive than Rob, and now he's backpedaled. Probably.
No, whoa.
I thought the dog won. I thought the dog won last time we ran this poll.
And listen, you're far uglier this time than last. I don't know, you're not taking care of yourself or some shit. So just because it was obvious last time, look at this Uggo now. He's only lucky I'm so goddamn grotesque, so he wins probably. But
Cope's back for the
today. Okay.
And of course, Kissy Cat sending another 5 to hit the goal. Evan Lord said kick Calvin and bring up Dinkus. That did happen. Calvin removed himself, so that kind of happened naturally. And another new account, last one, and then I'll give it back to you, Trippy. Another new account says, Ryan, should we erase every statue, school, and reference to Democrat Woodrow Wilson because he was kind of racist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing to remove all references to any. What I'm pointing to is specific statues that were put up in specific areas to intimidate black people, not slaves, by the way, to your earlier point, Sarah. They weren't put up to intimidate slaves. They were put to intimidate black people, free people who were living in those areas at the time. And it was to prevent them from moving closer to those areas and stuff, or to enter those areas. And a lot of these places end up being sundown towns even today. So places where, and by that I mean areas where black people probably shouldn't walk around at night for obvious reasons.
There's no areas where white people shouldn't walk, right? We fucking know that. Let me ask you though, Ryan, on this issue, right? On this issue specifically, I have some black friends and they are horribly offended by the symbolism and the name of the Democratic Party. After all, the Democratic Party were the creators of the Ku Klux Klan. Should we dismantle the Democratic Party and the name and symbolism with them because it brings up frightening images of the KKK, which the Democrats founded?
I think we should be open and honest about the history of the Democratic Party and how it's evolved over time, and how the Republican Party currently manifests way more of those specific values.
But wait, we could have that discussion, but the argument I'm making is about historical symbolism, right? If the statues that were put up in the 20s could intimidate people today because they have Confederate generals, couldn't a person equally be intimidated because the iconography of the Democratic Party is the same iconography and name of the Democratic Party that founded the KKK? Why not dismantle everything that has the Democratic name on it and change their name to a more acceptable thing that wouldn't intimidate black people?
I don't think black people are Rob, your point
doesn't work.
Why doesn't it there, Casey?
It doesn't work because of the fact you're talking before the party switch. The Democratic Party was the Republican Party of that time. There was a switch. Now the current Republican Party.
Okay, hold on. I have a question to this. Can either of you, Ryan or Casey, can you explain to me why the Democrats, their entire history, have always been a collectivist party and focused more on writing legislation for people based on groups than being an individualist party, going back to Abraham Lincoln, where he abolished slavery, not for black people, but for everybody. And every bit of legislation the Republican Party has ever written has been individualist. They have not written one piece of legislation based on race. Can you please explain that to me, and then explain how there was some kind of party switch?
So, I mean, first of all, didn't Abe Lincoln specifically say that if he could save the Union without freeing a single slave, he would?
That has no idea. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm talking about the legislation.
It's pretty relevant to the point you're trying to make, right?
No, it's not. It has nothing to do. I'm not bringing up your bitch-ass quotes. Answer the fucking question.
Whoa, settle
down. I don't believe your analysis.
I mean, if you look at Abe Lincoln's history,
I don't care about what you think of my analysis. I'm asking a question. Can you answer it? I'm so tired of dumbass people making this stupid fucking claim. Back your shit up.
The party's definitely switched.
Yes, and I was talking about Lincoln and his ideas about black people.
He'll never be able to prove it.
How he did not see them as actual people. He was a fan of wanting to send them to Liberia, which was a popular idea during that time.
Liberia. What's wrong with that?
Do you even know what Liberia is?
Yeah, it was the American colony we had during the time over in Africa. What's wrong with
where
sending
people
them
wanted
there?
to go there, and we gave them that country. That's what happened.
and they became their own slave owners, and they were very happy with it, and they wanted more black people to go over there so they can maintain their elite status.
Yes,
Frederick
sir. That's
Douglass
right.
is
That's very
descendant
true.
For,
yeah.
like the dictators there for not too long ago until the country hit the shitter, and it's now it's chaos.
But listen, but listen, I don't buy this party switch argument, but let's concede it for a second, just for the sake of argument, and say we concede it. It's still not going to get to the heart of my criticism, because let's use another analogy. Let's say that over the next 5 years, the organization known as the KKK has an about face. And all of a sudden, they start advocating for Jewish people and black people. And 30 years from now, they're very effective advocates. Could there not still be a claim that that's great that you've switched, but still that name, that imagery, the hoods, the name, the KKK is still offensive based on what it historically meant? If you say yes, certainly, why couldn't they just change their name? Then why couldn't the Democrats just change their name? They are the party. That is the name. That is the symbolism that existed when they created the KKK. If we're really about getting rid of offensive symbolism of the past, because now we're looking at things through a different lens, why not rip down everything that says Democrat? They could say we switched, but still, that name is the name that's associated with the foundation of the KKK. So why not just why not call?
I'll tell you what, if the KKK over the next 100 years slowly evolves into a completely different and entirely like anti-racist organization, like over a long period of time, I'm not opposed to that. Right? That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about, if the KKK switched tomorrow, obviously we wouldn't take that seriously, right? But like the Democratic Party didn't switch overnight. We're talking about a long history of evolving political ideology.
But Ryan, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, because what you would say is, why don't you just change the name? Change the name. Why would you still call yourself the KKK? Change the fucking name. We're glad that you switched. We're still hesitant to believe you, but great. We'll take you as an ally, but change the fucking name. Right?
Again, this is something that's happening over like 150 years minimum, if
you
not
don't
more.
Have a good answer. Like it's all about.
I think it's perfect. I think it is a good answer to talk about the time scale that we're looking at.
It's not. Here's another. What if we definitively?
It's not bullshit, lower class. You can't follow it. That's
now
fine.
We want to look at. Now we want to look at time scales. Now,
right. Also, I've always wanted to look at time scales. Don't gaslight me, Sarah.
Real quick. What if 30 years from now we're able to definitively prove that Martin Luther King was abusive to women? Should we tear down statues of him?
He might have been.
I mean, he said he was.
Yeah.
You don't think I can say that like he might have been misogynist in some ways, and that like so
tear it down?
Tear it down.
MLK,
I'm not saying that either.
Boulevard? Why not?
That's
offensive to women.
There's like an MLK. There's an MLK.
Because you're not putting up MLK.
Hang on. Every city.
You're not putting up MLK Boulevard to say women can't go here.
Yet that symbolism still exists.
And what does every MLK Boulevard have in common? Crime.
You can't drive there.
The reason I get so heated is because cushion kids like these two right here, they spout misinformation, disinformation, all this, and then literally everything they believe stands on a bunch of piss and lies, and there's nothing else.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, but you haven't demonstrated that at all. And you've just like
you're the one saying there's a party switch. I said prove it, and you go, well, I don't want to.
By the way, I posted a history.com article about how the party of Lincoln won over the 170.
Still haven't answered my question.
I literally posted a source from history.com, dumbass.
You still haven't answered my question.
Says, shut up, both of you. With the big five, the phenomenon you're referring to is often called the party realignment or Southern realignment.
It's incredibly well documented.
Still haven't answered my question.
Fuck your
documented. Who cares about that shit, dude? And you're gonna say, "Oh, he switched dad." Go ahead, sorry.
Backstage, I still have Rinald patiently waiting to come back up, a Brick waiting to come up, and Joe Cool as well. If you'd like to boot anyone, you can boot anyone except for Ryan and Rob. And Rude Mud Crab says, "America was once okay with slaves. Country rebrand, please."
This is exactly the logic they're trying to apply, but let me offer an alternative, right? Let's contextualize our history by teaching things like critical race theory, which acknowledge the racist past of the United States and how it was enshrined into our laws and how race was constructed through our laws, right?
Yes,
and
keep it alive.
If we contextualize this history of the Democratic Party as well,
APR on racism, guys. We need to keep it alive. We need to keep it alive.
It's called acknowledging its impacts today, lower class.
Yeah, no, you're irrelevant. That's it.
Real quick,
you want your emotions to have some grounding in society, nothing else.
Oh, wait, Rob.
Wait. Listen. What you guys are refusing to acknowledge is there was a party switch, and now there's another one. Did you know that? That they've switched back? And let me explain why. Did you know in California that there's a proposition called Proposition 209? And what that says is that you're not allowed to discriminate against or give preferential treatment to any individual or group based on race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin. Who do you think's now against that? Do you think it's the Republicans that say you can't discriminate against race? Or do you think it's the Democrats that are trying to repeal that? Take a guess.
What's the press? Like, what are they trying to do here? What's the goal?
They want to give preferential treatment to people of color. So they're suggesting.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
So they're suggesting repealing a law that says that you can't discriminate or give preferential treatment to people in hiring practice based on race, sex. Now they're saying it's okay to discriminate against white people. It's okay to discriminate against men. So again, tell me about the party switch. Now the Democrats are officially, in California at least, the party of saying, no, we should be allowed to discriminate based on race, sex, color, etc.
Right.
Okay, they also I think that's a very dishonest framing of what we're talking about, which is basically a form of
all the time,
quote unquote affirmative action or like DEI stuff.
Oh, Brian, fucking
But you can be a certain politician and say vote for me.
I don't think white people are being discriminated against by any of these policies, and I think that what's happening is probably that people are trying to make cases that white men in particular, are oppressed because this is the entire manosphere narrative or like the whole right wing narrative.
Oh my god,
manosphere stuff. But
no, wait a second. Can you
this is a constructed narrative, and what this is,
it's so sad how rotted your brain is, Brian.
Okay, that's adorable. So this kind of narrative is being used so that they can push back against actual anti-racist policies, right? And so if laws need to be rewritten to actually make sure that we do have a fair system, I think that's okay.
No,
Ryan,
please. One at
a time, ladies.
It's funny, you said that was being rewritten to get rid of anti-racist policies, but you've already defined that you can't be racist against white people. And so when I say that they're trying to repeal a law that says you can't discriminate or prefer people based on race, for example, you said, I don't think that would be discriminatory against white people. And so seeing as how by definition that would mean that they would be allowed to say, we won't hire you if you're white, can you define the term discrimination?
So I don't agree that the goal of this initiative is to make it so you can discriminate against people just for being white. And I don't think that would this specifically. If this amendment specifically prohibits discrimination based on race, it would also apply to.
What does discrimination mean?
No.
You didn't answer the question.
That's the question. What's it mean? Yeah.
Discrimination.
Yeah.
I think we're all using it the same way. I don't think there's disagreement about using the word.
I don't know that we are, because if you say that it's legal for a company to not hire someone because they are white,
but I'm not saying that.
Okay, but that's clearly why they want to repeal this. They want to repeal it because they want to give preferential.
You say that's clear. That's not clear to me.
Okay, then what? Give me the possible explanation of why they wanted to repeal it.
I think what happens is there's a lot of bad faith lawsuits that imply things like that that are not actually happening. Yeah.
But wait a minute.
I mean, again, I'd have to look at the nuances around this one in particular.
If fucking David Duke came out, right, and said we should repeal this, you should be allowed to discriminate or give preferential treatment based on race, you would be like, this is appalling. But when the Democrats do it, you're like, oh, it must be for good reason.
I mean, I would want to know what the replacement is because let's look at Trump's repeal and replace, right? When he says that, he's not actually replacing anything. He just means repeal. And so if they're just repealing it and there's nothing else being paired with it, then I'd be against that. But I don't think that's
hypothetically. Do you think that a company should be allowed to say, I'm hiring this person because they're black, or we don't want any more white people, so we're not accepting white applicants? Do you think
not
should be allowed to do that?
Oh, not alone. I don't think so.
Yeah, not alone. Yeah.
So would it be discriminatory? So hiring quotas, for example, would be discriminatory.
Yeah, which is why they're super uncommon in the United States.
Okay, I'm not going to get into all the details that clearly happens, but Harvard, for example.
Well, why don't you?
I think it works in the way of you have more incentives if you have the minority operating, which I think that should even more so be just as wrong because yeah. But anyway,
isn't it that it always is a reaction because these things are hard to quantify to the fact that white people do hire other races less, and particularly black people. It's a real thing. Do we agree?
No.
Yes.
See, because you can go.
Depends on where you. I think it also depends on your where you're located too, and then you have
general.
Yeah.
In general, you take a place and you call with a black name and you call with a white name. Don't the white people get the job more?
Can you provide the information to show that all of the black people that are applying to these jobs are as qualified in merit to the people that they're actually hiring?
I already throw shit out when you said all, because I don't even.
No, there's been studies on where they had no names listed, and
I
they
wouldn't
still
make a
ran
claim
through the
with all.
same hiring process,
Yeah.
and they still hired the same color of people based with no name and no gender given.
Really?
So
Because
that's a bunch of bullshit. You can't
I
be
don't-
like, oh, because my name is DeQuanda, I didn't get the job. That if they're not looking at fucking names, it's not a race thing. It's just
But
the way
I don't
shit
understand.
goes. And
Yeah,
you can't
here's the
just
thing.
sit there and be like
they're
racism,
doing
racism,
studies now.
racism.
They're doing studies now, and they've always done them. And some come out recently. I was just discussing them with someone. I'm sure we'll be asked to pull them up soon, or I'll be asked to pull them up soon. Where they redid the same shit with black names. I just looked up the percentage. The shit is still going on in big numbers now. So I would disagree. I'd say it's
quite
occurring.
honestly,
And the
hold
fact
on,
that let me
hold
finish.
on.
Let me
Why not?
finish.
Well, let
And
me-
the
let me-
fact that you don't know this is great evidence that there should be critical race theory in the classroom.
No, there shouldn't
You
be.
guys are woefully ignorant. And I can
Most-
continue.
Joe.
For an overcorrection.
Joe, most corporations actually start with a keyword search. They have automation systems built in place that feed through the resumes, and then the top so many percent pop up, and then from there they dig in and filter even more. Right. So they're not even looking. These people aren't even looking at the resumes before they.
So you say
filter
that
out.
to say that it is not happening. That this is
If
not
I may.
happening.
Go ahead, Rob.
If I
Right.
may,
I think that was evident, Sarah. I'd like you to answer that. Was that to say
What
that?
I'm saying is probably those people, their resumes aren't even making it because they can't even
Okay, could
put
you answer
together
my
a
question
resume
then?
with a keyword search.
Well,
Is
I mean,
it
with a lot
happening?
of- with
Is
a
it
lot of these
happening?
studies-
Have blacks, have white people historically, and I dare say still going on. And all throughout history, white people say this is not happening. Do you,
We get
Sarah,
it, man.
agree
We get
that
it. You
white
got a
people
case of the SADS.
still
You're a
hire
victim.
black people more? And some crack always got to step up and say that, right? When a black motherfucker say this.
Who gives
If
a
I may,
You cats,
please,
listen,
if I
listen
may.
here. No, let's stay with the
Go ahead,
arguments,
Joe.
please.
Get it off-
I
get
don't
it
want
off
to
your
trick
chest,
you.
man. Go
Right
ahead.
on. I don't want to trick. I want to stick with the arguments. The way you cats were talking about earlier about the statues, and your argument was like
I
it's a
wanted to
thing of
reference
the
your
past.
studies. I wanted to reference
Wait,
your
wait. I
studies.
thought you were going to listen to me.
Before you move on,
You
to
weren't
another
gonna listen
argument,
to
I would
me.
like to talk to the argument you just made. Right. So I don't know about the most recent studies. Can you tell me what the most
I
recent
wasn't
study
talking
you're
about
referencing
studies.
is?
I had a question. Please don't do what you want to do.
Please
If
shut
take what I
up. You
wanted.
brought up a
Is it
point
going
that I would
on?
like to address. You brought up a point that I would
Is
like
it
to
going
address.
on? We can go
You
over the
said-
studies. Is it
you
going
said
on? I'm
that
more
there were
interested in that than what
you
you're
said that
interested
there
in.
were studies that showed
I
that if you had
did.
black sounding
Okay,
names,
okay.
that
I
would mean.
did.
You said that.
Yes,
so
I
I'm asking
did.
you. You said there were more recent studies that they redid that again. I'm asking you
Yes.
when those recent studies were.
And I'm telling you, I don't feel like stopping my shit to look them up for you because
That's
I
right.
think
So
I'm
then
more.
if you could
Wait.
if you could mute
I'm.
him, then I'll respond.
Hold on,
Right,
hold on,
as opposed to him
hold on.
spurging out. So I'll respond to this. So
No, you.
the studies that I've looked at that say this in the past did things like this. The bias that they're showing isn't a bias against white and black people. It's a bias against strange.
Great. I trust that
what
you
they
have
would do-
studies.
here
Don't
we
mean
go.
I'm lying. I
Here we
trust
go.
that you have
Here we
studies.
go. Like, get your affirmative action talking over people in there, right? Because you're oppressed, dude. Anyways, what they would do is
Always.
it would
That
take a
shit
black
reveals
name.
itself.
It would take a black name like this, like LaQuisha, and then the white name would be Sarah, right? But what if
Why are
took
you
a white
bringing it
name-
down to that
Please,
small thing?
please,
Stop it, please. You're
would
wasting
you
my
shut
time.
up? Would you
hold
shut
on.
up and listen?
Why not? Go
So
ahead.
you
love
did
you,
the
Joe.
opposite side, and you took a black sounding name like Jeremy, and you took a white name like Bubba. Who do you think they'd hire?
It's your
Jeremy.
show. You go ahead, bro. Yeah.
I mean,
I
well,
asked you a question.
I'm not. You gonna make me participate?
Yep. He's asking you a question. I mean,
like you interrupt.
Yes, he's off. I wanted a question. I was asking a question. Does he think it's occurring? He wants me to take me down this line. I don't want to participate. Give me the courtesy, and maybe I would go down your line.
If you
do
don't
you think it's happening now? Do you think it's happening now?
No, the studies you cite are not saying what you think they do.
We want to talk about studies. Go ahead.
I don't think we should be able to ask people their race on an application at
Joe,
all.
you've got Joe, you've got 5 in the back. I'm going to let you finish your thought. You got 60 seconds, then I'm going to put you in timeout.
No, I think I'm here to your benefit, man. I don't want to be a dick, man. I got a lot to say, man. I'll take my 5 minutes like a man. Fuck it.
All right. Somebody can buy you back up, too. It's okay.
Yeah.
The truth is that we all know that the opposite is the case. You're right, Sarah, when you talk about HR not even meaning. We can see over and over again that the evidence.
We don't all know
is
that,
these,
to be clear.
Let me finish, Ryan. The evidence is overwhelming that when it comes to like the best jobs in this country, so like any job of a Fortune 500 company, etc., these companies can't wait to tout how diverse they are. If there was an equality in application between a white person and a black person, they would jump all over themselves. There is a reason that Elizabeth Warren pretended to be an Indian instead of wanting to be a white person. There is a reason that Asians pretend to be black or Hispanic as opposed to Asian, right? It's because there are benefit at these prestigious universities and prestigious jobs. I can tell you right now, I won't because I'm sworn to secrecy, of an area with very lucrative jobs that has to do with coding, right, Ryan? So maybe you'd be interested, where they're literally saying we can only promote women and people of color now. The new applicants we have to be women and people of color. We need to get more diverse. And this story is run up again and again and again. The way that these HR firms do things is they make sure that if you're listed as white, that there are reasons that your resume gets put to the bottom of the stack, etc. And everybody knows that this is the case. Ryan, I want you to tell me right now. Your prestigious.
I don't think everybody knows this is the case. I don't think this is the case.
Let me ask the question real quick. Your prestigious company will say Microsoft. There is a white person and a black person that have the exact same resume. Do you really think that they would prefer the white person over the black person?
I don't think Microsoft. No, I probably not.
They would prefer the black person because then they could tout diversity, which is why all of these companies talk about.
I don't think most of the time. To be clear, since before we go off on more, to be clear, I don't think what's happening is there's 2 resumes. They got a white name and a black name. What they're looking at is in aggregate that people with more traditionally black names are less likely to get the callbacks than people with traditionally white names, regardless of what your justification. Regardless of what your justification is for that, regardless of what your issue is with that study, that is what the data suggests. Okay, and the whole point of DEI and all this crap that people hate so much on the right, these programs are not to make sure that less qualified black people are getting in. It's to make sure that because the problem is addressing that less qualified white people are getting into those positions, right? So there are actually.
Since I have 5 minutes in the back, I Googled some shit. I Googled whose names get preference.
I love you.
Every fucking result said that white people get preference. All right,
so
if I could consider, yeah, I do. You know, and you got the fucking
white name.
Non-white people.
Blow me with the white name. Can I talk a little bit here? Right, be nice. Let me go down my little line here. You guys about the statues. You're right. The shit's in a certain time. It's time and place. All that shit's related. Back then, if you stuck it in someone's face, I think you would all agree that it's inappropriate. Nothing changes. It's all time related now. You guys, I'm sorry, would never know if something was offensive to a black motherfuckers. If you niggas had to represent black people, say which statue need to be taken down, we'd never stand a shot. And we still the same way about some of this shit. And of course, it's a different era and we don't. But you guys have no idea about that shit. You act like it's in the past. Racism still exists and it never stopped.
I don't care what your subjective feelings. You don't know how I feel. It's an irrelevant argument, right?
Very good. I'll ask you that.
People that don't have an argument make, right? Like, for example, do you ever know what's offensive to white people? Do you know what's offensive to white people?
Yes, I absolutely do. And when you guys talk about it, I don't.
Right.
Because I got all white friends. And you guys complain. You guys tell me all the time about how you're discriminated against. And you know what I don't do? I don't say you bitch and moan. I don't belittle you. I don't do all that shit. I listen to your fucking problems and your arguments.
Yeah.
Well, that's how I know. You asked.
Oh, another 20 has been dropped to boost.
I know. That's that racist nonsense. I love this shit. You niggas is ignorant and will pay to remain so.
Is it racist when we kicked Ryan to the back all the time?
I don't know what this is, and you niggas will duck that or not see it, and that is the truth. Motherfucker, they will pay all night to keep my ass off of this shit when it come to this shit.
Well, maybe it's
you're right. It's really working for you. Stay a victim.
I mean,
to be clear, Daniel, and it's previous. To be clear,
I think infuriated.
Hang on. I want to address because in Daniel's previous donation, he said Joe is race and victim baiting. Here's some white dominance for you. So, like, obviously, he is making racial comments here. It's a joke. It's a racist joke. Yeah.
I'm telling everyone.
Let Sarah talk.
Real quick. I'm telling everyone right now, if I get a community strike or something because he keeps dropping the N-word like that, I'm going to be fucking livid.
Oh, please.
I'm just...
People
are always so flippant. Not you, Sarah, but people like Ryan. You're always so flippant. Who would give a shit, right?
What TOS says you can't say the N-word on YouTube?
Oh my God!
Are you serious? Are you that fucking bad?
Say it on Twitch, right?
Dude, I hear white people say the N-word all day on YouTube.
Probably
like they say it all the time.
Hate speech
I don't say it in my personal life, but I hear people on YouTube say it all the time.
Ryan, you fucking retard.
You shut the fuck up, bitch.
Look, guys, it was totally fine.
Stop. You know what? You all need a little palate cleanser.
Yay.
If you're watching on Rob's side, shield your eyes.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Oh, by the way, you're welcome. I made that video for you, Sarah. I know.
I'm streaming on Twitch as well.
That was when I was
Can I drop the N-word there? Just curious.
I don't know about
Can black people say the N-word on Twitch?
Okay.
I don't know.
Stop for a second.
Okay.
I bet they can.
Stop. We have determined a while back that the N-word is TOS friendly, at least on YouTube. Rob, I do not know about Twitch. I actually tried Twitch for like 2 streams and realized that it's just not. Ooh, it's a mess over there, and they have too many rules, and it'd be too easy. So I do apologize if that affects your Twitch. Joe, I see. I know you're still back there. Let's try to be mindful because everybody is. There's like 10 people connected right now in dual streaming. Let's be respectful that there are potential issues that we could come across if we use the word. I do believe it's okay, but we will be mindful of it. For the record, I still have Joe backstage and animated effigy backstage. And let me get through just a couple super chats from earlier that kind of got pushed away. Another new account says, can't wait for this Republican president, said the woman beaters were all good people over MLK statues. That was actually quite comical. Lord of the Nerds says, name the elected officials that change parties and look up voting tabs for civil rights on Wiki. Ryan will be surprised. CRT is literally race communism.
Written by the same people who did communism.
No.
It's written by the same
CRT
people.
is so if you look up CRT, it's specifically the claim that race is not a biological concept but a legal one. Okay, so race was literally written into the law. Hang on, let me respond.
Yes,
right.
Sorry.
So it was written into the law that white people were allowed to do certain things, black people were not allowed to do certain things. And then what happened from there is that people were identified as either white or black and denied or allowed access to specific things based on that classification. So that's CRT in a nutshell. If you don't understand that, that's not my problem. I'm trying to explain it to you. If you don't understand it, it is everybody's problem, and you can blame people like Chris Rufo and Trump who have been banning it across the country for the past 10 years.
Jesus Christ, that's a good thing not to judge people on their skin color.
Dumbass philosophy.
Only Mr. Bill says, how does Abraham Lincoln / Dinkus feel about being referred to as a Democrat by these guys? Mr. Dinkus?
Think they're brain dead.
Yeah, shoot it out there, cracker, because apparently that's fine.
I'm pretty sure that's not fine on Twitch, by the way. I'm not certain, but I think that's fine on Twitch.
I do get soggy when I'm
wet.
wet.
Does it have the hard R?
Look, guys, look. Okay, I personally, every time I put in a job application, I check the box that says that I'm black, so I specifically don't get the job. That'll work. Yeah.
There's only one job where if you put on it, it helps you in the resume. There's only one, but I won't say it for TOS purposes.
And
no.
K2 says, ask Joe, since black woman said gingers are black now, do they get the N-word pass?
My God.
Actually a whole new thing, isn't it? Like all the gingers are
well,
it's a meme.
Think about it, Sarah. Switch the letters around and what word can you make?
Yes, I know.
If you've ever been to the Redhead Forest, you would understand.
Vordum says, if you look up the definition of black fatigue, a picture of Joe pops up. And Blaster Bot says with the big 5, kick Joe Cool harder, not because of his race, but because he's constantly yelling and interrupting.
He was being interrupted more than he was interrupting.
No shot. Cope. No shot. That's true.
Cope.
Yeah. So that is a 50 on top of the 20. So that's 70 total. So if we want to bring Joe back, that's where we're sitting at is 70 total. Actually, probably 60 now since it's been about 10 minutes. Daniel with the 5. Ryan doesn't understand an ironic response. Yeah, I sense the facetious, sarcastic asshole niche.
I mean, in which claim?
One.
Like,
it was in Daniel's. It was in Daniel's. This commentary.
Okay, so because he's being silly and glib, it means that he's not also making a racist joke.
That's what happens when you have a 6-inch thick skull.
He's saying that he is that skin color, and he paid to put somebody in the back.
Yeah, he's
Daniel McCoy's black.
No.
Never mind.
Wasn't there another 20 from Flo for
Rick
Joe?
And effigy.
He was jokingly demonstrating "quote unquote" white dominance, and we can't call that racist. We can't say that's racist. That's everyone's gonna pearl clutch if we call that racist.
I would just like to say,
calling it real quick.
As a full-blooded Cajun, I am part of the only legally recognized white minority.
Okay,
I'm a better victim than all of you.
Ryan, if I donate money and say kick off Sarah because yay patriarchy, is that misogyny? Or is it a joke?
I mean, you're playing with misogyny. Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, I think that's stupid. In fact, I've seen Sarah all the time, and women donate to my channel like, we're defeating patriarchy, or despite the fact I'm a woman, I'm donating for patriarchy. No one's being misogynistic.
Sarah, I mean, no offense, Sarah, I love you, but you've got some internalized misogyny, no doubt.
Oh my God.
Yes, and you have.
Speaking of pearl clutching,
it's so cringe to address real issues in society. I hate it when people do that. I hate it when people call out things that I don't feel comfortable addressing.
No, I think if you say that, you're fooling yourself.
Let's do an experiment.
Okay, well, I know Sarah better than probably any of you, so.
Ryan,
you still cringe. That doesn't change anything.
If you can't be racist to white people, can you be misandrist against men?
Misandrist specifically means.
Can you be sexist against men?
Okay, how about sexist then?
I don't think there's a mechanism for women to be sexist against men in the United States, but I mean, like, you can be.
Do you realize
I feel like
systematic and non-systematic?
Ryan, I feel like
sexism and racism are distinct things, but
I feel like this hits at a problem that a lot of leftists do, where you're just using language in a way that absolutely nobody else does. Like,
okay, but I've clarified exactly what hang on. If people pretend to not understand the distinction I'm making, that's on them. Like, if I clarify specifically that I'm referring that you can be prejudiced against white people, and I say that's bad, and then I say, but when I talk about racism, I'm talking about a different thing, and people are like, "Oh, well, you can't be racist against white people," and they still pro-clutch about it. Then those people are acting in bad faith and they're gaslighting. Okay,
Ryan, if I say that Rob is racist, but racist isn't even necessarily bad because my definition of racist is that you wear a hat. It's like that's not a good.
Okay, but no, I'm not. We're not talking about some bullshit proprietary definition, Reniel. We're talking about an academic definition that everyone here understands. Okay, everyone here understands exactly what I'm talking about. They just disagree with the actual use of it. People just don't like the use of it. They all understand what it means. They all understand. They just don't want to use it. That's it.
Because it exists in a college sport group does not make it something colloquial that the rest of the country considers. Just saying.
Everyone here knows exactly what I meant. They're just pretending not to, and that's fine.
Yeah, and Rob knew what I meant when I said he was racist for wearing the hat.
Right. There's a reason that we push back on this, because what happens is people like you use this term to justify actual real racism against white people. And so, for example, the example I gave.
Like what?
Okay, well, I'll explain. You are going to say that racism under your definition is something like power versus prejudice against people based on their race. And then you'll say that blacks can't be racist because they don't have power, right?
So what I would say is that black people in the United States as a class, black people don't have the capacity to enforce racist laws over white people.
And so what happens is, I already gave the example of what if a black person has the power of a knife and they plunge it into a white person's heart for their skin color, and you're like, that's not racism.
You can. I said that can still be a hate crime.
This is
still be
half
prejudice.
understanding essentially critical race theory here. This idea. Can I just jump in really quick? I can clarify this. Look, I know everyone's going to roll their eyes at what I'm saying, but this is where this comes from. In critical race theory, there are three forms of racism. There's interpersonal racism, systemic racism, institutional racism. Anyone can be interpersonally racist. This ridiculous idea where people who half read shit from college get this idea that certain groups of people can't be racist is because there are certain forms of racism, i.e. institutional or systemic, that have certain requirements that it takes to be populationally or what kind of reigns of power you have, and that's where that's come from. It was always just a misunderstanding of it.
Well, that makes way more sense.
So yeah, I mostly agree with that, but also I'm specifically saying over and over. Hang on, I'm specifically saying over and over that you can be prejudiced. Anyone can be prejudiced against anybody,
just interpersonal
right? Which is just a shorter word for that interpersonal racism. Okay, that's what I'm referring to. Prejudice.
It's still racism.
Yeah.
Racism.
It's still
racism.
racism.
But not in the same. It's not
It's
the way that I'm referring. It's not the way I'm using racism.
Otherwise, every time you say racism,
This is what you all have finally officially led me to.
Good work, Sarah.
And I don't do that. I don't crack one unless I know that we've kind of like exhausted the transgender topic on this channel, and now we're moving into the racist one. So congratulations. Here we go. Buckle up, Buttercup. It's about
That's
to go.
white fragility, by the way.
Let me.
That's a racist joke.
That was really
you just made you just made a racist joke. Yes.
I made a joke about racism, actually.
No, you made a racist
But I meant
joke.
it also. It is true that Sarah's reluctance, her frustration with this topic specifically, and her exhaustion with it, that's actually that is actually white fragility. You might not like it, you might be triggered by it, you might think it's a meme, and you might think it doesn't matter, but I'm being real when I say that, and I'm not accusing Sarah of being a bad person. I like Sarah.
Ryan, you're the only one that sounds triggered, my guy.
Yeah, and the exhaustion.
Okay, well, I'm talking over 8 different people who are all disagreeing with me, so that's gonna happen.
You're saying something wrong.
The exhaustion.
No, you think I'm saying something wrong.
People that want to redefine language in order for their proprietary reasons. Even if we take the definitions that you just gave of institutional racism, right, and that's somehow different. Are you telling me that it's impossible for an institution to be comprised of black people for black people's benefit to be racist against other colors? Are you telling
Obviously,
me
it's not impossible. Obviously, it's not impossible.
Okay, so in the United States, for example, if there is a town that is 90% black with a black mayor and with black police and black legislator, and they have policies that are racist against white, is that institutional racism against white people?
That would be, name one town like that.
Okay, what doesn't matter? You're saying that you...
It doesn't exist though, right? It doesn't exist in America. In fact, what you'll find instead is places with majority black populations that have white mayors and largely white police forces.
Let's be fair, right? America is becoming that place, right?
Holy fuck.
We are going to have places like that.
Finish my point. Ryan said, and I quote, "You cannot be racist if you're black in the United States." Now he just said, yes, of course, hypothetically you can.
It's logically possible, but there's no mechanism right now that is enacting it, or that could enact it.
You were wrong when you said that you can't be racist. Even the definition of institutional racism.
Theoretically, someday someone might be able to, yeah.
And it does happen.
Brian,
there's certainly towns that are overwhelmingly
There
black.
are places you can go that if you are white in that neighborhood, they will literally grab you up and say, "What are you doing here, boy?"
Yeah, they're going to arrest you. They're going to arrest you for sure.
I'd like to chance.
Yeah. Let me go through, and I'll hand it back to you, Trippy. Sorry, it's always you for some reason.
I don't know.
Chat, I've set. You've got another 15-minute goal if you want to keep rolling, because we're already to the 2 a.m. marker, which I'm fine and ready to rock and roll, but you have to be too. You got 15 minutes, 10 super chats to go. Lord of the Nerd says, I've read CRT foundational work. Unlike Ryan, CRT's central claim is liberalism will not work because white liberals will not help blacks unless it's to whites' benefit. Real recognizes real. Ryan, go ahead, Ryan.
So that's definitely not the central claim of CRT. That is a claim in CRT. There is the idea that liberalism has issues because of these things, and it is argued that that white liberals are more likely to help black people if it's to their benefit, and there is probably something to that. I mean, right, for all the anti-racism that I try to engage in, I mean, I do it on platforms where I benefit from being the center of attention, right? Where I benefit from arguing with people about these topics, and I absolutely get a personal benefit from it. So, I mean, let's be real. Real recognize real, right?
I think it's right to just help any people, any person.
Give up your spot.
Period.
Bring Joe up.
It's right to help anyone.
I didn't put. I'm not the one who pushed him off.
Okay, but give up your spot for him. Go ahead, Sarah. Ryan, even though he's one of the guests, because he's white, he wants to give up his spot for a black man. Because he's benefiting right now.
What does that mean?
Wait, you.
How does that follow from what I said at all? How does that follow from what I said at all?
Because you said that as a white person, yes, I am benefiting from being on these spaces in ways that black people are discriminated against. So now you have the opportunity to do something.
So what I actually said was that I benefit from performing anti-racism.
Okay, then couldn't you actually benefit?
What does that have to do with what does that have to do with bringing Joe?
Well, couldn't you actually do something to benefit? Stop performing anti-racism and allow a black person to come on and talk in your stead?
I could.
Anti-racist means
but
being
that would take away your benefit.
Anti-racism doesn't mean I do. And again, it's actually demonstrating that it doesn't benefit. It would benefit me less to do that, right? And I'm not going to do it because it would benefit me less, and I don't want to like lose my spot on the panel just like to bring Joe back up.
Oh,
right,
he's superior.
Right. You don't want to.
Yeah, you're right.
That's what I thought.
I mean, that's so. I'm proving CRT correct in that instance, right?
Right. So why? But like again,
are you a liberal?
Then why wouldn't you try to strive?
I mean,
to
I'm
do
a little
better?
left liberal, but.
Okay. Why wouldn't you strive to do better? So you're acknowledging that just on your personal preference that you're engaging in something that benefits you when you could be helping out a black person to get that same sort of benefit by being on this panel?
This is all just like pro-clutching gaslighting.
No, what it is it proves that people like you
it doesn't
only
prove
do this
shit.
for your
it's not
benefit.
proving anything.
It does. It proves that you won't put your money where your mouth is. You don't believe
I mean, I don't have it for the record. I don't have any money to put forth to get Joe back for $70 or whatever. I can't afford that right now. Maybe soon, all right, in the near future. Keep donating. Make sure you subscribe and like and subscribe to the Radical Coder channel and gift memberships and stuff, so that I can do this more.
Send your super chats to Joe Cool instead of Ryan. He's an evil.
Yeah, you should also sub Joe. I mean, Joe Cool has like 100,000 subscribers, so Joe Cool already has a much bigger audience than me. To be clear,
great, but send more money to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, people can send money to Joe Cool and me. I agree.
No. Don't worry about benefiting the white that's just performative for his own benefit. Don't do that. Right?
I see white though.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with making money while like expressing my true beliefs in a way that other people might identify as purely performative. I think they are performative in like that I'm performing them, but it doesn't mean they're inauthentic.
Can a government that's comprised of non-black people be racist against white people if they're in
tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
this message is sponsored in part by
I think Kissy Cat's right. You all did need a little palate cleanser. So, but back to you, Ron. Finish your thoughts.
Yeah, the skin color of the people advocating the policy would be irrelevant. Like you just said, that white people in liberalism could, for some of their own benefit, enact policies or be, quote, anti-racist. So if a group of white, like let's say hypothetically, Ryan, a bunch of people further to the left of you get elected to like the state senate somewhere, and they're all white, but they're like, you know what, we're going to say that whites have to pay double taxes for white people because we don't like their skin color. Is that racist against white people, even though it's white people instituting that policy?
Good question. Potentially.
Okay, well then any affirmative action policy that we could point to, even though it's predominantly white people in Congress, would still be racist against white people. It's still
I don't think affirmative action actually works like that. So no, I'm not going to agree to that.
Okay, if there is a policy that preferences giving money or something to people based on skin color, or giving medication based on skin color, anything like that, those would be policies, right? That would be racist against white people.
What you're pointing to is that a lot of policies exist now that are addressing that are not color neutral because history wasn't color neutral, right? That's all you're pointing.
Can be racial but not racist.
Exactly. Yeah.
No. Like if
Okay,
you
well,
say,
Okay, but that's your own like reductive misunderstanding
Right.
of
not
how
really-
racism
it's
in a
not-
black and white world,
that's
and
not
I
my problem.
can't help you.
it's not reductive. Like, here's the problem, right?
It is.
Like,
It's reductive.
anyone could make justification for why they can have policies to benefit one race over another. People could make all sorts of claims. For example, white
Yeah, and
people
historically they
50
did. They like
Well, it seems
saying
like
the
your
black
claim
people
is
are
that
human.
the
Now
category
you're-
exists. Everything that uses it is racist.
But you're cheering to do it now, right? You're
Yeah.
saying, yes, it's okay for it to happen now. So, for example, Joe Biden at one point was giving loans out to farmers and giving more money to people that were black. So 100 years from now, my great-great-grandkids, when I try to start a farm and can't make a go of it, says, great-great-grandfather Rob lost his farm because the government refused to give him money, even though he qualified it purely because of his skin color. Are they now owed some sort of affirmative action policy? Because I got screwed
White
over?
farmers still got money though. What are you talking about?
They got less.
Could women,
They got money like after.
Well,
It was like the first 2 weeks
could-
or whatever of it was going to like primarily black farmers, but they still
Could
got like the same
women
amount of money.
now? Could women now say because we didn't have the right to vote long before that maybe we're owed something, or
Like a double vote.
like we weren't allowed in particular job fields, so therefore we've been held back? Could we? Could we do
DEI
that
benefits white
too?
women primarily.
But could we?
Really?
What
Isn't
I'm
that funny?
saying is, could
Wow.
could we do something bigger
It's
about
true.
that?
Civil
Could I-
rights in general has benefited white women predominantly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah.
So, but again,
Wow.
but the point is, like, you can see quickly how far it goes down the rabbit hole here.
How
What
far
we're
does it?
doing
It's not an outrageous thing to
let me
say.
finish. Let me finish, right? You can see what happens because we decide that we're going to look at, quote, historical injustices to benefit people today. And
Quote.
ultimately, it leads to this. Let's assume two people were born in almost the
When you say,
exact
hang
same
on, when you say
circumstance.
quote, are you implying there were not these historical injustices? Like, what do you mean, quote, historical injustices? Can you elaborate on that?
There were historical injustices to people of all sorts.
Why do you put the
For
quotes
ex-
around it then?
Well, because I felt like it. So, for example, how come you don't give a shit about white people that were Irish that were overwhelmingly indentured servants?
I
Where's
do. I
their
think it was bad.
reparations? Where's their affirmative action?
Not black.
I mean, if we still saw disproportionate outcomes from like in those groups, then I would say it might be worth addressing. But I don't think
Okay,
I don't really see that.
are you aware? Have you looked into it? Do people of Irish descent, do they have equal outcomes? Why isn't there a big outcry to make sure that that's the case? And if it is the case,
Because
then what's the
I
explanation?
know we have very clear discrepancies and disparities in black health outcomes, black school outcomes, school to prison pipeline. We have worse. They also get worse, longer sentences for the same crimes. They're more likely to get beaten up if they get pulled over. They're more likely, obviously, more likely to get killed if they get pulled
More
over.
likely to murder people.
All of these
And
things-
speaking
Right?
of,
Let's
and more likely to be in scenarios where they get killed by other black people. Yes, they're more likely to live in areas where they're killed by other black people. Yes,
No, they're more likely to murder people.
we need to
yes,
run
and
logistics,
to be murdered by people.
gentlemen. We have 5 more minutes to get 5 more super chats in, or we all say goodnight. I've just cracked a drink. I don't want to end anytime soon. Hit them up. Send those. It's $5 super chats. That's all it takes. You need 5 more. There's 5 of you fuckers in
Hit
there
'em up.
that's got $5. And let me hit up the super chats that have come in. Hector with the Big 10. Rin Yap, all of a sudden very quiet when Rob is in the room. Shots fired.
Listen, I wanted to ask about the classified information. You guys started talking about fucking racism, all right?
Yeah, we're all over the place now.
I want to move off it,
But that's why this is open panel dumpster fire. Gloves are off. Nobody gives a shit, and everybody can go at each other. Another new account with the $5. Ryan, you lefties are responsible for censorship on major platforms like this. Don't cry about it now. We're playing the game by the rules you made.
Bullshit, horseshit, garbage.
How's it bullshit? You know what? No, never mind.
How?
Nonetheless, so the point that go ahead. Sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
hit it.
sorry. Let me hit them. They got to be $5 or more, Daniel, to hit the goal. Dwight Baldwin sends the 5 to say shout out to Sarah, and of course, Kissy Cat gave you guys the kind fireman over there. Base Tweaker sends 5. A tragical Coper. That's a new one. Have you bought Rachel Wilson's book yet?
I keep telling people, if you want to give me money to buy the book, I will do whatever legal version I can read, however I can read it to stay within legal bounds. If you donate the money to me for that specifically, I will buy the book and make content out of it. Okay, but you go over to my channel. I'm streaming right now. You can donate. You could right now send a super chat for the exact amount that the book costs on Amazon.com, and I will then order the book right after. Okay,
It's
And
probably,
he'll send it all to Joe
probably
Cool.
like $20, right? I mean, the average book, like especially online, is probably $20. So somebody go over and donate $20 to Ryan so he can read the freaking book. K2 Keep on Trucking says Sarah's going to start smoking next. Watch, y'all. Yeah, at this point, anything goes.
Oh,
Kissy
damn.
Cat with the big 5. We're almost there. How many more left do we have? We got 2 more to go, guys. 2 more to go. And we still keep on pushing. You got 3 minutes. Enjoying my white woman benefits. Yes, Kissy Cat enjoys them thoroughly, especially when she tells y'all, to watch the fireman video. Daniel McCoy says, let's fucking go. Kissy Cat says, y'all farted up on the panel. Who farted? Unacceptable. Stinks. Stop doing that. Another new account sends 5 BS. Care to elaborate, Ryan? Why does every right-leaning platform, Rumble, Pepperbox, what is Pepperbox?
Pepperbox.
I've never heard of that.
God, it's all toilet science.
Sorry.
Censorship than the left platform.
Those platforms have significantly less TOS, right? Way less strict TOS, and there's a reason that there's not as many people going on those platforms, right? There's more. The content on there is way less. Not censored is the wrong word, but it's way less curated, right? It's way less curated, and so they just don't want to see that shit. It's too much, It's like how Twitter's like a hellhole now. Like,
fair enough.
You guys called Twitter a hellhole before.
Yep, we got 3 more and then we're done, and then I hand it back to you guys. They did it. They hit the 10, so we're going to read them. William says,
Yay.
do you want to see more animations or not? Kick Trippy for shits and giggles because I know someone will pay to bring him back. All right,
clown.
Trippy.
Nobody's going to pay to bring me.
Trippy to the back, and I got Grumpelstiltskin. Next is Daniel McCoy, and then Evan. Jeff Klein with the big 20, another patience trophy. Yes, thank you. I've been collecting patience trophies for quite some time. I actually do need to make a trophy collection for like the amount of crazy topics. And then K2 Keep on Trucking says, don't give Ryan money. I disagree. I think we should all be supporting all content creators across the platform, especially those who spend their time here working very hard to bring this content to you. Share. It's kind.
I actually agree.
All right, Ryan, real quick.
Good evening.
Two kids born to the same sort of situation, right? We'll call the black kid Bob and the white kid Will. Both born to single mothers, both who work.
No, I'm not getting engaged. We can just move on. I'm just going to ignore
it.
I don't want to
okay, that's fine. You can ignore it. I'll just say that Ryan is clearly a racist who would benefit people of certain skin colors and detriment people of other skin colors. By definition, that is racism. He ought to be ashamed of himself.
And yet,
stop
engaging. He's not convinced.
Speaking of racism, can we bring up Robert Byrd, who was in Congress from 1953 to 2010? He was also part of the KKK. So can you explain why he never changed his identity?
Because some of the Dixiecrats didn't leave the party. Some of them stayed.
He was a Democrat from 1953 to 2010. So what changed?
His opinion.
Democrats are the real racists. If that doesn't,
didn't Robert Byrd like literally come out against all of the KKK ideology and like completely revoked or renounced?
Right, it's more like he changed.
Yeah. So I mean, that's not the most shocking thing in the world.
No,
it's not racist. Then stays with the
that
party.
can't be. He must still have hate in his heart.
If you're basing policy off of race,
when did his heart change? When When he was with the KKK or in 2010?
I would have to assume after he left the KKK. If his heart changed away from the KKK, then it was probably after he left the KKK.
Did his heart change when the Southern strategy changed? Was there a certain time frame?
Well, no, it's interesting you bring up the Southern strategy because that's the basically inline demarcation for when the parties flip. The party flip starts in 1965 with the Civil Rights Act, and we know it completes with the Southern strategy because then the Republicans are going full in on a racist strategy to win the South.
Okay, so everything changed, but the fact that Democrats have always written laws based on groups. Republicans always written laws.
Collectivizing is
and look, I'll explain it in good faith. Actually, when the Republican Party was founded, it was founded as the most liberal party in the country by far. The freeing of the slaves was basically the wokety woke shit of the time. In fact, they had their own progressive offshoot that were called the Liberal Republicans. For the next 100 years, the Democrats were basically the states' rights traditionalist status quo people who we would call conservatives. By the time you get to 1965, the Dixiecrats are those hardcore conservatives. When 1965 happens, Lyndon Baines Johnson basically passed the Civil Rights Act, and what you have for the next 20 years is black people en masse who had been supporting Republicans for 100 years all start flipping their party registration to Democrats and start running as Democrats and voting as Democrats. Over that 20 years, it basically flips a lot of people, especially the racist in the Dixiecrat party and the Democrats at that time, who we called the Dixiecrats. Most of them flip. And by the time you get to the Southern strategy, you have a strategy where the Republicans are now the states' rights, traditionalists, status quo people. It's not hard to understand.
No, that happened a lot earlier than that.
Good summary.
I know what you're talking about.
Until 65, we did not have a true liberal conservative split in the country. It wasn't a true split.
Flood in the South, and a lot of black people were incredibly hurt by it because it was predominantly black neighborhoods, and there was a Republican who was president that essentially didn't even act as though that happened, didn't even pay any attention to it, and then that was made nationwide news, and it flipped black people from Republicans over to Democrats. So it really had nothing to do with LBJ.
Right? Well, LBJ passed the Civil Rights Act, so it has a lot to do with him.
What did LBJ
LBJ
say?
got us back into central banks.
LBJ was not a nice guy.
What was his claim?
Here, guys, I want to point something out to everyone here.
Bring Joe Cool on. He can say
this.
The word, right?
Let's realize this real quick. Rob and everybody. The Democrats liberals on the panel tonight have just been arguing that we should definitely judge people by their skin color and nothing else. That's what you guys have switched to arguing. And it's racist.
Straw man.
And it's stupid. And it's, white people have gotten over on everybody else for so long. It's time for us to just give people jobs based on skin color. Give them everything based on skin color. But the Republicans on the panel or the conservatives on panel have been arguing that we shouldn't judge people by skin color. But yet you guys want to deem all of us fucking racists.
One of their premises is like Obama said,
I didn't say you're a racist, but the racists definitely vote for the right. The
Obama said
definitely endorses the right. Now,
but why would they? Why would
Sorry,
they?
my volume is weird. Obama said everybody's racist.
What did David Duke run as?
Okay, let me kindly remind all of you how we operate here. You all fucking know I hate it when you talk over each other. Stop doing it. Thank you.
I think the problem when we look at the party switch is just that we have this really, really flawed understanding of just like you're either on the left or you're on the right. And those two things are like untouchable concepts that have no complexity to them. And the idea that somebody would shift from being, pro-corporatist to anti-corporatist and then vice versa, and that would naturally just make people switch to different parties. That's a completely understandable. It makes sense. It's just the problem is that we're seeing everything through this like super binary. You're either like on the left and you're a Democrat, or you're on the right and you're a Republican.
Well, and the claim that you're racist or voting for the Republican Party is not true. One, I already gave an example in the document where Richard Spencer, who's a white nationalist, endorsed Hillary or endorsed Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. There were certainly other white racists or people that are considered white racists would have done the same. But if you're a black racist, which party are you more likely to vote for? How about a Hispanic racist?
Considering that those groups have to vote for the left in such large numbers because the right is so hostile to them, they kind of don't have a choice, right?
Just to be clear, the racist of color that are voting for Democrat, we don't say, oh, racist. We make excuses for why those racists are voting Democrat. Right?
Well, no, we find reasons why even the conservative people in those demographics are voting against their own ideological interest because the party that represents it is so hostile to them as a group.
We see the opposite way. Would you agree that Democrats tend to be the party that's more for benefits? There
are definitely things that correlate. Yeah, you could definitely say that like the left is hostile to certain religions, something like that. Yeah.
Real quick, would you say that the majority of white racists are low income?
I'm not sure if there actually is an income level for white racists.
Most people that are outwardly racist that are white people tend to be low income.
Well, that's because most people are low income, right?
Those people that example makes no sense, right? Like a disproportionate, I guess we'd say.
No, you pointed to the largest group in the country and then was like, well, most people are like that.
Okay, nonetheless, those
you mean Hispanics?
Those people would vote for Republicans, even though it would be against their financial interest. Right?
I'm sorry. Say again.
Those poor whites that could benefit from welfare will vote Republican, according to you, that they're white racists, so they vote. So they're voting against their own
people have
economic
multiple
interests.
reasons why they vote. Yes, people vote against their economic interests
right.
all the time.
So then
Especially Republicans.
the same excuse you just gave, I'll give the inverse of it. You say, yes, when black racists vote for the Democratic Party, they have no choice because of the hostility against them. I would contend that when white racists vote for the Republican Party, they have no choice because of the Democrat hostility against white people.
Oh yeah, I'm sure giving rights to like all people and not just certain people probably does piss them off. Yeah,
that's not what the Democrats.
Well, I will say I'll agree that there is a perception. There is a perception of hostility against white people, led by people like those on this panel who have been arguing this all night. Democrats hate white people, and that everyone, all these black people are racist against them. All this stuff.
You're literally making arguments that you can't be racist against white people. I would say that's pretty fucking hostile.
I wouldn't say that
it's
at all.
Not even contentious.
That's what
what Rob
said.
said is not even contentious. It's not even like really arguable.
Well, it is. It's very arguable because, again, I don't think it's practically
Ryan,
happening. White people are not being oppressed in any way, shape, or form by the Democratic Party, and black people are absolutely hurt by Republican policies way more, and they're also hurt by Democratic policies. To be fair,
nobody's being oppressed in America at all.
Really?
Bring up one policy.
Ryan, really?
Kid pillow boy talk, dude. No one is being oppressed in America.
Okay. Dude.
One policy.
Ryan's being oppressed. Ryan's being oppressed. So
people in America live better than kings 150 years ago.
The truth of the matter that no one wants to talk about. Ryan wouldn't engage with my hypothetical, but here's the truth of the matter. There is privilege in being white, but there's also privilege in being black, and there's privilege in being a man, and there's privilege in being a woman, and there's privilege in being straight, and privilege in being gay, etc. And there's also detriments to all that. It depends on where you're at, when the time is, and all of those things. Yes, there could be some groups in any particular country, at any particular location, at any particular time that is more privileged overall than others. But the truth is, we're talking about a country where we, by virtue of being alive in this country today, are amongst the luckiest 99% of people that have ever lived. And instead, what we do is sit here and quibble, and we
Praise
say,
God. What's black privilege?
This group is disenfranchised.
Shut up,
What's
Brian.
black privilege?
Yeah, what's black privilege?
Black privilege is you can say the N-word in public.
There's one.
You can say it too.
That's an easy one.
Really? What's YouTube's terms of service say about that?
You're allowed to.
No, it doesn't. I can't
Not the
do that.
hard
I'll
R.
bring it up right now. And I'll bet I lose my Twitch channel over this video. That's the only reason I'm being pissed about. I bet I do. I'm just saying. Which pisses
I don't think
me
it's
off.
enforced when black people use the hard R.
We'll
no one's allowed to
see.
use on Twitch.
Yeah, except for his face wasn't showing.
And nonetheless, like, you want me to bring up the hate speech policy that says racial slurs aren't allowed on YouTube?
Hey, Rob, just don't save the VOD on Twitch, and you should be
I know.
fine.
I'll delete everything as soon as I'm done.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not even blaming Joe. I don't think he's doing it on purpose. I personally don't give a fuck if white or black person uses that
He was
word.
just talking, and it came out. Yeah.
But,
I'm not
okay,
like
so
this.
if it's against the rules, regardless of whether you're white or black, then
Well, no, there is.
How is it
claim
black
to
privilege
be,
then?
Let me finish.
It is.
Right, there is a claim to be made that it's not enforced upon black people, but you just claimed that no white people could say it. That's certainly not true.
I definitely have seen plenty of YouTubers, white YouTubers, say it, and their channels don't get taken down for it
Well,
ever.
maybe they just
Ryan,
didn't get caught. But I'm
for a
telling you, that's what their policy
all
says.
context, man.
Do you don't know, Ryan,
If a
that
white person
YouTube
went in-
can
on YouTube
identify?
itself.
a white person went to content and said it, what would happen to them?
Yeah,
You know,
and also YouTube can identify.
I mean,
race
it
based
depends.
on
Like, not
voice.
all. For the record, not all black people are like animalistic and going to attack you just for saying the N-word. By the way, just
as
this is
well as
actually
YouTube would know what race he put down when he made his channel, and StreamYard
I mean,
runs
I
through
dare
YouTube.
you to say that, Ryan, and see what happens.
What?
Yeah, he lives in a cult.
Why would I don't want
He doesn't
to.
know the
I
real
don't
world.
feel. I don't feel the need to say it. I don't want to say it. I don't like saying it. Like I used to say it. I don't say it now. Yeah.
Point.
All right, guys,
Oh.
Clip
I
that.
never.
Clip that.
I never.
It's because he used to be black.
Flip it, ship it, boys.
Look, the evidence is really piling up here, Ryan. Earlier, I asked you if you condemn white supremacy, and at one point you were like, I don't know, maybe. Now you're admitting you use the N-word. Holy shit, the evidence is piling up there, Ryan. Then
Yeah,
you
it's
admitted
over for me.
that you're
Yeah. Radical
anti-racist
coders
for your
doomed.
own benefit.
I've used it a couple times on stream. Anyway, not on news streams.
Well, I've never said it on stream.
Ryan,
I have a question from a person that gave me money. He says, or not a question, but he states, this is from Tangytown? Tangytown, I don't know. In 1936, black vote went more 70% for Democrats and never went back. Clearly, racism wasn't of primary concern for the blacks at the time. And he was saying it wasn't 1960, like somebody had said earlier. I don't know who he was.
That was effigy. That was total horse shit.
It wasn't about like LBJ where he actually did stuff where remember he was caught hot micing and saying we'll get these N slurs voting Democrat for the next 100 years.
Where are these statistics from though? That's the whole point, right? Why was the Voting Rights Act necessary?
I have the recording of LBJ talking to MLK and saying we're going to get them to vote Democrat for 200 years. He was talking to MLK when he said that.
Yeah, because they waited for 100 years for the Republican to get them rights after they were freed.
200 years.
What about this is hard to understand?
Well, I would also
the
argue
Democrats said that they're going to get black people to vote for them for 200 years by using
Republicans
like,
voted right after the emancipation for a while, and then they had a bunch of fucking crazy shit in the South happen, like mass murders constantly happening.
Well, if you listen to the call between LBJ and Martin Luther King, you'll hear LBJ say to Martin Luther King, "Get one instance of a black person being mistreated, and we will put it in the newspapers, on the television, and anywhere else we can, and we will push it as hard as possible to get people to vote for my side."
What was
and
the vote?
will get them to vote for another 200 years for Democrats.
Looking for politically advantageous things to put in papers? Like, is that something new?
No, I'm saying that they institute it even now.
What was the vote tally for civil rights like again?
I don't know. I wasn't live.
Can you be more specific in your question?
I'm just curious which party in general voted for civil rights and which didn't.
Oh, you mean the Democrats that filibustered the civil rights? Tried to filibuster it?
Yeah, I think the Republicans voted more for civil rights.
Yeah.
Even back then.
And Rob,
And who's
Rob
more
to
pro
help
civil rights
settle, Rob to help settle
Yeah,
you.
bullshit.
I just looked it up, and Twitch actually has an X post where they said we've had questions about the use of the N word on Twitch. Use with a hard R is not allowed, period. We also automatically block the word across Twitch, including the chat. So that's specifically to the hard R, which was not used earlier, I believe. So I think you're in the safety zone on that one.
It's one of those things. It's like
there's
words
frustrating.
like the word for the pandemic, right? People claim that if you use that word for what it was, that virus, that it'll censor. So you try to avoid those, and it just gets. I don't think anyone's being malicious, but sometimes when you go on a panel, like people say stuff, and that if it's your job to be on these platforms, like a person that it's not or it's not worried about it, and I did just get fucking 30 days on Twitch not long ago because I was debating someone that used a homophobic slur 13 times. They got a 7-day ban. I got a 30-day ban. And so it's like, it's that sort of shit. I'm not trying to be a dick, and I'm not blaming anyone here.
No,
I
I
wouldn't
agree
even,
with
but
you.
it's just like, it becomes frustrating. Even, I know, Sarah, you dealt with this just the other night where one of your panelists used, and you're like, you got to be a little mindful. That's all I'm saying. And that person might say, it's no big deal. Who gives a shit? And it's like, yeah, but you're not the one that would be on the chopping block if that ends. So that's all I'm saying. But
No, I totally
to be clear though, Joe Cool, the one who used the N-word earlier, like he has a YouTube channel with over 100,000 subscribers, so he probably knows the etiquette, right?
Well, maybe.
Well, it's okay on, and let me clarify, it's okay. It's okay on YouTube. YouTube, for some reason, it's not a bad thing. But Rob is also dual streaming, just like I'm dual streaming to Rumble and Twitter and all of these other places. Rob and I believe Rinyald is also streaming on Twitch too. So we have to be mindful, even as panelists, like right here, there's like 10 other destinations that this channel is currently streaming to. We have to be mindful of knowing that we're presenting to multiple audiences across multiple platforms.
Yeah.
And we should just be mindful of the words we use. That's all.
Yeah, fair.
Twitch specifically used to have a list of actual words that you could not use. Now it's just one. Guess which one?
We got to get your mic fixed.
You are so loud, Grumple.
Well, let's not say
No,
it.
it's like I have to manually hold it in place because it keeps just jumping down. It's been a thing for a while. I haven't figured it out yet.
When
There
did
is
that
some-
free switch happen?
Never mind.
When the what?
It happened gradually.
It was over a
didn't
span
happen
of
in 1
20
year.
years.
Yeah, it was over a span of years. Well,
Sure,
whoever brought that up, right? You said that the Republicans voted for more. Yeah, that's my point. The Republicans were mostly the more liberal party over that 100 years. The Dixiecrats were the heart of the Democratic Party. They were, yeah, and those shitbags,
right?
Those shitbags are now the heart of your fucking party. All the Southern states' rights, traditionalist status quo people are in the Republican Party now.
The
That's what you
shitbags
say.
that hate
Exactly.
white
I
people
don't believe you.
are like Louis Farrakhan are taking pictures with Barack Obama.
Hey,
That's
I didn't
who
say
they
I
are.
didn't say there weren't left wing racists. There totally are.
Right.
Well,
I
but you
went to
made
Robert
excuses.
Byrd's
They
funeral.
have to be. They have to be Democrats. That's what you said. They have to be because the other party's hostile to them.
I thought that was impossible.
Oh, no, I'm just explaining why they vote in such high numbers.
Look, it's
It doesn't
becoming
have
evident
to be.
that there is a lot of anti-white hatred. There are litanies of examples that you can see, not just through policy, but you can also see it through the rhetoric. The guy that's running for mayor right now in the Democratic Party said we need to make white neighborhoods pay more. Say that about any other demographic.
Out there in New York. Yep.
What if he said
What,
we
the
need to make
anti-racism is
Let me
literally
finish.
racism.
Let me finish. What if he
Yeah,
said we need to make Jewish neighborhoods pay more? That wouldn't be racist, right? That'd be fine.
Oh no, then the ADL would shut down everything you'd ever done.
That's right. They would. They would. But it's okay to say it about
Do
white
you
people.
agree that intention matters though? Like if he was saying it as a category for these specific places, or if he was saying it to attack specific people, that would be a difference, right?
That's
Oh no, the ADL would shut it down like
if you're
like that.
If you're picking a group of people regardless because of their race, that is a racist policy. Period.
Okay, well, yeah, but that's like if we acknowledge like the history of racism, like the construction of racism in at least American racism in particular, because obviously like racialization can exist in other contexts. If we look at American racism, it's a very particular history. Okay,
Sure.
it's very one directional. Okay,
Okay.
It's it's
maybe-
not that hard to understand.
Ryan.
So many people are pretending. So many people are pretending the United States doesn't have this very precise, specific history, but it's just bullshit.
no
when
one's
they're
pretending.
gaslighting.
No, I'm making a stretch like Ryan right
Don't
now.
all-
You're
hold
both
on,
making a stretch.
Stop. I'm pretty sure we're not the only country that has that history.
Right.
But
Yeah,
even at that, I think everybody on this panel agrees racism is bad, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty positive to say that. I feel like that's a pretty positive claim.
I don't know if everyone agrees. I think
but-
they might say it, but I don't think they
Shut
actually
up,
agree.
Ryan.
Everyone except for Renyald, who
I don't even think they
know.
agree what racism is. I don't even think we all agree what racism actually is.
The problem
It doesn't.
God damn it!
Renyald's
I'm
a cat supremacist.
talking. What is wrong with all of you?
a lot, I guess.
Apparently so. We all agree it's bad. However, because we all agree it's bad, we also agree that when it spins the other way, that's bad too. Right? Racism can be applied in any direction. It's not just a one-way street. It's not just, oh, well, just because you're this color just means that only you can suffer this thing. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, we would be screaming it the same way. And we are saying that it's coming down in the same direction, just in a different way. And that's kind of the we're saying it's bad across the board, hands down. Don't do it. But that doesn't
but
mean
it's
you
not
have
happening
to.
in that
That
direction.
doesn't. Okay, in order to not oppress people, you shouldn't have to push other people down in order to de-oppress others. And that's what's happening.
Sarah, that's what
That's
equity.
happening.
That's basically what you just described is what they call
Equity is equality of opportunity of outcome.
They call equity.
Opportunity of
That's
outcome.
Marxism, right?
What is
And you know,
opportunity of
we should be
outcome?
mindful and
Outcomes.
be careful. That
So,
we
for
don't have
example, if
hyper
lower
overt- I
qualified
was
white
already
people
in the
are getting
middle
jobs
of-
that more qualified black people are applying to, that would be an example of DEI would need to come in play, so that the more qualified black person would get the opportunity, right?
Prove that's
How would you know
happening.
that? How would you prove that?
being
You know
a
what?
jackass.
You know what?
Because we can look. There's a lot of studies regarding this. Like,
How would you clarify
Name one.
the concept of when companies they have to hit a specific quota? Wouldn't that be racism in and of itself? If they
we don't
say
have
you
quotas. That's very
have-
sorry, sir. It's not happening in the United States.
you
We
get
don't have
you
quota
get
systems.
you get okay. Even just having a female as a part ownership of a company, you get specific incentives and grants. Do you not?
It's not
Yes.
a quota, though, right?
This is why a lot
for-
of men.
for government.
This is why a lot of men sign their wives up as a lead partner, like a president of some sort of their company, because then they get extra incentives in order to do so. So it works in one way, but it's not.
What's wrong? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with encouraging like systems to incentivize
Why-
more women getting into
for a
these
single
positions?
man,
What's
for
wrong
a
with that?
single man, for a
it's a good
single
thing.
man who doesn't have a wife that he can sign on as his, CEO just in order to get the incentive. Well, that
Womp
doesn't
womp.
work very well for him, right? Now, does
Womp
it?
womp.
The wife has nothing to do with the company. And I know people that have done this.
I've seen it so this happened at a house I bought. The first house I bought, I got for $6,000. It was a fixer-upper to say the least. And we went from having a septic tank to sewage lines being put in, town water lines. You had to dig in order to get there. Now, my house particularly, we had to dig about 200 feet. There was government assistance that could be offered to people, though, and this is a very poor town, so almost everyone couldn't afford to get their own backhoe to dig this. It was going to be like $4,000 or $5,000 contractor set. So what they did was they had government money, and they had a bid for people to go in and do this. And what it was a bunch of companies put in for that bid. One company won, and so we all got to notice, hey, this company's going to come in and they're going to dig your lines. And then it fell through. And you want to know why it fell through? Because the Pennsylvania state legislator had passed a law that said anytime there's a government bid like that, you need a certain amount of people of color or women to be owners of businesses that could get those contracts. That's a quota. And so that fell through because even though we're in an area where it's a super rural area and there were only a handful of companies that did that sort of work, right? And most of those were owned by white men because the population around here is 99% white. It did not matter. You had to find someone from outside the area. How is that not discriminatory? How is that not a quota?
Yeah, I'm skeptical of the details here, but I'm happy to read about it more.
It's a very common thing, especially on bids, contracts, so on and so. You know what? Go to the bid section and see what comes through. This is why a lot of companies say women owned, because they have to in order to qualify.
Women and minority owned. That's the category.
Because most businesses are not owned by women or minorities, right?
And
I don't know.
You know why? You want to know why?
Okay,
Ryan.
So what? So if they're trying to encourage more women and more minorities to go into businesses, we might want to see more role models who are doing that, right?
And what about the men who? Let's just say that this is between men and women at this point, okay? And let's say there's 100 men out there who own companies. They've been doing this for 20 years. They know what the hell they're doing, so on and so forth. Newbie Joe Schmo comes in, signs his wife up as a part ownership, just so he can say it's co-owned by a woman, so on and so forth. And then he's only been doing this for a year, has no expertise. But then the Joe Schmoes, the other 100 dudes that have been doing this for 100 years, who know what the fuck they're doing, just got disqualified because dude with a wife who signed up on his company happens to have that minority rules, and he gets the bid.
They're all disqualified completely because of this.
So again, I
and
go back to
they've been doing it for 100 years. That's crazy.
I would go back to the example, the
I said
hypothetical
20
that
years.
Ryan.
20 years.
I think it's technically
my bad.
Fraud, but
Ryan refused
it
to
still
engage
happens.
with the hypothetical, but maybe someone else will in the panel. Maybe you, Effigy. You have two kids born in the same circumstance. Black kid named Bob, white kid named Will, both to a mother that works a minimum wage job, whose father isn't there anymore. Literally in the exact same they're neighbors. They live in the same neighborhood, same financial situation. The reason that Bob, the black kid, is in such a difficult position is because his great grandfather was discriminated against. He was a slave.
Or his actual current grandfather, right? Because it was only 60 years ago when black people were not allowed to go to school with white kids, right?
Those kind of things aren't determined on an individual level, right?
Here we go. Right. So his grandfather, that's why he's having a difficult time, because his grandfather was a slave or discriminated against, et cetera, et cetera. Fine.
Not a slave,
now,
obviously.
Okay, whatever. Now, Will, the white kid, in the exact same position. And the reason is his dad worked in the steel mills, but they closed down due to sort of global trade being opened up. And so now they're in the exact same situation. Why should Bob be prioritized through government programs over Will?
So I think we could have government programs to address both of these people's poverty, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but look, look.
Let me answer Ryan first. So you would be against any specific policy that said we're giving more policies and more areas of benefit to Bob just because of his skin color?
Not inherently, no.
Why would you be for that? Why does he deserve more opportunity? Because of his skin
We
color.
could have compounding things, like because he could also be impacted by that, by the other, like the labor, by certain industries leaving and stuff. Like he could also be impacted by those things. It could be compounding. There's a concept called intersectionality, right? You might have heard of it.
Okay, so let's say then both, right? Same thing. Bob's in this situation because his grandfather was discriminated against and worked at a steel mill that left. And Will's only in that position because his grandfather, nonetheless, the grandfathers that aren't there anymore, right? Both of these kids are in the same situation with the same need, right? And you're saying more programs should be available to Bob purely because of his skin color. Why?
No, I'm saying more programs would exist that would benefit Bob because there's more people in Bob's situation specifically, right?
No, that's not.
Like more, I'm sorry, not more people. There's more specific cases. There's more compounding things applying to him.
Not true at all.
Can I ask you?
Hang on, really good. I'm wondering if we understand that the comparison is kind of off right here, because we come to those conclusions as an aggregate, as groups.
Hold on. Let me ask you this, Brian. Why are there children who are like first generation college graduates?
Wait, what do you mean?
Because of racism.
I mean, unironically, yeah, black people were not allowed to go.
I'm talking black, white. I don't care what fucking color your skin is.
So there's there's going to be disproportionately black people because they weren't allowed to. Right?
Stop.
Okay, I'll stop.
Why are there first generation college graduates? Why is that even possible?
Because their parents didn't go to college.
Because of racism.
Didn't go to college. No, because they tried and they did something about it and they decided I'm going to do better than my parents. Each generation is essentially supposed to do better than their parents, but you actually have to get up off your ass and go do something. It doesn't mean that there's always a lack of opportunity, right? It's just getting up and doing something.
Well, and Effigy makes the argument, right? He says, well, the problem is we're looking at this wrong because it's more group-based
black
and
people,
not
hear that? Get off your asses.
No, I'm saying that's how the conclusion is
Get off your asses, black folks.
If you're forming a conclusion based on a group of people, why would you make an individual example and say, like, that's the reason him? We're talking about the group. The group is disproportionately.
I'm answering that, right? And so the fact is, if we have programs based on need, that's one thing. Because you can see what happens if you have programs based on grouping. This is in effect what's said. It's like, well, black people are disproportionately poorer, so therefore we'll have programs for black people because they're disproportionately poorer, right? But it's like, well, why say that? Why not just say people that are in the bottom 5% or below certain income level get access to all these programs? Once you say, no, there's special access for people of color, all you do is limit that access for other people and punish them based on their skin color and benefit certain people for these programs based on skin color. For example,
I don't think so. You're portraying this as zero sum.
That's absolutely the case. Then explain to me why there should be any program that
because
exists.
There's way more impetus to target groups who have the overabundance of poverty, because poverty creates so many other things. Some of the things that you guys like to bitch about, actually.
So then the goal
there's more opportunity in the United States than anywhere in the world in history ever.
Yeah, nobody's saying
absolutely, and that doesn't mean we can't attack poverty in the United States.
These panels are tough. It's hard to go through a line of thought. So again, it's irrelevant if the argument is to solve poverty. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I mean that's one of the goals.
Then why wouldn't we have programs to solve poverty instead of programs?
We do.
Let me finish. Why wouldn't we have programs that just solve poverty as opposed to specific programs that solve black people in poverty?
Because programs to solve poverty are not generic; they're targeted. Right?
So it'd be like this.
You can't just be like, this just makes poverty. I'm like, hey, unless you want to be for like UBI or something and have a great giant generic solve.
The easiest example I could give is this: Joe Biden's policy to give black farmers money. Let's say that he comes up with a policy and says, we're going to give the 100 poorest farmers $10,000, right? And 99 of those 100 are black people. Now, this program overwhelmingly would benefit black people. 99 out of the 100 recipients would be black. Fine. It's based on financial need. No problem. But if instead he said, no, it'll be the 100 poorest black farmers. And now the 100th person would have been white that received the original, but now he doesn't. A black person that has more than him receives it because race was part. Why should that be the case? Why not just have programs that benefit poor people? And if it's true that the blacks are disproportionately poor, then they'll be the disproportional beneficiaries of those policies. But why specifically have policies that exclude white people or Hispanics or Asians that may be in the same financial situation?
Probably because the different access to opportunity, I'm guessing.
But says who?
I mean, I have to go. This would have to go situation by situation. This is why it's targeted, right? It depends on where you are and what you get, what you're making.
Okay, but the example I gave was two people in the same financial situation that are neighbors. They got there in vastly different ways because of their ancestors, but they're still today in the same situation. So why does Bob entitled?
Well, that's going to occur all the time, right? Those kind of like, yeah, but we're both in the same poor situation. Why do you get this? Why do I get that? That's going to, for all kinds of things, you could say that.
But then what? Then just have programs that say children that are born to mothers that are making less than $15,000 get this. Right, business owners that are that are making under so much money, they get this. Instead, we have quotas for blacks, quotas for women-owned businesses. If it's about solving poverty, if me and Sarah both have a business, let me finish real quick.
All I could really say is
hold on. I see the statement. Go ahead, Rob.
Right. If me and Sarah both own a business and Sarah's a billionaire and I'm just starting out and I only have $100,000 and there are business programs designed to help poor business owners, why should Sarah be prioritized over me just because she's a woman?
All right. Okay. I would say that because the mechanisms of funding and the people all the way down through the line of the different levels of government who create that funding don't always send it where it needs to go, right? So you have to target it to make sure it gets to those places.
But you're not targeting it to make sure it gets to those places if it's not based on just the financial need, if it's based on other factors. Again, this is
Rob,
a mistake.
do you think black people are disproportionately poor in the United States?
Sure. And so let's help poor people, not black people.
Well, Republicans don't want to do that either, so we have to create more targeted policies.
It's irrelevant.
What FIG said is
it's irrelevant. Republicans don't want to help poor people anyway. Yeah, good point.
That's not true.
Right, and Democrats want to kill babies.
It is true. Do you think it matters why they're disproportionately poor?
No.
Okay, well then that's where we're going to disagree.
Not in the sense. So just to be clear, if there's a case of historical discrimination, the black people that exist today are entitled to certain funds that white people that are in the same financial situation aren't.
Well, if their parents didn't have access to certain things, doesn't it make sense to potentially try to alleviate the impact of that?
Why is that everybody else's
parents or
problem?
grandparents? Why does that not matter? Why does it not matter if somebody like was?
Because that's what a parent does. A parent is specifically makes the opportunity for their child. It is up to the parent to determine what that child's life is going to be in the future, continue, and so on and so forth. Every opportunity granted to my own children is on the sweat of my own fucking back. And I'm going to do that to make sure that they have those opportunities. I bust my ass to do so.
And the biggest disadvantage.
I agree.
Your children's opportunities depend on you. You either sacrifice and make the shit happen, or it doesn't happen.
And so why are black parents less likely to do that?
Because
single parent, you mean?
I'm a
you mean single parents or black parents?
I'm a single parent. This bullshit.
Could be anything, right? Could be
right. You mean single parents or black parents? Which one do you mean? Because there's a lot of there's a lot of overlap there. But which one are you talking about? Single parents is the biggest. Single mother parents is the biggest
poverty. Single parents are fine if they're not in poverty.
Sorry,
it's unfortunate, but that's truth, I think.
Well, the problem, Ryan, is that you see a discrepancy, and you even said equity has to do with the quality of outcomes. The problem is you see
quality of opportunity of outcome is what I said. To be clear, it's a different thing, right? It is a different thing.
All right. You see disparate outcomes, and you say, therefore racism, therefore historical injustice. It may be many other things. For example, you want to know
but
why?
It's obvious. It's so obvious. Like, do you really think there's anything else that explains all of the racial discrepancies we see?
Yes, single parent households.
What makes them more likely to have single parent households then?
Please let me finish. I'll explain what makes it more likely.
What makes their culture different?
The war on poverty incentivized single motherhood in the black community. It was said there was a commission that a Democrat came out in 1960 that said it was a crisis that 25% of blacks were born out of wedlock. Now that number is 75% because we incentivized single motherhood. That's why.
How come black people were disproportionately impacted by that?
Because they were the ones that were specifically targeted. The policy was supposedly to, quote, help black people. But like LBJ said, we're going to have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years because the plan was to make them reliant on the government. Because the truth is, people like
they were getting material benefit from voting Democrat.
The truth is, people like LBJ were worried that if you
that's material benefit they needed that they weren't getting from the Republican Party. majority, right?
No, let me finish. The truth is that people like LBJ were worried that if you allowed blacks to compete in a system where they didn't get special advantages or were reliant on the government, that they would start out-competing whites in certain ways. So what they did instead was they said, we will make them reliant on the government. Therefore, they will never continue to advance.
And black people fell for it, is what you're saying.
That's exactly right. And any race would.
Yeah.
Yes. If you incentivize people not working and not bettering
So how
themselves,
can they have it? How come they haven't figured it out yet?
Many have. Thomas Sowell talks specifically about he remembers being a young black child when you had government agents that were knocking on doors.
But most
saying,
of the black community, they just don't get what Rob's diagnosed here, right?
They would knock on doors and say, if there wasn't a man in the house.
Most of the black community just doesn't understand what you're getting at, right? They just don't understand what you're pointing to.
That is correct. Would you?
Why?
If I offered you,
why don't they understand it?
If I offered you government money to stay at home, would you take it?
What's wrong with them? Why don't they understand what you're saying?
Because any person, it's not specific to race, any person, if they're offered free money to not better themselves, would probably
But everyone can do that. Everyone can get welfare.
Yeah, but
black people aren't the only ones who have access to welfare.
There was more offered and more rhetoric and energy put into offering it to the black community. Now, again, we could look at disparate outcomes and like you just want to claim racism. For example, why do blacks make up 13% of the population but commit more than 50% of homicides?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons for that, but it's like the specific percentage of those 13%. It's like 0.5% or something of black people who actually do violent crimes. But
sure,
people say 1350 because they're racist usually.
No, it's not because racist. When you say that it's racist, it's actually what you're doing is racist.
Well, if you're assigning 50% of violent crime to black people instead of the 0.5% of the black population who are actually doing that violent crime, I think that you are actually doing a racist.
Oh, then are you being racist when you talk about poor people and talk about blacks being disproportionately poor? Shouldn't you instead be focused on the exact percentage of poor black people? No, you just say poor people.
When I say black people are disproportionately poor, I'm pointing to past racist policies that made it more likely that they would become poor.
I'm saying black people are disproportionately committing murders. If it's not racist when you make those disproportionate arguments, then it's not racist.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying black people aren't doing that. I agree. Black people commit more crime, disproportionately. I agree, but I think it's because of these historic racist policies. Yeah,
but you have no evidence to show that.
I think there's overwhelming evidence to demonstrate.
Okay, so explain to me how Jim Crow makes a black guy today murder someone.
So, do you think people in poverty are more or less likely to commit crime than people not in poverty?
People in poverty are more likely to commit crime in general.
Okay, do you think black people are more likely to be in poverty because of historic racist policies, or do you think there's something else?
I think that there's vastly different reasons other than just historic racist
even
policies.
If we went into the welfare stuff that you talked about, that would just be your own framing of what you're pointing to and identifying as what we would call systemic racism, which is policies that would be targeting and hurting black people, even if I agreed with your characterization of those policies.
It's racist if you give them money, and it's racist if you don't. Convenient. And it's
racist if you're targeting groups to hurt them, right? And you're using whatever nefarious policy you think you're giving you say you're giving them money, so you're actually helping them, blah blah, but or you're actually hurting them, but you're trying to help them.
It sums up your entire worldview, right? Like no matter what we do, we could just say racism, and that's one of the reasons that things are so bad. Now we could
maybe there was a lot of racism. What if that's the case? What if America just was a really fucking racist place? It's not. We can all acknowledge that, right? And a lot of those people, a lot of those really racist people, they're still around, right?
Sure. A lot of them are black. A lot of them are Hispanic.
Okay. I'm not talking about those people. Okay. I'm sure, yeah. People you characterize as racist. I know we disagree about whether or not that's racism. I agree it's prejudice. I agree it's that. I condemn anti-white prejudice. Hey, white people, I think being prejudiced against you is bad. Do you feel better? Okay. White people, I want all the white people, all the white victims to know, I think being prejudiced against you guys is bad. I just want to be clear so no one here is victimized by Ryan Radical Coder. I think being racist or prejudiced against white people is bad, okay? Do you feel better?
Okay, if poverty is the reason that they're committing homicide, then are there discrepancy in outcomes between white people that are in the same poverty line as black people and how many homicides they commit?
Do you think that poverty is the only thing?
No, but that's what you're
saying.
saying.
And population density, right?
Okay, that would be another. And so
okay, so do you think
it's a poor white person that lives in like an inner city? Are they as likely to commit homicide as a poor black person that lives in the inner city?
They're going to be closer. Yeah, they're going to be closer to those numbers. Yeah. I mean, you're asserting they're not?
I'm saying I'd like to see the data.
Neither of us have the data, right? Neither of us have that data right here, so we're speculating.
So what we can see is, in like another thing that you would say is like, well, blacks are most likely to commit murders against their own race, which is true. Whites against, all right, okay. But did you know that when
because there's a bunch of them living near each other, right?
Okay,
In like
right. But did
population density areas.
Okay, but would you know that when it comes to cross-racial murders in every group, that blacks are the most likely to commit other than the own race? In fact, according to the data that I looked at, I think from 2018 was the last FBI data I could find. The only group, you would say white people are the victim. Let me rephrase this. Homicide victims that are white are most likely to be killed by white people, correct?
Yeah, they're more likely to be near white people.
Homicide victims that are black are most likely to be killed by black people, right?
Yes.
Homicide victims that are Hispanic are most likely to be killed by Hispanics, right?
People are most likely to be have crimes against people, or tend to be people tend to commit crimes against people around them, right?
Asian people that are victims of homicide are most likely to have the homicide committed by an Asian, right? Listen to the question, Ryan. Asian people that are victims of homicide are most likely to be killed by Asians, right?
Probably.
No, it's blacks.
Okay, and what's your point?
Oh, well, if it's just about living in close proximity and therefore...
So what's the problem? What's causing that? Why?
There could be a litany of reasons, but the problem is
like
that
what?
You just see
what's
a
the
disparity. There could be all kinds of things. It could be culture.
Okay, name one.
Because, people like you make excuses for
why is there
black
culture like
racism
that?
and black
Because me,
victimhood
I'm making it okay for black people to commit crimes.
Incentivize victimhood. Yes.
I'm the one. I'm making it okay for black people to commit crimes.
People like you that have had big, not you yourself, but
It's
people that
dope,
share
dude.
your beliefs.
You don't actually believe this.
Of course I do. I absolutely believe that the victimhood culture.
You think that my opinions about racism in the United States are making it more likely for black people to kill Asians?
Ryan, I think people in
you guys how fucking stupid that sounds, right?
Please let me finish. I think people in influential positions that share your beliefs are making it.
I have 800 subs. I'm not in almost 800 subs.
I think you're a pissant that no one gives a fuck what you say. But it's people like you that share your beliefs that have power. They're the ones that are embracing this victimhood culture that's self-fulfilling prophecy, which means that people never take personal agency, and it means that these things are perpetuated. Yes, that's
that black people, if you would just take personal agency, listen to Rob. Black people just need to listen to Rob and Sarah and pull yourself up by your goddamn bootstraps. If you'd stop being so pathetic, and then there you go. All your problems would be solved. No racism to be seen here.
But Ryan, we've seen it. We've seen it happen.
Hang on.
We've seen black, white, Asian,
is it not possible?
All pull themselves up by their bootstraps of all sorts, of all kinds, in all sorts of different places. Right. So, like, why do we have to make everybody else like level down?
Wasn't there a black president?
Nobody's leveling anybody down. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're staring down the white people by stealing their opportunities that they rightfully
bullshit. That's
earned
not
by
happening.
building
It's
this
not
country.
happening.
Ryan, wasn't there a black president of the United States of America, like the most powerful man in the world?
Last night, now we got an orange one.
8 years in a row.
Let me continue.
Wait, so you're saying Obama wasn't a president, or that he wasn't black?
Through some super chats.
I'm sorry.
There's been some waiting here for a while. Another new account says with the big 5, Ryan, your dumb argument stuttering was that those platforms weren't popular enough. Twitter has more users than Reddit. Why is Reddit more censored?
No, what I actually said is that those platforms, the reason that those platforms are not as popular as they could be is because they don't do the kind of curation that platforms like Reddit and like YouTube and these other ones and that Twitter used to do. And there's a reason that Twitter is now more unbearable, even to right-wingers. Like, there's a reason that most right-wingers don't even like Twitter as much as they used to, because it fucking sucks now.
This is a Section 230 argument. If you're a platform or an editorial-based type thing.
Calvin College with the Big 10 says, for Rinald, I want to hear what he has to say about classified documents. Getting rid of digital emails versus paperwork is different. Both Pence and Biden allowed FBI to search home. Trump did not.
It's a lie. Trump did.
Allowed.
After
you let him
in, right? Not initially. He didn't initially.
I was muted. My bad. Yeah, the thing that I was going to point out is just that it seems like there's more demonstrable intentionality behind Trump's than Hillary Clinton's. But I mean, it seems like this is probably the inappropriate time to get super into the details.
We can do it real quick. What is there any doubt of intentionality that Paul Gambetta, the person who deleted the subpoenaed emails, fully admits, I knew that it was a crime, I knew that they were subpoenaed, and I still deleted them?
So in regard to Hillary Clinton, I don't believe that ties back to any top-down directive. So I'd say it's pretty different to say that unless you're claiming that the FBI was sparing this particular person due to him being associated with Democrats, then maybe. And I've said this on other panels that we've been on, I think he probably should have been charged. But as it relates back to Hillary Clinton, I would say that probably not. And
it doesn't have to relate back to Hillary Clinton, right? The problem would be politically, it would have been a disaster for Hillary if he would have been charged. You would agree with that, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, it would have. Secondly, it doesn't matter anyways, right? The point is that the FBI is engaged in a double standard with this, and what Hillary's team did was worse. But even more important than that, well, I guess not more important, but to answer your question, like, if you were involved, if your boss told you to commit a crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden the police are knocking at your door and they're going to throw you in jail, right? Mm-hmm. And they say, listen, Rinyard, here's the deal. We'll give you complete and total immunity, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we want you to tell you who told us that. Mm-hmm. Don't you think you'd have an incentive, particularly if you had a powerful boss, to just say, yeah, it was all me, man? And they'd say, okay, good. The problem was we'll never know if there was a top-down order. What we do know is that Cheryl Mills met with Paul Gambetta 2 days or a week or so before he did this deletion, and Paul Gambetta claims, I have no idea what that meeting was about. And the FBI said, good enough for us.
Is this, well, first of all, it doesn't strike me as super out of the ordinary for a tech guy to be meeting with a lawyer that works on behalf of Hillary Clinton. That doesn't strike me as super unusual. But on top of that, isn't that kind of an admission that we actually don't have any evidence of any top-down directive, and this doesn't tie back to Hillary Clinton?
Certainly, I've never claimed otherwise. I said that Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence. And secondly, you want me to believe that Paul Gambetta remembered a conversation he had with Cheryl Mills 7 months prior. Mm-hmm. He remembered that and had an oh shit, but he didn't remember the conversation he had a week prior. I don't know what that was about.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know. Do we know how many correspondence that this person had with the lawyer anyway?
Well, no. The hoops that you all are willing to jump through.
Well, no, that's not a hoop. If I had 30
Rob, the stretch is real, right?
No, this isn't a stretch. If I had 30 meetings with this person, and you're asking me what I discussed on this particular meeting, I probably wouldn't know. I feel like that's a pretty.
But you would remember one you had 6.5 months previous.
I mean, if somebody told me to go home and delete a bunch of information and I didn't end up doing it and I remember it a couple months later, that also doesn't strike me as super unbelievable.
See, I know that I'm not saying you specifically, Rinyard. I like you, right? But I know Democrats are full of shit in general about this, and here's why. When they charge people like Nada, Trump's assistant, or when they charge someone like Michael Cohen, Democrats get real giddy. They're like, oh, he's going to flip. This guy's going to flip on Trump. This is good. And they're all excited. In every criminal investigation that I've ever paid attention to or heard, here's generally how things go. You want to get the mafia boss. So what you do is you find a low-level guy and you see him selling weed on the street. So you arrest him and then you turn the screws on and you say, listen here, Buster, you're going to jail for 5 years unless you flip on someone above you. And then what happens is there's a hope that they'll flip. That's generally how policing goes. And that's exactly how they did it against Trump. They went after low-level people. We're going to go after Carter Page. We're going to go after Papadopoulos. We're going to go after Roger Stone. And yet with Hillary's team, when they had this guy dead to rights, it was the exact opposite. They're like, we're going to give everyone immunity, and then we'll ask them, have anything to say about your boss? And they're all like, no, we don't have anything to say. And they're like, good enough. Why would the FBI adopt two completely different approaches? With Trump's team, it was aggressively go after everyone for any little crime in the hopes that they would flip on Trump. But for Hillary's team, it was, let's give everyone immunity and then see what they say.
I mean, I agree that there are definitely double standards in the way that Democrats typically cover these cases, but it also wouldn't shock me if they take a way more aggressive approach in regard to a case about potentially having classified. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. It would make more sense to me if they took a way more aggressive approach to a claim of having classified information on a private email server than a claim that the current president of the United States is coordinating with a foreign entity to rig the election. That feels like a way more important claim that you would probably police a little more aggressively.
Wait, Daniel, but it's not just that. They went aggressively after Trump and his assistant for having classified material, not working with Russia. This was after Russia collusion investigation was done, and it was proved to be bullshit. Still after that, the FBI was like, oh, boy, we're going to go after him aggressively for mishandling classified documents. We're going to charge the low-level guy because we think he was told to move boxes. But with Hillary's team, same sort of argument, mishandling classified documents. It was, well, we're not going to go that aggressive. In fact, we're going to do the opposite of aggressive. We're going to give them all immunity.
In that regard, I'd have to see like the kind of way that the investigation unfolded. But I will say that I think it's important to say that like in Trump's case, we had way more damning evidence, like him, telling people this is highly confidential. I should have declassified it, but I didn't. Whereas like Hillary Clinton, we have like this possibly conceived, like a possible conception of maybe a top down.
But again, like even the explanations. Wait.
That were smashed.
The what?
It's different. It's different. Like, I'll make his argument for it. Yes, the things that were smashed, it was considered like policy that the FBI would sometimes do this. And they made an agreement with these people like Cheryl Mills that said, look, we're worried that shit will get leaked. We'll only hand this shit over without a subpoena if you agree to destroy it. And that's what, now it's still shitty that they destroyed, but that's the argument that people will make. Now, though, Rinyal, to your point, right? Like, the idea that it's like, well, it was damning that Trump said I should have declassified this. One, he was just waving a paper in the air and said, I don't even know if I'm supposed to say this. I could have declassified it, right? But if that's a big deal, then why didn't they charge Joe Biden when he said to his ghostwriter, this is probably classified. Here, go ahead and read it on tape.
Did he say this is probably classified? Go ahead and read it.
Yeah,
yes. I'd have to hear the tape. I'll look into that. I'll write it down. It's my impression that I'm pretty sure the ghostwriter said that he didn't think that the thing was classified. But I mean, I can look into that claim. If that is true, then I think they probably should have charged Joe Biden. Although there is the old man thing, so I'd have to look into that specific investigation.
Yeah, I thought it was Trump who was caught on tape, basically telling someone to read classified material.
As a point of order. The executive, the president can at will just make something class or unclass. Like,
okay, that's.
Just
I mean, like
by
after
thought process, it doesn't have to be written down or anything.
Can you like he admitted that it was classified and that he did not declassify it? Can you classify it after you leave the presidency?
If you're the current president, if you're currently the president, you can classify and class at will.
What if you're not?
He specifically said after. He specifically said after that he could.
Okay, so that's not related.
According to a February 2024 special counsel report by Robert Noerr, President Biden did tell his ghostwriter Zwanitzer that some of the material in his notebooks was probably classified, or the words to that effect.
Did he read any of the material in that notebook that he said was probably classified?
Yes, because it was for his memoirs. He was reading it all. Not only that, you're not going to believe this, but it is true. It's actually, there's weird law differences that reading classified documents is less harsh than showing classified. And he actually gave the ghostwriter the material.
Well, I'm pretty sure in Trump's case, he was also like showing the specific attack.
He waved a paper around. We're not even sure that it was classified. He may have just been big man saying it. We do know that some of the documents that Joe Biden were showing were in fact classified.
I mean, hey, I'll look into it. But I mean, it does feel like, at least as it relates to Hillary Clinton's thing, this is a kind of case.
Is this classified?
Maybe we can talk about it next time we're on a panel.
It's clear cut. Hillary's team did something that Trump's team didn't. They knew that there was subpoena, and they destroyed the evidence that they knew was subpoenaed.
Well, they also didn't. The Trump campaign also know that people were coming for documents, and then told the people to like move it and burn it.
Yep.
No, I don't think they said to burn it at all.
Not citation needed on that.
Their own lock on that room. And
citation needed for that.
Hell, I might be wrong. I know for a fact they were telling them to move it. I heard reports of
move it thing. Yeah, they had them move it before the investigators came and looked in Mar-a-Lago. Yeah.
Whatever happened with the classified documents that Biden had?
What was all the pictures of documents on the floor? It was folders.
Like you get the difference in magnitude, Trippy, between like one folder of something and boxes upon boxes of them, right?
Yeah, boxes upon boxes in Joe Biden's garage.
They were sitting on the car and in the passenger seat of the Corvette, right?
Unlocked buildings, right? Yes, next to the Corvette. All of that.
Maybe
I thought someone were in the Corvette.
maybe this is just an incorrect talking point. Like whenever there was request to give the documents back, Joe Biden did end up complying with the investigator.
So did Trump. Also, Trump declassified.
No.
Stop.
Did not cooperate. It's a lie.
Did not cooperate over a year with the National Archives.
Y'all are silly.
Come on.
And then they came and they used a bolt cutter.
Trump negotiated
their own lock off.
I don't understand what's the relevance of that.
But again, it's not that Biden.
Bad, right? Sounds scary.
Documents.
Biden
because
didn't
Trump wasn't
cooperate
hiding
either.
anything.
Here's what happened.
The Secret Service had told him, "Hey, how do you make your the place where you're storing these documents into basically a skiff? Not exactly a skiff.
How do we square the idea?
How do you do this?
How do we square the idea?
And then they raided him.
How do we square the idea that he was complying with investigators, but also telling people to hide the documents when
Oh,
investigators
that's
were
simple.
coming?
The
I want
FBI
a citation on
their
that.
own lock on the door.
They put their own lock on the door. What does that have to do with anything?
And again, the point is,
the FBI locked the room so nobody could go in.
I have never heard that Trump told anybody to hide anything before. This is the first time I'm hearing.
Well, you should read the court case.
The
I mean, I'm not saying
allegations are.
The indictment said that there were 64 boxes that were being moved by NADA. 30 of those were returned before the FBI got there. NADA allegedly told people that he was instructed to move those boxes. Now, if they would have offered NADA immunity, he may have said, hey, you know what? No one told me to do it, right? You know, like they did. But he didn't get the same sweetheart deal that Hillary's team did. But I just want to push back on the point that Biden allegedly cooperated. No, he didn't. What Biden did was had his team go after Trump for the very crime that he himself was committing. If Biden was really cooperating, then when he's reading to his ghostwriter in circa 2018, 2019, and he says, oh shit, this is probably classified.
Do you have any evidence that Biden
and way more egregiously, by the way?
I appreciate the interruption. You could ask the question afterwards. I'll finish my point. Right. If he was really interested in cooperating, as soon as he said to that ghostwriter, this is probably classified, he would have returned it. But he didn't. Instead, he kept it. Why?
I don't know. I'd have to look into the claim. But I mean, when we say cooperate, I feel like it's pretty clear what we mean is that like whenever the FBI asked for the documents back, they were given back. Did he?
But they didn't ask for. But what happened was Biden realized how bad it was going to look that he was going after Trump for a crime that Democrats commit all the time and Republicans, the mishandling of classified documents, and so it'd look real fucking bad that he committed the exact same crime that he was going after Trump. So then he decided to preemptively cooperate.
Biden may be the worst one in history about how many egregious violations have been. He stole stuff out of skiffs as a senator.
I have a question for Rob. Were the documents that Biden had in his possession while he was president or a senator?
No. Well, senator and vice president.
Right. He did not have presidential power to have those documents.
Presidential power.
Oh, yeah, no,
classify the documents would be what it was. He didn't have the ability.
Most all of it was 100% illegal that he even had them.
He didn't have them as president. He had them as vice president.
Yeah, but that's not nobody's alleging that he. That has nothing to do with the.
Just because you're president doesn't mean you can take a shitload of classified documents when you stop being president.
Right. Let me make.
Well, yeah, that you kind of can.
Go ahead, Rob.
No, you kind of can't.
Let me make.
You 100%. If you declassify
them, when you're leaving office.
No, Ryan. If you're still the president, you can at will.
No.
Or sorry,
Trump didn't do that, and he bragged about how he could have done that.
No,
before.
you can 100%. The president just at will makes things class or unclass.
I understand that, and Trump did not do that.
Evan sent in the Big Five.
If it was moved before he stopped being president.
A group that has the most power while being a minuscule minority is not targeted by CRT. Is it because they wrote it?
Who are you talking about?
He's doing an anti-Semitic. He's doing an anti-Semitic trope here. But to be clear,
it's reality.
So to be clear, critical race theory does talk about the racialization of Jewish people, and it's an important part of understanding what happened and like the history of why and how Jewish people have been oppressed. It's super valuable to understanding that. So CRT does actually address Jewish people.
But what about them going in?
He didn't say Jewish people.
But what
I
about
know what we all know what he meant. We
like
can
Robert
depend on
Real Robert Flowers
Maybe you don't know what he meant.
says
I knew what he
with the Big Ten.
Evan knew what I meant because Evan knew what he meant because he
Of
engaged.
Ryan's piss hitting the urinal. It sounds.
I thought he meant
feminine.
Asians.
Take those cameras out of my bathroom.
Flowers out.
Ryan, I thought he meant Asians.
Says, I love how Ryan gives up and doesn't want to engage Rob's hypotheticals, but when Rob and Effigy are talking, Ryan finds the nerve to interrupt.
Yeah, but I've been sitting here being quiet for so long, and Rob, don't look. I interrupt Rob sometimes, but Rob interrupts me as well. I'm whatever.
I think I could.
That wasn't the point of the comment. That wasn't the point at all. You just completely dodged that.
Any town says with the big
Any
five,
town.
the Labor Board and HUD were agencies created by civil rights that advocate for blacks, creating an incentive to not hire blacks, then fight government agencies.
Sarah, would you like me to read your things? Would you like that?
No.
He does that sometimes. He's like the announcer guy. He's
No.
epic voice guy.
Anonymous says, I want to give a
Some
shout out to
professional.
Rinyald. He destroyed Manor and made Manor Reports rage quit. It was hilarious. Win, Rinyald. Well, congratulations to you, Rinyald. I hate Manure Reports. He gets on my fucking nerves. Another new account says, that's not what you said, Ryan, but it was an hour ago, so it's okay if you forgot. Regardless, left-wing platforms are censored more. Saying otherwise is cope.
They have more curated content that gets rid of like explicit racism and stuff. Yeah, I agree.
No, it's literally
And more
anything
than
and
that.
all things that they consider racist.
And Kissy
can
Cat
disagree about what's
saying,
racist. Factually.
Kissy Cat saying what everybody should be saying is, we're so sorry, Sarah.
We're so sorry,
But Ryan, you
Uncle
completely
Albert.
What I'll say is
dodged
you're
my
welcome,
question,
Sarah.
though. You completely dodged my question. You go over all the time saying that whites are represented in positions of power when they are the majority of the country, but for a minority population where they have almost nothing, like in terms of like population, but they are in so many positions of power. I thought the whole point of CRT is to go in, like level everything out and make it so that everyone has
Well, it's
an
not.
equal opportunity.
It's not that.
of outcome.
It's a framework for understanding why things are the way they are. And if you look at the history of Jewish people, then you can see why they're in certain positions. Yeah.
Why? Can you explain
Can
that?
you explain that, please? Yeah, I was about to say the same thing, Rob. Me and you were right there.
Why are Jewish people overrepresented in certain positions of power? Because of the unique history
No.
that Jewish people have. Jewish families have gone to certain areas and become more what's the word?
Couldn't you say the same thing about men, Ryan?
I mean, like, what else do you think it is? Like,
Well,
do you think they're just made that they're just special?
Allow me to make the argument,
Job,
right?
Rob,
It wasn't the Holocaust like this terrible thing that happened to Jewish people? It almost wiped them out, correct?
It was pretty bad, yeah.
And haven't they faced racism in countries they've gone to all over the world, including the United States?
Yeah, no
And
doubt.
yet somehow they're achieving immensely despite all of those setbacks in just the past 50, 60 years. They're now probably the most powerful group in the United States when it comes to sort of the metrics that we use, when it comes to wealth on average, when it comes to low levels of incarceration rates, all of the things that we say qualify successful. If they went through all of this abuse, even more recently than blacks, including the Holocaust, including racism, why are they doing so well?
I mean, again, there's a lot of reasons for it, but
give me one.
I mean, like, what do you think it is? What's your
Pick
explanation?
themselves up by their bootstraps.
I think that
They just got their shit together, but black people just won't do that. Is what you're saying, right?
I think that a lot of it has to do with culturally. I think that
Okay, well, I don't agree that black people are just like failing to pull
let
themselves up
me-
or whatever, and Jewish people
let
only
me
did
finish.
it.
I'll even get
Yeah,
even
if that's your
spicier.
narrative, that's fine. You can. If that's your narrative, you live with that. That's your
You're
piece.
interrupting when I'm trying to give you something to actually bitch about. Ready? I think a lot of it has to do with culture.
Where does that
I
culture
don't know
come
if people
from?
could hear me. And
Gotta
I
get
think
this
it also
going.
has to do with biology.
What do you mean by biology? there?
I think
Yes,
that
please
it
explain
turns out that
biology.
Ashkenazi Jewish people have really high IQs.
Because of their biology?
Yes.
They're
think
like
that's certainly
biologically more
part of it.
intelligent, is what you're saying? Like, Jews,
Yes.
so would you say that black people are biologically less intelligent?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what's your evidence
Ashkenazi
for that?
Jews, it seems to be evident.
Is that
I
because
think
they're the
that both-
chosen people, Rob?
I think that there is. I don't know if people could hear me because I can't see myself.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
We
okay.
can hear
I'm
you.
We can
sorry.
hear you describing how black people are biologically lower IQ. We can hear you say that.
Yes, I think that
But
it
they
is
are
both
physically
societal
stronger in some
and
cases.
biological factors that factor into IQ. Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
so we all heard Rob. We all heard Rob just now say that black people are biologically dumber than white people.
Are you saying that genetics don't play into IQ, Ryan?
Guys, this is unfair. I don't think Brian's black at all.
I don't think that black people.
I don't even think he's ever met a black person, to be honest with you.
Well, let me ask you, Ryan, why are you so certain that genetics don't play a part?
Or that IQ matters so much? Why? That's the opposite take.
Rob was the one brought up the IQ argument.
Okay, but you seem to reject it outright and say.
So you're agreeing with IQ? Okay.
Right, you reject it outright and say it's racism to even suggest it.
My understanding is that more recent evidence regarding IQ claims is that there's a information gap that has been closed over the past few decades, especially, and that black people on average, if you actually as you control for that information gap, that black people actually tend to do just as well. And
that may be true. What I'm saying is that there are IQ differences between you can't even accuse me of being white supremacist. Whites fall somewhere in the middle, right?
This is a common white supremacist talking point, by the way, is that Jewish people are just higher IQ. I mean, you might not.
No, Ryan, it's Asians. I mentioned this earlier. It's Asians that I thought that comment was talking about Asians too, not Jews.
It's like a race realism thing. You guys are getting
get accused of being racist, don't get a chance to defend myself. So, anyways, I'll make the point, right? I don't know. I think my guess would be that genetics and upbringing have to do with how you get IQ. I would think that. But if we look at the upbringing of Jewish people, they suffered more recently far greater than black people, and yet they seem to be thriving. You can't give any explanation, but then if I mention that genetics may have part of it, or even culture, you're just you imply it's racist to even suggest it. So give me your answer. Why do you think that Jewish people have done so spectacularly despite the brutal racism and Holocaust?
I don't know. I can't explain. It must be genetics, right?
No, I'm asking the opposite.
That was your explanation. I'm gonna let you have your explanation. I'll leave you to it, Rob.
I'm giving possible hypotheticals, right? And you're just nope, all of that's racism. Genetics. All of that's racism. Then give a different answer. Then what's your answer?
No, I'm okay. I'm fine with your answer. You can have that answer. I don't want to engage with that. I'm good.
You're acting incredulous because this is the last bastion of a lefty that you just scream racism and you're unwilling to have a conti-racism. And this is why people like you.
I'm letting you say your piece. I'm not fighting you on it.
The one truthful thing you did say today was that your anti-racism stance is for your own benefit. That's what it is. You actually don't give a shit about making outcomes better for black people. If you did, you would look at the possible reasons that.
And I would tell them like you. I would say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, black people like Robbins, right?
I didn't say it once, right? Again, you're just acting incredulous because you want to ignore possible reasons for this. Give me one reason why you think Jewish people are doing so well. Give me one.
That's how we straw man, Ryan. That's a good straw man.
You can't give one. You can't
answer this question
because it disproves your
maybe I could.
thesis.
I'm not engaging with you because I think this is a disgusting conversation.
Now, and last thing I'll say, and then I promise I'll give the other.
No, it is disgusting because of your straw mans.
When that super chatter put in and said, how come Ryan refused to deal with Rob's hypothetical, but then once Rob offered it to Effigy, Ryan jumped in like a tough guy. Same thing here. When Ryan knows that his worldview is collapsing, he just acts incredulous and says, I refuse to deal with it. I refuse to deal with it.
I don't feel like anything's collapsing at all.
If it's true that discrimination and horrible historical offense are why black people are where they're at, then why wouldn't the same be for the Jewish people? And
do you think Jewish people have the same? Okay, do you think Jewish people have the same racist policies affecting them in the United States over the past 60 years?
I think that they suffered even greater through the Holocaust, and there were many racist policies that also affected them. Yes,
laws against
except in the United States.
Yes,
ancient Egypt as well.
Across the world,
they are worldwide.
Specifically, you think that got Jews into schools and stuff?
They're probably the most oppressed people in the entire world, throughout history.
I brought up something that I think, hey, Ryan, were the people that built Egypt black?
Oh, wait, hang on. Just in the 2020.
Hey, hang on, man.
I'm remembering you said 2018 through 2022, Jews were the biggest victim of violence from melanated individuals in New York.
And we're not just talking about victims of violence. We're talking about literal legal
structures. Isn't that what you said racism was earlier, though?
No, I never said that.
I thought we made that definition earlier about if.
I never said anything about violence.
I mean, it just seems evident to me that this is, and these sort of talking points, imagine this worldview that Ryan has. White people are created this system to benefit themselves and oppress other groups.
Do you disagree with that?
And yet they're in the middle of the pack. Somehow all these other groups, Asians, Jewish people, people that come from India, etc., they're all doing better than white people by most. So why?
So white people didn't create a perfect system to be the best in all cases, so therefore white supremacy doesn't exist.
But wait. But they created a system that gives them some sort of leg up, right?
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Okay, then why aren't they at the top? What's the explanation for why
Well,
they're not?
what's your metric for doing better, though?
Please, let's leave Ryan answer. Let's leave Ryan answer, and then I'll answer you.
No,
why aren't white people at the top then? Are they inferior in some way?
I mean,
if all the rules were set up
since you think this like racial divide is a real thing, I don't. But like, if you think it is, then maybe that's your explanation.
Explain it. See, again, you're getting incredulous. If you're saying that this system was created to benefit white people and it's not perfect, but it gives them a leg up, why aren't they at the top of the system?
I guess they didn't do a good enough job.
Ryan thinks he's inferior. Is it biological? Is it
What do you mean they're inferior? Why would that make them inferior just because they couldn't create a perfect system where they're on top?
No, it's inferior because there are races that are outperforming them on the metrics that we consider for successful. And yet, if seeing as how they've created the system to benefit themselves, and to at least some degree it's done that, then why are they falling behind?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they didn't do a good enough job trying to make themselves the best, right?
So, but what is it about white people, for example, what is it about white people specifically that even when they have all the advantages, they can't do best? What is it about them? Why?
Where's this claim coming from? I'm very curious.
I'd like for Ryan to engage.
That we're not doing the best. White people are 65% of the country, but we have over 80% of the wealth.
No, that's not. When you look at average wealth, when you're looking at per capita, whites, and when it comes to wealth accumulation, when it comes to incarceration rates, when it comes to almost every factor that we look at and say black people are doing worse than white people by almost every one of those metrics, Asian people are outperforming whites, Jewish people are outperforming whites,
yeah,
and
both
many other
extreme
groups.
minorities, right?
What's that?
America.
Both extreme minorities, right?
No. Excuse me. Asians are like a quarter of the population of the entire world. That's not
in the minority. You guys keep blowing this up. We keep talking about U.S.
Both China and India each have both China and India each have roughly a quarter of the population of the world in them. So it's roughly half of the world population is Asian.
He's saying that has nothing to do with the United States. That's why he's saying minorities in the United States.
You know, the richest guy in the world is African American.
Why does the smallness of the minority change things? In fact, you would think that would be even worse for them then.
Especially if they're
because the majority is going to have the extremes, right? Because we're 65% of the population will have most of the wealth and more of the poor people.
I noticed that's a deflection from the question I asked. I said, if there are groups that are even smaller minorities, you would expect the discrimination that's going against them because there's a society created to benefit white people to be even more exaggerated. And yet somehow they're outperforming whites.
Wouldn't it depend on the mechanism of the oppression? Like if they're oppressed based on like a glance and like trying to decide what group they fall into based on how they look at a glance, and you can't always identify whether or not a person is Jewish or white, then
can you explain what that means? Can you explain what that means?
Evan just said
Ryan, can you explain what at a glance means?
Or phenotypical features, what I mean.
What about Asians?
Yeah, you can just look at them. Look at that too, right?
People of Vietnamese descent,
black people
of Asian descent, you could see
obviously that's the point, Evan.
Do you guys not agree that one group is distinct from the other as far as its unique experience in America? Like one of them is like a complete immigrant group, and the other like former slaves that were redlined in certain areas and.
Yes, you could say, but now you start to see the problem, right? You could say, well, no two groups are ever equal. So we could pick and choose and say, well, the reason that these groups are doing poor is because they've created a white supremacist system to keep whites on top. But then when you're like, but whites aren't on top, there are other groups, and you're like, yeah, but they face different oppression. My question is, if all things are equal, if we can't talk about culture, if we can't talk about genetics, right?
Most of that, I think a lot of liberals admit most has been.
Yeah, Rob, I think I've talked all this whole time.
Yes, and I already said at the very beginning, Rob and Ryan both have the priority of the panel. The rest of there are 7 of you attacking both of them in different corners. All right, so they will have the priority. Rob, please continue.
So the argument is that whites have created this system to benefit themselves. And Ryan admits that it's at least been partially successful. So if it's not cultural and it's not genetics, why aren't whites at the top?
I do think it's culture. I think culture is part of it.
Okay, so then do you think culture is part of the reason that blacks aren't doing so well?
To some degree, yeah.
Okay, what parts of their culture do you think?
I think that there's specific cultures that have emerged from the Black community that are more likely to emerge there because of like a history of racism. Yeah.
Okay, and then real quick, last question: like, what part of the cultures of white people lead to them underperforming where they should be because they have all this institutional bias?
When you say under where they should be, what do you mean by that?
I mean, if everything's equal and whites have a system specifically geared to,
but they're overrepresented in like every single area. So
that's not true. And almost every metric when it comes to per capita or average, Asians outperform whites, Jews outperform whites. Why?
Okay, but outperforming doesn't like white people are still overwhelmingly the majority in every single.
But do you not understand per capita? Do you not understand this?
White men specifically are overrepresented.
That's
like
not true. Jewish
men
like
and Asian it's like 65 to 70% of CEOs.
Again, Jewish
people are kind of white. Like look, I'm gonna say it. Jewish people are kind of white. All right, let's be real here. Jewish people are kind of white.
Not only when it's convenient though. Like
I'll say it.
There are statistics in there.
Everyone looks so incredulous because they have no idea what racism is.
But now I actually think
about it.
It's not anti-Semitic.
Ryan's the expert on racism, y'all. You gotta defer to Ryan. He's the expert on racism.
You were actually racist.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Diabetes. Gentlemen, you all know how I feel about you all talking. So now I'm going to let the chat talk because they sent some super chats, and then we'll get back to this conversation. We'll probably go for another 15 more minutes because I'm starting to weary off. Of course, we did get our Umbreon solo layout. Thank you, Umbreon, for making your appearance, your debut. We love Umbreon. Yes, we do. Puppy treats. If you want to donate puppy treats, go over to Ryan's channel and send money and buy Umbreon some puppy treats. Another new account says with the big 5, say curated all you want. Left-wing censorship is why everyone has to avoid TOS that you're mad about. Your earlier BS claim is void. Your creation.
I think that markets actually incentivize this. Like people don't want to go onto a platform where there's a shit ton of racism.
Yeah, the market dictate because of left wing.
It's not advertising.
Okay, so thank you, left wing people, for making it deciding that
terrible
racism
for
is not
everybody,
profitable.
so that everybody has to watch their mouth.
Ryan, Sarah was going through super chats.
What?
Sarah was going through super chats right now.
Yeah, and I was responding to the.
Yeah, he's responding.
Thank you.
Oh.
No, Brian, let Sarah.
The incredible Hawk. It's hilarious listening to these libs cry gish gallop while claiming Rob's point lacks nuance, despite not being able to cite anything that addressed his points. It's all non sequiturs all the way down.
I think that's a very, very bad characterization of at least the first half of our conversation. I think I was engaging very directly, and I was addressing the nuance that I felt was lacking explicitly over and over. And then we moved on to things I knew less about. But
I will say that is kind of like a good characterization. Like at the beginning, like I may criticize that in the beginning, but looking at this now, I'm sorry for even criticizing it for you, Rob, or for you, Radical Coder. Like that was really thought-provoking stuff compared to some of the dumpster fire we're at now.
No, I would agree. The first half was really good.
So actually, Ryan and Rob, before we even started the debate, I already made note that they both tend to talk for long periods of time, and we all agreed with all three of us agreed backstage, we're going to work through this as long as we're not interruptive, so on and so forth. I will allow them to talk at lengths because I know that they're very explanatory. It's not a bad thing. It's very. I wouldn't consider the Gish Gallop to be part of their points most often. Cody White with the Big Ten. Liberals struggle with second order thinking. What is the end goal of CRT? True racial equity is unobtainable. Too many variables.
So CRT doesn't have a quote unquote end goal. I mean, there might be some ideas like a more equitable world that people in CRT would aspire towards. But like true racial equity or whatever, like, I mean, if you could say it's unobtainable, but it's something to strive towards, right? So I don't think it's a bad thing.
I'll agree with Ryan on this one
because don't like racial equity, but some of us do. So,
well, I mean,
I believe
Ryan,
Al Sharpton.
If you and I are playing poker and I get dealt a fairly reasonably good hand, and you get dealt a very shitty hand, does that mean that you should have the ability to go and draw 3 more cards to pick through those to try to make your hand better?
Well, if you imagine that the dealer intentionally gave you a better hand, then maybe so.
Can you prove that it was intentionally dealt?
Thank you.
Are you asking me to prove that racism?
Yes, I'm asking you to prove your hypothetical the same way that everyone's been asking you to prove the reverse.
If you understand anything about it,
wait, no, base tweaker. Okay. Obama said everybody's racist, so we.
Yeah, I forgot.
Everybody's racist now.
You're right.
Ryan, if everybody had the ability to choose their parents, the house, the income, and everything that they were going to be born into, do you think we would all choose a very specific way?
Probably one that's more financially well off, sure.
Probably with every opportunity granted to us, the biggest house possible, all the vehicles and all of the needs, the wants, the extras, the everything, and so on and so forth. We would all.
We're not talking about extras. We're talking about like black people being specifically barred from even having the bare necessities.
Are they being barred from it, or is that up to their parents to provide that?
America.
Well, I mean,
the most black millionaires.
Okay. If you have segregated schools where black people have objectively worse schools,
we are no
that has
longer,
nothing to do with their parents making good choices or not, right?
We're not segregated.
You mean historically black universities?
To be fair, the U.S. is still segregated in a lot of ways, but
let Sarah get her point out, please.
If a school is a shitty school, it is up to the government to fix that. That is not everybody else's problem. We're not picking for that to be that way. I know Baltimore at one point they paid, it was like $175,000 to bus a bunch of kids down from the inner city schools down to DC to go do a protest. This was a big deal. And those same very schools that they bused those kids from didn't even have working air conditioners. So it's priorities, right? Like all of these opportunities we talk about, like we choose other priorities for some weird ass reason, and we're watching it in full vision in front of us. But naturally, we would all pick. Naturally,
who's cutting the funding for the school.
The black mayor.
Again, the black mayor is reducing funding across the country for public
She
schools?
was the one who chose to send the kids on these bus trips down to a protest that didn't need to happen. That wasn't even a priority.
You say it doesn't need to happen, and that's
seriously. Does it? Let's think about it. The kids can't even sit in school and learn the actual shit they need to learn because it's too fucking hot.
So this field trip, it could have funded all the air conditioners.
But
yeah,
again,
$175,000. Yeah, I think so.
And you can
for
see
one school, right?
You can see what's going on here. It's always going to be racism, right? What do they use? Something of the gaps, right? It's always going to be that. So, for example, it's Republicans are underfunding. We could look at that. Inner city schools get far more government money than rural schools. They still, as they get more and more money overall, the results go lower and lower. These inner city schools are in cities predominantly that are controlled by Democrats in all forms of government and have been controlled by Democrats for decades, and yet less and less people, despite the fact we're spending more and more money, are proficient with reading, proficient for math. And so then what's the explanation for that? And Ryan's going to be more racism. That's what it is. It's racism still. Send more money.
More complex things than just racism, but that's a big component, yeah.
If we send more money,
you think it's just schools and cities dragging us down?
If we send more money, if we double the money and the results go down, then the answer will be, well, send more money. It's still racism. And then if we double it again and the results go down again, they'll say, well, then send more money. It must be racism.
Or change how we're using the money. I agree. You change how we use the money.
Well, the problem is, right, the idea that it's
better than sending less money.
It must just be racism. That must be the reason. Yes, that is what you're saying.
On some of these places and just put that money into things that actually work.
I'm going to say I agree with Ryan from a little bit ago, because Al Sharpton, when asked, "Hey, what is the success criteria of affirmative action?" and he said, "It can't ever end."
That's
essentially.
Right.
That's a direct quote from Al Sharpton.
If you gave, like, if we could sit down and say, okay,
basically,
let's come up with a financial number for reparations, a financial number that we would say this is it. It might be $20 million to each Black American, 20 million, right? And we could be like, that's it. This will end it, right? I will guarantee you within
just
1
print
year,
money.
any problems that occurred with like specific groups in the Black community, they'd say it wasn't enough. That wasn't enough for the historical inequities. It wasn't enough.
Interesting hypothetical. Let's try. Let's find out. Let's do reparations and find out if it works. Good idea. Good idea. Let's try reparations.
Billions of dollars of welfare has been given.
Black people get more welfare, like this, they get like better. Yep. Do they get better
Ryan? You want to print even more money?
I didn't say that.
Or do you think you're smarter? Ryan, do you think you're smarter than
Rob proposed a hypothetical where we gave people reparations, and
do you think you're smarter than Al Sharpton?
And I said,
Ryan was
maybe, and I said that. Let's try. Let's try some reparations. Let's try some basic reparations.
You think you're smarter than the black guy?
What happens? Why not?
I don't think he's smarter than the black guy.
We have reparations. The reparations are that Black people disproportionately get welfare money
because they're more likely to be poor, which makes welfare accessible because of class.
So if
is
we
that
give
privilege?
Them if we give them a bunch of reparations in the form that you want, and then they still end up within a generation being poor, what would the excuse be?
Isn't that just another talking point? That just more likely per capita, white people still get way more actual money from welfare.
Not per capita.
That's what
the fuck does per capita mean when this pile of money is way bigger than this pile of money?
Holy shit, you have per capita opposite. Per capita means like per a number of people.
No,
like per
I know what per capita means. I'm just saying.
Right. So then do white people get more welfare per capita than blacks?
Not per capita.
Right, okay.
But the amount of money spent on white people on welfare is far larger than the amount of money spent on black people on welfare.
But if per capita blacks are getting more, why wouldn't that be considered a form of reparations?
What about illegals?
As Coder just said, it's obvious they're going to get more because they're targeted because they have a higher poverty rate. So of course per capita they would have more.
Okay, then if that's not considered reparations, can you tell me what
what
reparations are?
Don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill in that case?
Then fine. You tell me what reparations are.
Oh, I'm not for reparations.
No, but tell me what they are.
What
if
you're
saying that
what they are.
No, but you are.
Money per capita isn't reparations, then what is reparations?
I mean, I would say when reparations come to my mind is what we gave to people of Japanese descent who were interned during World War II.
So
was a slight done to you, we cost you money, and we repay the money. And that is extended for black people, sure.
They would get money.
That was to the people who were damaged.
Right.
That's
why I agree with it for Japanese internment.
I'm sorry, Rob.
But you would say then that reparations would be money that goes to black people because they've been historically disenfranchised. So they're more likely to be poor.
Sure, I think there are definitely arguments to say that welfare programs can be considered, and a lot of people have considered them reparations. Sure, I think there's a valid argument to be made there.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, there's a valid argument to be made there, for sure.
Devin says with the Big Ten, how is it that the lefties cannot see that they have the most racist perspective toward minority communities? It sounds like a savior complex. Minorities are incapable without our compassionate advocacy. That's another good point, actually.
It's not really that good of a point. I mean, it's a common talking point that people use to kind of deflect against their own racist beliefs about those communities. I don't feel like I have a savior complex. I don't feel like I need to save black people. When we talk about reparations and stuff, what I'm encouraging
do you not
black people to be in charge of their own money and stuff, right? So they would have their own economic agency, not me. I don't want to decide what black people do with their money. Rob thinks he knows what black people would do with their money. That's why he says reparations is a bad idea, because they would just spend it all on whatever. Well, I don't care what they spend it on. I think if they're entitled to that money because of historical racism, then maybe they should get that money regardless of what you think they're going to spend it on.
Ryan, that sounds like the opposite of what you've been saying.
Again, I'm accused of racism. I'd like a chance to defend myself. Where did I ever say anything? You just spurg out. You're like getting your
you explicitly said a hypothetical where black people got $20 million in reparations. You explicitly gave that hypothetical, right? Yes. And you said that wouldn't solve anything, right?
No. I said that if we saw that there were portions of black people that were doing poorly, the argument would be it wasn't enough. That doesn't mean that every black person would do poor, like you're saying.
I didn't say every black person. I didn't say you said that, Rob.
Okay, what did you say? I said the black people don't know how to spend their money, right? That's what you said. Did I say that?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, Ryan. If I was to give every white person in the state of Texas $10 million, do you think it would be reasonable to say that some of those people may spend frivolously?
No.
Would that include Hispanics? Just
Wait, forget about that. Right. So,
do I get it?
To ask the question again, because I'm not understanding your answer there. So I'll ask it one time. You think if I said some people will spend frivolously, do you think that would be true?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be racist to say it? Would you say, oh, you're saying white people don't know how to spend their money?
Maybe.
So you're racist because you just said that white people don't know how to spend their money.
No. So what I was saying is that you were trying to argue against reparations, right? And I was saying reparations might work because if we give people reparations, they would have more economic agency, right? They can make decisions they want. I don't feel like I have the know-all of what people should spend their money on. If black people are owed reparations because of systemic racism, which is an argument we can have, we can argue whether or not they deserve it, right? But if they are owed that money, then that would be the right thing to do, regardless of what they would spend it on. That was my point. And I didn't actually call you racist. I never actually called you a racist. I've never called you a racist in the entire conversation, even though you've made several very racist comments, like when Joe was on and you were like, shit, and all that shit. Yeah, that was actually pretty fucking racist.
That's not racism.
I will say I owed
reparations
for this fucking panel pay up chat. Anyways, but Rob, you were responding.
Yeah, I'll just say real quick. What you were saying is irrelevant. What I said was I was making a criticism of your position, which the criticism of your position is that it'll always be racism, always, and it's always that more is owed. It's always racism. Any failure, it's always going to be racism. And I said, so if we sat down as a country and said, what would be the amount, the dollar figure to make the racism whole, so that black people would no longer be disenfranchised, right? And we said it was $20 million. Black people that ended up within a generation or so being financially distraught, we would again say it was because of racism. That's what would happen.
You just buy out systemic racism?
We just agreed this is what made you whole. And people would say, no, because we underestimated how systemic the racism was. We underestimated the historical trauma. It's still racism. It's always going to be racism. It's the God of the gaps argument.
I don't think like handing people $20 million is going to like solve racism. Yeah, that's true. But I don't.
Each person gets $20 million. Each person gets $20 million.
It's not just going to solve racism. No, I'm sorry. Like racism is more complex than that. I don't know what to tell you. My bad.
No one said that. Would it solve
you are the racist one, so it makes sense that you would say that.
Please, everyone.
Can everyone talk all at once?
Would it solve the economic disparity that racism caused?
It would certainly help.
Would it solve it?
I don't know. Probably not.
So $20 million to each black individual still wouldn't be enough.
I mean, I just don't think it would be that simple.
What do you mean? We're talking about economic disparity. We're saying black people are more likely to be poor because of racism.
Socioeconomic disparity.
We've just made them incredibly rich. Every single black person, far richer than any of us here will ever be. We just did that to every single black person, and you're like, still wouldn't be enough to solve the economic disparity.
I'm not saying. Okay, I'm not saying it wouldn't solve economic disparity. It would address that like pretty much immediately. Yeah.
So then it would solve economic disparity.
Yes, but that doesn't mean it's going to solve all the other problems, right?
Well, you could understand why I thought you saying no was a fucking ridiculous argument.
Okay, I might have misspoke. If I said no, it wouldn't solve economic disparity specifically. Yes.
If just because somebody has money doesn't mean they're, number one, going to know what to do with it, but number two, it's not going to like increase their opportunities for anything either. Right? It's not going to change.
It would immediately.
I mean, certainly you could buy anything you want, but it doesn't change whether you can get a job or not necessarily.
But you wouldn't need to.
Well, you might need to if you spend it all in one day.
20 million.
Well, there's cultural problems.
There's no way to spend 20 million.
Right.
There's certainly cultural problems. That's absolutely true. But if the argument is that racism has caused economic disparity, and we come up with a figure that's absurd, like 20 million per person, say of course racism will still exist. In fact, there'll probably be more racism because a bunch of people that aren't black are going to be infuriated that the value of their money just precipitously declined, and every black person's been made obscenely rich, which will negatively affect every other race. Racism may increase, but nonetheless, the economic disparity argument would be gone. If they choose to spend frivolously, which would happen with a certain amount of people, what would happen would be people would say that's because of racism. once more, and it would just be a self-referential thing. And it's obvious because we can see it even in communities where we continue to spend more and more in schools that are ran by Democrats that are disproportionately ran by black people. We're still said the reason these schools are underperforming is racism. I didn't say that.
That's what I'm asking. I didn't say you said it. I'm asking, do you think we should give those schools less money?
I think those schools, we should probably offer school choice instead. We should allow those parents to receive a check from the government and they can choose where to send their school. And capitalism and competition will ensure that the schools do better then. When they're government funded and there's no accountability, it doesn't matter how much money you send, that it's not increasing the value of the education. It goes down even as we send more money.
So when people are doing school choice and they start going to other schools, what happens to the school that less people are going to?
They're going to have to do better. They're going to have to do better.
Or they're going to have to shut down, right?
That's not what he's talking about at all, though.
Okay, but that's the reality. I don't care. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. I'm talking about the reality.
That's not what he's asking. That's not what he's talking about.
Why don't you trust black people to make the best decision for their kids if you give them the money and they can send their kid where they want? Why don't you trust black people? You would trust white people. Okay, so you're for school choice.
And that
in some cases, potentially,
if that check for that child goes to the school that they want, then they go to the school that they're choosing. So
but there's going to be schools where a lot of people aren't choosing those schools.
If the school gets shut down, it doesn't matter because nobody's picking that school, obviously.
Except for the kids who are still there, right?
They still
you say nobody's going there, but there's going to be kids there.
They still get the same check as everybody else to go pick the school they want to go to. They have equal fucking opportunity to pick where they want to go. That school that they choose to go to will now receive the funding for that child.
It just shows the priority of the parents.
Should we force shitty schools to be open and force some kids to go there? If it's ran by a shitty principal and has shitty teachers, should you say, but still we must keep it open? I would think.
I mean, if there's kids who depend on going to that school, yes.
But if we allow their parents,
their parents can pick.
Well, you're saying they're not going to, but they currently are. So
they don't have to.
Ryan is making the military. If I may, Ryan is making the military chow card argument right now, where when you're active duty in some branches, in some places, you're forced to have a chow hall card where money is deducted out of your paycheck where you didn't agree to it, so you can have a chow hall card and you can go and like get food whenever, even if you didn't want that. And even if you make your own food and buy your own groceries and stuff, you still have to have that chow hall card. It's like forced. Well, the chow hall would go under if it wasn't for this. That's the argument that you're making right now, and it's like it's not a good argument.
But if the school goes under because nobody chooses that school, then that school is no longer existent. It doesn't matter. The money is actually going to a school where the child is actually going to. Now the school can utilize those funds to expand the school and ensure that that child has the same education as all the other kids in that other school. If nobody picks the shitty school, the schools get shut down and the funding goes where it needs to go.
And then that's an opportunity for a new school to start up in that building later on.
Or in the area, but yeah, I mean, the point is it's the problem is with just saying, oh, it's past injustices, it's racism. You can see all the little problems with this. The system's set up to benefit whites, but somehow whites aren't on top. All these other groups are outperforming them. It's republics that won't fund schools, but in democratic areas where we increase the funding, the results, the test scores go down and down. The reading comprehension goes down. Well, therefore, we must send more, and it must be racism and Republicans' fault again. Like, it's just this never-ending stream of.
Okay, hang on, because you're absolutely cartoonishly misrepresenting me. Didn't I explicitly say like 5 times just now that we should not just send more money, but we should change how we spend the money?
Okay, so why are these Democrats spending it poorly? In what ways are they spending it poorly?
I mean, it sounds like they're not spending on AC. They should spend some more money on AC.
Okay, so if we had air conditioning,
for example,
right, and so if I could show you that, for example, Baltimore City schools have air conditioning and they're still underperforming, now what?
I mean, it's a start. That's one thing. That's just one thing I said. A lot of schools don't have ACs.
The problem is, right? A lot of these. The problem is,
what's wrong with addressing? Why is that a problem to address that? Why is that a problem for Ryan to say we should give ACs to schools? We should fund schools so they get ACs. If we have to put restrictions so that they have to spend the money on ACs, we should do that. Why is that a problem?
I don't think it is a problem. What I'm saying though is that, like in schools, right? Like you could always say there's this never-ending. Well, then we should change the funding. We should add more. Well, we should change it. We should add more. But we're not looking at like systemic issues. Like, why is it even as we increase money, right? And it, like a lot of these schools, believe it, yeah, there are ones that are in deplorable conditions, but a lot of them have like new laptops. I was reading a story the other day, and I also know anecdotal stories where I know people that work in these inner city schools. And they'll say shit like this: we give these kids new laptops and they smash them for fun, and they take them and they sell them.
How many of them are getting smashed proportionally?
The person that I was reading talking about this said over 90% of them.
90% of kids are smashing their laptops for fun.
In this school, this is what
you're obviously. I mean, this is obviously bullshit.
No, don't misrepresent me.
Show me a single article. Show me an article.
They are smashing them, or they are selling them. Those sorts of things. That's what's going.
90%.
That's what this particular teacher said.
I think you're a liar.
No, I'll even say this. Down in Baltimore, one of our companies down there sponsored, like one of a Baltimore company down there sponsored for a brand new high school for inner city, a brand new fucking high school. This was a few years back. Like everything you could ask for, top notch, super amazing, everything, like better than any fucking county school. Just handed over, bought, paid for, handed over. And the school now they have to have cops showing up at start and finish. They're constantly having issues down there. It's like, it's a shit show. Everything's destroyed. It's just trashed. Brand new fucking school. Trashed.
So what do we do about that?
They were given literally like the science tech, all of this stuff that you could beg for, handed over. And
Sarah,
what do we do about
that? Was it a STEM designated school also? Because based on what you're saying, it sounds like it may have been. Because they get like different funding, like from.
No. It was bought and paid for by a company, a company in Baltimore. Bought and paid for. I don't think it was STEM. But bought and paid for by a company. They said, you know what? We love Baltimore. We're giving back. Here's a brand new high school for you. Go. Trash.
So just to be clear, Ryan, just a couple things that I've found, right? And I'm not finding any data suggesting it's near 90%, right? As an anecdotal story that I heard someone say, but it is a serious problem. For example, Chicago Public Schools from 2023 to 2024, January CPS Inspector General found that 77,000 laptops, iPads, and hotspots out of 330,000 were lost or stolen. So that's not broken, just lost or stolen during the school year, which cost $23 million. That was 23% of all devices. They ended up finding 8,346 of those devices outside of Illinois, including overseas, which suggests the theft or that it was resold, right? Other contexts show in places like Philadelphia, Hoboken, New Jersey, that they're saying that they could no longer continue these programs of providing laptops to students because it's so cost prohibitive because so many are being damaged, lost, or stolen.
Okay, so in terms of the lost and stolen thing, like people are like selling the laptops is what it sounds like, right?
Yes.
So why do you think these students in particular are more likely to be selling the laptops?
Because
probably poor, right?
It might be because they're poor, but nonetheless, I bet if you go to poor rural areas where they get laptops, the numbers are much declined.
So all I'm saying is that maybe there's a solution. Maybe we can find adjustments to the program.
So Ryan, that's an opportunity that is given to them, is a laptop to utilize to learn. That's an opportunity.
So they're fucked then. The kid threw it away, so they're fucked.
We have to have an honest conversation about culture
over their shoulder so that they feel the pressure of doing right. Just having that, and they should authorize the use of potential force, just because the way their culture is they respect strength and they fear strength.
You think the white kids are also selling laptops in these schools?
I don't know.
Yes, and those kids in the urban areas have the same cultural issues as the black students.
Okay, exactly. So
I think.
So Ryan, you agree that it's a cultural issue, not necessarily.
I've said this 5 times. I agree.
An urban versus suburban versus rural versus whatever else. It's that kind of culture It's that kind of issue.
I think
not
there
necessarily
is a
singular.
cultural issue. There's a cultural
Ryan,
issue.
do you agree on
People are
that?
selling there's a cultural issue if people are selling the laptops. It's also an economic issue. It can be both, right?
That's true. It could be many.
So you agree that it's not?
I have a radical theory for you guys.
Yeah.
My radical theory is that this is a symptom of the political disalignment of people. I think if the Republicans would kick out a certain segment of people who support them and just shame the shit out of them, which there was an opportunity to at Charlottesville, if you would just kick them out of the fold completely, you would have a realignment of the people who actually ideologically believe with you in those minority groups. They would shift back to their ideological home, and a lot of this would shift because these two sides balance, right? Do we all agree that there's always going to be people on these
what is
sides?
that? Wait, what does that look like? Where do they go? Where do they go next? I'm sorry, Rob. You were gonna.
No, there are highly religious people in the Hispanics and in black circles whose ideological home should be in the right wing.
What a grotesque misrepresentation. First off, the people in Charlottesville that were racist were roundly condemned. Secondly,
how's it a grotesque misrepresentation if it's the first white supremacist rally in 20 years?
If your theory, that's not true. There's white supremacists. Fuck, in the little town that I'm in.
Not of that size.
Oh, so now it's not of that size. Okay. Nonetheless,
where's the line?
If your theory is correct, why did a higher percentage of blacks and Hispanics vote for Trump than traditional Republicans?
I mean, Trump had a multi-ethnic coalition, for sure.
But you just said that they were turned off by things like Charlottesville. If they were so turned off, why did more people of color vote for Trump than less?
Well, the vast majority voted against him still.
Rob, I think you're mistaken. I think the issue is the anti-men rhetoric that's pushed by the left. I don't think it's anything that the right is doing to go and try to stick their hands out to the other races.
That's part of it, sure.
Vote for me or you ain't black.
It is, and there is cultural, right? Like it permeates through black culture. And by the way, you could say it permeates through white culture and stuff, voting preferences as well. But like you hear stories of like you go to a black church and they're just like Trump's racist, his party's racist, you have to vote Democrat. There are people that are leaders in the black community that are overwhelmingly cultural leaders that are Democrats, right? We're now starting to see a switch, right? But what I'm being told is that like somehow blacks are being duped against voting for their own cultural issues by voting for the Democratic Party.
No. You guys are the ones who say that they're getting duped. That's your line. That's not our line.
No. You just said that when
it
comes
to
cultural issues,
when it comes to
cultural issues, other than the people at Charlottesville not being condemned enough, blacks feel more at home with the Republican Party.
No, I said that was the biggest thing that the right could do is to kick out the racists completely and utterly. And now they haven't.
What does that mean?
They're not going to that.
That was like
Charlottesville's the perfect example, right?
Trump condemned
the reason you guys get drug on Charlottesville is completely plain. It's because you had an opportunity to completely condemn those people. To completely.
What does that mean? To kick them out?
You didn't. Remember when Trump said the white supremacists?
You had a wink and a nudge.
No,
they're so bad. Wink and a nudge.
And that's it. So
Trump stand back and stand by.
Evan's going to go ahead and make his exit, and I've got another person backstage waiting to come on. So, Evan, if you'd like to make your exit.
All right. I just want to say, love the debate, love the discussion. Honestly, Ryan, I may disagree with you on a lot of things, but I really like your style and everything. I think you're a pretty good debater, Rob. I really like a lot of your points. I may disagree with.
Stop sucking his dick. God.
Sorry. I'm part of it, but it's good to hear from you. And thank you all for having me, and Sarah.
Evan, great to meet you. Have a great night, man.
Evan. I love you. I like.
I almost came.
Have a good night, Evan. Thanks for.
I did come.
I'm proud of. Proud of Evan because he's getting more vocal now. This is the take your time, Rob. This is the thing that I love most about this panel is I've watched so many newbies or people who like are debaters, but they're just kind of like just getting their feet wet, and I'm watching them grow and grow and grow, and it's beautiful to see this happen in that aspect. And I'm really proud of Evan because I've yelled at him enough times to start talking, and now he's fucking talking, and I'm proud of it.
Zach.
Isn't that great?
Oh,
I think that's great.
Zach, welcome.
He's here. What's up, Zach?
And wow,
Zach is here. if somebody talks over while Zach's thing is playing, I am going to yell. Just
is there
be advised.
something particular for you, Zach? Do you have like
he has a voice. He's nonverbal. He plays. He types it. And
Thanks
then
for
it
having
plays.
me on. I have cerebral palsy, so I use an iPad to communicate. Here's what I think. I'm so tired of the left and their thinking. They don't understand that all cultures have different levels of poverty. It's all about me, and F everyone else. You understand that the DNC used someone like me in the convention under Kamala, and instead of letting him speak for himself, a speaker spoke for him. That's disgusting and discriminatory.
All right.
Wow.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hell yeah, dude.
Unique
Well,
prepping, just
if
to
they
let you
spoke
know.
for him,
Yeah,
I want to know
unique
if
prepping.
when they spoke for him, were they actually like speaking? Was he trying to say something different than what they communicated, or were they communicating the things that he asked to be communicated?
He's going to tell you.
Give him just a moment. He has to type it.
I'm going to give him a moment while he's taking that time to type that. I'll give him the time to type. The real Robert Flowers says with the Big Ten, Robert Flowers finds it hilarious that Ryan says, I am sorry that you don't know what racism means, while also stating that you can't be racist to a white person. Logic 101, Robert Flowers out.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very clear that we're using racism in a few different ways, and when I say that I'm just referring to prejudice against white people as a different thing than what I'm referring to when I talk about racism, and I can still condemn that prejudice against white people, and people will still pearl clutch and be like, "Oh, well, you have to call it racism." I think they're just tone policing, and I don't really care. I'm not going to entertain it.
But it's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. Kokomo, and I did ask for reparations in the chat, by the way, and the chat did provide. Thank you to all of you who donated for my reparations for having to tolerate this fucking panel. I love you all, though. This is fun. I actually went and cracked open another one just because. Kokomo since 15 says,
cheers.
I missed most of it today, but here's some booze money for you, Sarah. Thank you so much. Jeremy Ryan says, here's some reparations, Sarah. Send Tweaker to the back simply for being annoying. More annoying than Ryan, Effigy, and Grumple combined. I will say, Grumple, it's not you. It's your fucking mic. For some, it's like you have this delay. And then you're talking over, and then it's really loud, and then it takes you like a 3-second delay to figure out that somebody else was already talking. And it's not you. It's
I'm sorry, I'm not that bright.
See? Only Mr. Bill sends reparations for the White Claw that Ryan calls. Oh, is my White Claw racist?
I love White Claw. I'd say I'm a big White Claw fan person. I actually prefer Truly, but White Claws are fun.
I do too. I like Trulies as well. Justin with the Big 5 says, a little more reparations for you, Sarah, for having to listen to Ryan fumble his way through this debate. And Alexander with the Big 20 says, the fundamental issue is mobility. Poor people often need nearby schools or buses to get their kids to school. The ones who can travel further will leave. The rest will be left behind in a failed school. Not if they have the funding sent right to that school. Now they can afford the buses to get them there.
If the voucher includes busing, I mean, that's a very small thing.
Mm-hmm. Because busing is included, even for my own children to get them to their school. That's all included in the taxpayers' dollars.
To be fair, what he's saying is like if the only good school was 50 minutes away, it's unreasonable to expect that you would send your kid on a bus, even if you had a voucher, right? But my answer to that would be there would be a generational lag. That's true. But the problem is right now, because these schools are government schools and you're not allowed to have choice, there's no competition. And without competition, that means there's no consequences for poor schools, which means that there's not going to be a change, which is why these schools get worse and worse. The only way out of that cycle is to have competition. It's similar to
schools.
if you look at it like a restaurant, right? Like if you were like, you're only allowed to eat at the restaurant in your town, you're only allowed, and it's a shitty restaurant, that restaurant has no incentive to get better because it's like, hey, you got to come here. We're the only game in town.
Right. Yeah. It's,
right.
It's opening up the
Zach
market.
is ready to answer now. If y'all could give him just a moment.
Listen.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Actually, he couldn't get his own feelings out there. So for me, that's very disrespectful. It was an act for Democrats to look better, like the "you're not black if you don't vote for me."
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I was going to say, unique prepping. My job.
Well, can I respond first? before you could go into the next thing? I mean, I'm not.
Wait, Zach, was your thing over?
It was directed at me. He was talking to me, right?
That's right.
Zach, was your thing done?
It sounded like it, yeah. Thanks,
So,
Zach.
Sometimes he has pauses.
That's okay.
He
Go
says
ahead,
the person didn't get to speak for themselves. I understand that someone else talked for him. What I would require some evidence that he actually wanted to say something other than what was presented, right? That sounds like something you're just asserting, but I don't know if you can demonstrate that. And I actually don't believe you can.
But
he's coming at you, Ryan.
Wrecked. Got me then. Sorry for challenging you, yeah.
You want to fight? All right. While he's on that, Rob, to you. I know you wanted to respond to that.
I was just gonna say unique prepping. My job for fucking 17 years was working with adults with disabilities like autism, many of which were nonverbal. And I noticed this a lot when I was there. Like, there's this perspective from like left-wing people, this like bigotry of low expectations and tokenism, where it's like, oh, we could look like we're really great people by, showcasing how, and I thought it was all bullshit. The people I worked with were some of the funniest fucking insulting me. My man that I worked with forever, like constantly tell me I was a fat piece of shit and stuff, and we would laugh at each other. It was fucking great. But then all of a sudden, like, you get with these people that are supposedly like professionals, these left-wing people, and they're talking to them like they're fucking children, right? And it's like this ridiculous bigotry of low expectations. And then, oh, do you want to come to this fundraising event we have, and we'll proudly put you up there? And I would go with my person to those events, and they wouldn't leave him talk. It was just like they'd sit him there and be like, look at these pictures, and clap, clap, clap. And it's like, meanwhile, granted, my guy wanted to talk about shit that wouldn't have necessarily helped the fundraiser, but he had shit that was very important to him. He wanted to talk about how he didn't get to go bowling enough, and this other stuff that was important to him, but instead he was used as a token. Now, that's not political, but you can quickly see how someone interested in garnering sympathy for politics would use that sort of shit.
I kind of feel like that transcends party lines, though. I feel like the Republicans do their fair share of tokenism as well. That's just kind of something that's
true. Like the brain cancer kid at
In this context, Zach is one of the most intelligent people that I've met in the online panel space at all. We had an amazing panel about prepping and like just getting ready for disasters or anything just recently. The only thing is he has a physical disability that makes him nonverbal. You have to listen to what his brain is trying to say, which he can type.
That's fair.
Yeah, which is why I'm looking forward to him
this is my
providing the
friend.
evidence to that person. Which is why I'm looking forward to him providing the evidence.
I'll physically fight to defend him.
Not getting okay. So which is why I'm looking forward to hearing him present the evidence that the person at the DNC was actually trying to say something other than what the person speaking for them said.
It doesn't
Zach,
matter if it was
you
trying
ready?
to speak anything else.
Got you,
Zach, are
Zach.
you ready? Do you have one for us?
If you're ready, I'll turn my mic up to 3,000% and I'll yell over everybody until either third leaves me or
it's already a jump scare in microphone form.
Zach, do you have a button ready for us? If not, I'll read some super chats.
Okay, Ryan, you talk out your ash like every fucking left liberal person.
Oh, I want that.
I love you, Zach, dude.
I talk out my ass because I asked you to provide evidence for your claim. Okay.
Yes, true.
Walks out his ass and he eats nothing but shit.
Ryan, if I can, would it matter? Like, let me ask you this, Ryan.
Zach, you're the best, bro. I love you so much.
In all seriousness, Ryan, would it matter? Like, for example,
of course it would.
If
I would condemn it if he was trying to say something different than what they said for him, I would condemn it. Absolutely.
But wait, here's why it doesn't matter. What if I said everything you were going to say and didn't give you a chance to speak it yourself? Would that piss you off, even if I was saying exactly what you were going to say?
Well, I mean, again, if that was the if we had agreed on that beforehand, then no, I wouldn't be upset.
But what if we didn't agree? What if you were just like, hey, I'm going to come on, and I didn't say that you would have a chance to speak, but I was like, I know all Ryan's arguments, I'll make them for him. And you at the end of it were like, yeah, Rob did make all the arguments I was going to make. Still, wouldn't it piss you off that I felt ordained to speak for you?
So do you have evidence that that's what happened here?
I don't know, but I'm rebutting your specific claim here. I don't know of this instance. Your claim was you need to provide evidence that they said something that he didn't want to say. I'm saying that's not necessarily true.
Okay,
it would
let
still
me be clear.
Offensive.
I'll be more specific because you're right. I left room, okay, for them to be just like tricking him into telling him they were going to let him say whatever he wanted, and they got up there and they said the thing that they knew he was going to say anyway. What I'm saying is that if it's the case that he knew when he went up there, someone was going to talk for him and say the things that he wanted to say, then I have no problem with that. if he went up there intending to talk and they didn't let him, I do have a problem with that. Very simple.
All right. Well, I don't know the fucking example. I'm just saying that like there's a difference because that is something that I've noticed is frustrating with people that are nonverbal, that people pretend that they have to speak for them, and oftentimes that's bullshit. You know, even if you're saying accurately what they want you to hear, it's still bullshit. You know.
So you ask that question directly to Zach.
I think
I would say ask
Zach,
that
you want?
directly.
I was gonna say, Zach,
Zach,
you
you
have
have
a
something
button for us? Let's do it. Not yet. All right, I'll wait.
He was just agreeing.
I'll wait. And let me read these out. Kissy Cat comes in with a big 5. She says the shitty county schools where I'm from require over an hour bus ride. Never mind a good school. And I will say, I went to a high school out in Podunk, Nowhere, Missouri, where there was 1.5 light.
Missouri.
Missouri. I always say I went from Maryland to Missouri.
Missouri,
and there were some students. I was reluctant. I lived really close to my school, but there were some of my friends that took a 45-minute bus ride after already taking a 30-minute bus ride. They had to bus ride from one to another to get to high school. Distance is not something we let necessarily get in our way. Alexander says with a big 20, Rob, you read me right. I appreciate it. It would definitely be an issue for a little while, probably much better in the long run, though. Wonder if we could bridge that gap somehow or just have to screw some people over.
Well, that's the problem. Like when you're talking about massive changes in policies, like if we're honest, any government policy, no matter how well intended, is going to have winners and losers. Like I don't like Obamacare, but it's undeniable that Obamacare benefited some people and also cost some people. So anytime you're talking about changing some sort of policy where there's government intervention, there's going to be people that it sucks for. But the question is, you have to ask yourself, well, what is the best long-term solution? Do we just continue with a shitty system? Do we try to find a way to gradually transition? But yeah, I mean, there are certainly problems with just being like, let's get rid of the Department of Education, let's just do all private schools, etc. Yeah, there are problems with that, but I think that the benefits far outweigh the negatives, because we could see, particularly, I find it to be offensive to people in the inner city, these schools, of how the lack of opportunities that they're getting. We just accept it, and by the way, let's not shit ourselves, it's in Democrat-ran areas. Oh well, that's just the way the schools are. Then we churn out these kids that have like no reading skills, no math skills, and then we wonder why generationally they're not able to get good jobs, and we just say, well, it's racism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No,
I raised my 7 children
I don't just say it's
off
all
grid,
pretty
and
clear.
my 7 children were homeschooled.
I wasn't done reading. The Tard Wrangler with the big 5 says, Daddy is here. Ryan, you had a response.
My children.
Ryan, did you have a response to this one?
No, I can see a world where the voucher system is beneficial in certain ways, and I can see a world where it's disastrous. So I would want, if we're going to do something like that, I would want to make sure that we don't have to deal with some kids just getting fucked over. That's what I would be concerned about. I don't think that just because some schools are not doing as well as they could be, that we should then watch those schools diminish to absolutely nothingness and let the kids who are stuck there suffer until they just find finally a better school gets established somewhere near enough, and we just hope that happens, because the market I would just rather we try to fix the problems with schools.
Instead, shouldn't we force that school to do fucking better?
I'd be okay with that as well. I want support to make sure that they can do that.
If that school actually, fixes its shit and does better, then maybe that would actually change the entirety of the dynamics altogether.
This is
that's what I'm advocating for.
Do you think the elite,
Ryan, if it's already on fire, why not let it burn?
Do you think they send their children to?
Because there's kids inside, Grumple.
Or you think
no, it's a metaphorical thing that let it just burn down.
He doesn't understand metaphors.
All right, Zach, do you have a yeah, go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say, but this is
Sarah,
not you, Rocky. Go ahead, Rob.
It's skirting the issue anyways. The real problem is significant cultural aspects. It won't matter if you don't fix those. The fact that there are no male role models in many of these black kids' lives, the fact that there is culture that incentivizes that it's white to be on time and it's white to be educated, and this is the shit that's pushed. Those are the systemic problems. And unless you've been in these inner city schools or know someone that has that can talk about how fucking crazy they get, until you solve those behavioral problems, it won't matter if you have school choice or if you're sending cool laptops and shit like that. There's a more systemic problem that needs to be worked on first.
There's problems that have to be worked on alongside those things.
I know it, but it really sucks though to try and get those role models right when every time we put a person of color in prominence, somebody screams DEI, right? How are we going to get those
DUI,
people?
Why are we screaming it? There's a Curb Your Enthusiasm
government.
episode about this, right? Where there's a black doctor that Larry has, and Larry's like, oh shit, I wonder if he's DEI or not. The reason people scream DEI is because so many were put there for DEI. Yes, one of the people that are most negatively affected by DEI are actual minorities through their own talent and education that we're able to achieve. Now people suspect that they were put there for skin color because so many people like you guys want to put people there for skin color.
Can you name one higher?
Ryan, you're not going to do anything, Ryan. Zach has things to say.
It's okay. I was going to let
that
that topic roll for a couple seconds.
Yeah, Ryan introduced a new thing. It was Effigy and Rob and my Sarah. If I'm doing something,
all right, with it, but it's okay. I lost the plot now. Running this show, Rumple.
Okay, well, I mean, sorry if you would like me to.
God.
No, Zach, go ahead.
Stupid. But yes.
Oh, I mean, you left.
Everybody shut up. Zach, you have a button for us. Shut up, Rocky.
For me, I don't want any fucking other person talking for me. Go watch the clip of the DNC and make your own decision. From my standpoint, that was not his thinking or anything. They used him as a token, like, look at me, we're inclusive. I'm sorry, but no.
Yeah.
I think
it just sounds like you're speculating about that, though. It doesn't sound like you know that. You're just asserting that he
sounds like you're speculating. He's asking you to watch it.
I mean, I remember. I've seen the clip. I know what we're referring to. I did watch it at the time.
Ryan, were you about to ask me to name a person that was installed in a position based on skin color?
Yeah, or some evidence that some company's doing that practice.
Obama.
How about Supreme Court Justice Jackson? That was picked specifically for
being a black woman. So you think she's not qualified to be on the Supreme Court?
It wouldn't matter. Wasn't the qualification that was prima facie that she was a black woman? Isn't that what Biden said? Isn't that why Kamala Harris was chosen?
I think it's okay.
It doesn't matter if you think it's okay. The problem is that that's a DIR. She was put there because she's a black woman. It doesn't matter. She was put there because she's a. It does not matter.
If she's qualified, then who cares if she's if like
matters
being black was part
because
of it.
It answers your question. She was specifically. Do you think there were other people qualified?
Probably other black women too.
Do you think there were white men that were qualified?
Potentially.
So why was she picked over them?
Why not?
Well, we know why, because Biden told us she was picked for being a black woman.
Okay. Well, I mean, black women make up more than 1/9 of the country, so why not say? I mean, it probably makes sense that we have at least 1/9 of the Supreme Court representing black women's interests, right?
Okay. Why? So you assume just because someone's a black woman that they quote represent the
why the
interest of
fuck is
other
a Supreme
women?
Court justice representing any interest for anybody?
Well, I mean, okay. To be fair, most people are getting mad at like Amy Coney Barrett when she doesn't represent.
Experience is pretty important for a judge, right?
But
why would the black experience be important for looking at the Constitution and determining whether or not laws
Anyone's
are
lived experience is important for how they view the law, right?
Okay, so then explain to me how a black woman's perspective. We just had Amy Coney Barrett say that Jackson was grotesquely wrong.
You don't think a right winger would say that a right wing woman's experience is important to have on the court?
I think that, in fact, Amy Coney Barrett was picked for being a woman, which was also DEI, which Trump did, and that's still wrong, right?
That's pretty gay.
It's wrong because of what? Why is it wrong?
Because we should not be picking people based on quotas like that. If we pick the most qualified person and it happens to be a woman, fine. If we instead limit the pool of people we're looking for to only women, then what will happen will be that we limit ourselves out of having the best possible candidates.
What if you limit it to qualified people and then you pick the woman?
doesn't mean
that
we should be.
Why is that a problem?
Shouldn't we be picking the most qualified person? Shouldn't it be on merit?
What if you have an array of the most qualified people and then you pick the black woman? What's wrong with that?
All right. How are they all the most qualified? There's one that's the most qualified.
If that black woman is
people have different strengths.
Okay, no.
Ryan, your logic is fallacious at the outset.
Hold on. You're taking 100 people and you're separating them into like 5 different categories, and you're saying, give me the top one of each category, right? But then the top one of each category, they may actually be all sitting at the very, very bottom of the actual list, when like maybe one specific category, they actually happen to all be the top 5. It doesn't make any sense, Ryan, to sit there and array them and then say, give me the top black female, give me the top Asian female, give me the top white man, give me the top black man. It doesn't make any sense. To me, I say, give me the top 5.
Okay, well, there's not always an objective measurement for who is the absolute top number 1 candidate or top 5 candidates, right? But you can have a bunch of people who meet the qualifications that you're looking for, right? And then you can look at them and be like, oh, well, any of these people would be pretty good. Why not just pick the black one? What's wrong with that?
Because if it was a random choice, or if you had some sort of meritocratic reason to do so, but if you're picking based on an immutable characteristic, that's racism. You shouldn't.
It's racism to put a black woman on the Supreme Court when there's never been a black woman on the Supreme Court. That's racism to
put a woman.
Do you guys see how absurd this is? Right. I mean, this is why this working definition of racism is so bullshit. It's racist. Black woman on the Supreme Court is what Rob just told you. Let that sit.
There's the spur.
It is racist.
You're making it up.
It is racist to say put a black woman on the panel. Like, it is racist.
It's 100% racist.
Put a black woman on the Supreme Court. You heard it here first, okay?
No, it's 100% racist to say.
If I could defend my own statement, I would appreciate it. It is racist to exclude people because of their skin color. A factor that they had no factor in controlling. That is an immutable characteristic. If I said this gay person is qualified, but I must have a straight person for the Supreme Court, you would say that's bigoted. Even if they were equally qualified, you'd say you shouldn't be able to do that. You shouldn't be able to discriminate based on their sexual orientation. If I said this white person and black person are equally qualified, but I want to pick the white person because I want a white person, you would say that's racism. You should not be allowed to discriminate against that black person. But for some reason, if there are 2 equal qualified people and I say I'm picking the black person because I just feel like having a black person, then that's not racism. That's good.
What if you're picking the black person because there's never been another black woman on the Supreme Court?
That would be racism.
If you're excluding people,
that's literally racism.
Joe Biden, you racist.
There you go. There's the Spurg again. There's the just filibustering.
The Spurg to make fun of you, for saying that it's racist to put a black woman on the Supreme Court. You realize how stupid that is.
I wasn't making fun of you.
Everybody stop for a second.
I'm making fun of you.
Shh, hold on. You're not hearing it. It would be racist to say I'm not choosing the white person because I want to put the black person on the panel. That's what that is racism. I'm specifically going to exclude the white person, the Asian person, the Jewish person, the whatever person, just because I have to put a black person on there. That is racism.
That's not racism. You're saying that, can't be racist against white people, Sarah.
Great. So you're saying that
as Ryan says, you can't be racist against white people. So
you're saying that in this case we're implicitly being racist against white people because if we look at an array of qualified people, they're all qualified. You know, they might have different strengths and weaknesses, but they're all pretty much qualified for the Supreme Court. And we go, hey, well, there's never been a black woman on the Supreme Court. That could probably be good. And we pick that person. That's racist against white people.
No. You said the most qualified. And then you jump back and forth.
I said a list of the most qualified
and people that are like maybe good enough to fill the role. That's what
I'm saying. Everyone, we're looking at a list of people and they're all perfectly qualified to be on the Supreme Court.
It's a red herring. It's a red herring for 2 reasons. One, like, yes, it would still be racist to exclude people based on immutable characteristics like their skin color. Second, that's not how, if you remember how we got to this conversation, you asked me to show you anyone that got a job based on skin color. The literal reference I gave was Joe Biden saying, I am picking a black woman. He did not do what you're suggesting. He didn't say, I'm just going to pick the best 100 people. Oh, one of them happens to be a black woman. I'll go with her. He said, at the onset, I will only be looking at black women. That's what he said. That's DEI. And when we said, oh yes, people do wonder, did you get that job because you're a black woman, or did you get that job because you're qualified? You said, show me one time that's ever happened.
You think Mike Pence is a DEI hire?
No.
Why not?
Jasmine Crockett said herself she was a DEI hire. How about that shit?
We're not talking about her.
Oh, I know we're not talking about her because it doesn't fit your narrative right now.
No, because she got elected.
Mike Pence because he was the most qualified, or because he appealed to white evangelicals?
I think that there were probably reasons that he picked that had to do with evangelicals. But appealing to white evangelicals, like because of his religion and shit like that, it's different.
I have a question. So if we assume that we got this giant pool of candidates that are all different colors, all different races, all different backgrounds, and we deem them all as qualified. Let's just call it pizza for now. I have this array of pizza, and I choose the pepperoni pizza as my preference among this pizza. Does it mean that I hate all other flavors of pizza, or that I'm discriminating against all the flavors of pizza?
Pizza, your taste when it comes to inanimate objects are different than excluding people because of your preference for immutable characteristics. I just want to be clear, animated effigy, are you really telling me that if I was president of the United States and got to pick a Supreme Court and there were two finalists and one was a gay black woman and the other was a straight white man, and I said, they're equally qualified, but I really want a straight white man, you would say, oh, that's not bigotry or racism at all. That's what you would say.
Wait, Rob,
I've never claimed bigotry or racism for all of the white
Rob,
dudes
would
on the Supreme Court from the right now.
I would say effigy. It's just like me liking pepperoni pizza. Same thing, right?
Rob, what I got out of effigy's question is that he wanted to hire pepperoni pizza to be a Supreme Court justice.
That's what I heard. Pizza. What about
that's what I heard.
Ryan, if I could answer one other question or one other point on your example.
Pizza.
Choosing someone to run is different than appointing someone to a government position. That's different. So you can expect that there are people that are running for office and picking strategies to run for office. That's different than appointing someone to the job, arguably the highest government official that can be appointed. In this point, it is a Supreme Court justice picking someone because, and I'm also blaming Trump. He picked Amy Coney Barrett for being a woman. He said that. That's bullshit. You asked
Doesn't the implication of all this
men? Are you okay?
Say that it's only okay to pick men or white men for these positions?
What's that?
Like just because Amy Coney Barrett's a woman means like by default it's a DEI, it's diversity.
Exactly.
Therefore, the only real choice you can ever have is a man or a white man.
If I say I only want straight white men, that's who I'm looking at, and then I pick a straight white man, and I say, but isn't he qualified? How dare you suggest
They're all
I pick him for
qualified.
being a straight white
They're
man?
all qualified. You're the one going off on the preference beyond the qualification.
Oh my God!
They're all qualified.
Give me 30 seconds. They said we are picking a black woman. They said we are picking a woman. Then post hoc saying, but they're qualified.
Yes, but the implication is that they are already full of qualified people.
No, bullshit. If you say I'm picking
no implication.
Absolutely it
this
is.
okay. Then I just want to be clear. You are perfectly fine if Trump says I'm only picking white men for positions. As long as we can say that they're qualified, you would say perfectly fine. That's not racism. They were qualified.
I mean, it's his preference, sure.
You were a liar, and you know it.
Rob got it done, and that was 20 seconds, not 30.
I was hoping you were
budget and over delivered.
Most
What about
men
the
are
whole-
quicker than they say they'll be.
I can say that I have no expectation that Trump would ever put a black woman on the court. I can say that honestly.
Okay, well, he hired a black woman for pardon czar, which was a position he created for her, right?
Pardon czar.
I stand by my statement.
I mean,
she
so
gets-
like
who gets
Trump
pardons.
said, it's just
Okay.
we don't talk about it when Trump appoints gay people or women or black people. It's never national
Clarence
news.
Thomas.
When Democrats do it, oh my God, this is the first black woman to be alderman since we had a season with average of 3 inches of rain a month. Wow, what an incredible achievement!
Hey,
the
Rob,
Democrats did.
like it'd be first black,
People pointed out any
lesbian,
time that's the
non-Jewish, binary, blah, blah, blah. But what about the whole heart attack or the heart surgery argument where you say, all right, you got 30 surgeons. All right. They're all qualified. Some of them have had 10 years, some 20, some 30. You're going to go with anybody on that list, right? Are you going to pick the black guy who has 5 years or the white guy who has 20?
Do you think you're the best qualified to make that decision as the person getting operated on?
Yes, actually.
If there's a white guy with 20 years and a black guy with 20 years, who do you pick?
You choose who you want to do your medical. Like that's a wild. That's a.
Well, then
Do you choose the guy who makes you feel better? Or do you choose the guy who has like the specific expertise in your problem?
But then it also comes down to sitting with each one, asking like their opinions on the matter, and then you also get a second opinion and a third opinion, and who comes most referred, and blah blah blah. And Kissy Cat sends in her reparations and says, "I'm so sorry, Sarah. You all should be sending more reparations. I'm incredibly discouraged." And then she follows up to call you all pizzaists. How dare you shame the cheese pizza?
I do not like pizza with olives.
Pizza, the ham pizza.
Why? Because they're black, Ryan?
Yeah, black olives, Ryan.
Because they're black? I'm pretty sure that's exactly why. Because you're legitimately the most racist person I think I've seen on the panel.
Go ahead, Rob.
You guys are the ones arguing that like the black women are inherently not qualified enough to be on the Supreme Court. So
no, DEI hire is not qualified.
Ryan, nobody said that at all. Nope, nobody ever said that.
And that a woman is less qualified.
No, it wasn't even implied. No, Ryan,
both those are
nobody said it. None of that ever happened. Ryan is gaslighting right now.
The fuck up, Grumble.
I'm sorry.
Fix your headphones. It's got to be your fucking headphones that you can't hear every other fucking person on this panel goddamn talking. Stop it.
No, it's actual hearing damage. I'm sorry. I was listening to Ryan.
Find a new place to listen to people. Oh
Get
my
hearing. No, I was just going to say real quick, like Ryan and Effigy, you guys are fucking up the Democratic talking points. Are you unaware of the talking points? Speaking of the doctors, that actually black people that go to black doctors have far better outcomes, which would imply the inverse would also be true, that white people that go to white doctors would also have better outcomes. So could you blame Trippy if he decided to go with the white doctor?
I don't think that.
I don't care if you seek out a white doctor.
The inverse.
Yeah, people have all kinds of reasons for their preferences.
But listen, it's not a matter of preferences and them having the right to choose their preference. It's a matter of the sort of disparage or the sort of sneering at, like, why would you assume the white person would be better? Why would anyone assume that? Now, it turns out that studies about black doctors being best for black families is absolute total bullshit. And yet that's not stopped it from being repeated over and over. Because, like, when you look at the data, it turns out that the study was flawed in multiple ways. But what's the implication here? That white doctors that are performing...
Where's this study published, and why should we take Rob's word that it's a bad study?
Well, I think we should take my word about the study because I fucking shellacked you on every single thing that I said in the first portion of the debate, and I was right about almost damn near everything I say. That's number one. And number two, what would the implication
missing
be
a lot of key nuance that I covered when I was going through and clarifying
so
things.
What's the implication? Some white heart surgeon just doesn't give a shit enough about black people, so he's performing poorer on her?
I think it's more complex than that.
Give me an example of why it would be.
I mean, I don't know what the data said. I don't know why you're asserting that it's not true. Like, you can tell me what the flaws in the data were.
You keep doing this. You're like, I don't know.
I asked you what was wrong with the data. You said it was bad data. I asked you why. You said it was just bad, and I should just take your word for it because you owned me.
Right. Well, Alexander sends in the Big 20 to say, Ryan, clarify for me if there was a board of all black men, and out of two choices, white man and black man, they say they want a black man because they don't think a white man would fit in. Is it a problem for you?
Yeah, probably, yeah. That'd be prejudice that I wouldn't endorse.
Okay. Now going back to the point, like you do this all
quick, before you resume, quick question for Rob and Ryan.
Loud.
I'll turn it. I have to manually adjust it the entire time. If I'm a Hispanic, and because I am, and I want either a Jewish or Asian person to be a doctor for me, is that racist?
No.
Yes.
I just don't care.
No. You can have all sorts of reasons. It's not racist. Right?
It might be. You might have racist reasons. I don't know your reasons. They might be racist.
There are like positive racist things, right? Like you can have positive stereotypes.
They get better grades.
In a weird way, right?
Culturally, they just study better.
Okay,
what I was saying is,
be a better doctor, right?
I was just saying, Ryan's done this all night.
My bad.
We'll be like, what are the potential reasons for this? Right? You'll say like there could be other reasons.
I refuse to speculate. Unlike you,
I'm like name one, and you're like I can't. So if I said like the reason that the cop was chasing that black man was because that black man's name was Jim, and he hates people named Jen. And Ryan said that's absurd. There could be other reasons. And I said name one, and he'd say I can't think of one. That's like, you see the absurdity? Just give one. Of course, your speculation may be incorrect, but you can't.
If I can't come up with something on the spot to explain like data that you're alleging is false, how is it on me to to do that? Why is that my responsibility?
It's not you coming up with the data on alleging it's false. It's repeatedly I'll say something and say there's only one possible hypothetical explanation that I can come up with. Can anyone think of a different one? Ryan, can you? So what I'm saying is, if this study is true, the implications is that white doctors are racist against blacks. They don't give a shit against blacks. What would it be?
What did the study suggest? What did the study say before you discredited it?
It said that people that went to black doctors had better outcomes.
And you're saying that is not true?
That's correct. That is what I'm saying. But
was it better or was it preferable? Which word did they use?
Better. They had better outcomes. But if it was true,
objectively better,
what would the explanation be for why that's true? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. I'm curious. I'd be curious what the explanation is.
If they were the ones who reported, it could have just been their preferable outcomes, right? And they just said that it was better.
So it could be that the study's flawed.
I mean, that is one possibility. Yes, I agree. That's one possibility.
Study flawed, one possibility. Because these doctors are racist is number two. What would the third explanation be?
I don't think that I owe you a list of explanations, and I don't think that even if I could, that it would be exhaustive by any means. Like there's
they had bad outcomes measurably when they went to white doctors, right?
Yeah, they could just have worse outcome, and like that.
I mean, at some point,
there could be some unexplained variable that we haven't identified, right?
But that's what. That's what they're saying. But why? Why? What are the possible explanations?
I don't claim to know, and I'm not interested in speculating. I would want to know what the actual data said.
Well, we have this discouragement in other factors, right? There are certain dynamics between men where they think that other men do not hear them, and when they talk about pain to other male doctors, there's some people who believe stuff like that, and there's studies on that. But again, there's all kinds of dynamics when you're talking to doctors.
That would be that there were other variables that the study was flawed, right? If the study's true,
there are tons of variables.
Right, but the variables could mean that the study is flawed. But if it's not flawed, then what other explanation could it be than white doctors, like a white heart surgeon, a white brain surgeon, are racist?
Fuck doctors.
There's no possible explanation that I'm aware of other than that. That's what I'm saying.
Fuck all the doctors. They're all
again. There could be something that just neither of us are thinking of right now. And
or there's maybe the exact same thing you were saying, but there might be a bias that is less intentional, right?
But it would still have to do with racism.
Sure, on some level, sure.
Okay.
Trump said the F-bomb.
True.
Yeah, Trump did
say
that.
True. He did.
He did. Yeah.
Relevance. But
that's what I said, fuck all the doctors because they're all. I know how to cure myself better than all them fucking doctors.
And I'm allowed to say,
do you?
Trump said it. True.
I was just waiting on the diabetes. Says the man who was kept alive by experimental medicine when he got a plague.
So, okay, this is not related. I just want to make sure I can get this in because this discussion is going nowhere. Rob, so while I was in the back,
does my unit look racist?
No, it does not, sir. While I was in the back, I did a little bit of reading into her report, and it seems like the reason that they didn't charge Biden for giving classified information to the ghostwriter is because, or ghostwriter, not ghostwriter. Oh my god, is because it was done over 3 spans of 3 periods of time. Biden said that this one section of the notebook was probably classified in the first meeting and then skipped over it while he was reading for the memoir. And then at a later meeting, because he was a fucking dementia-riddled 80-year-old, read the part that may have been classified.
It's not an excuse.
At a later. Well, no, it's not an excuse. That's the reason that the investor general gave. But it's not that. It's not as simple as he said it was classified and then he read it anyway. It was that he said it was classified in one meeting and then read it in another meeting.
But you're aware that if that portion was classified, then the document itself is classified. Skipping the words that you think are classified, he would still know that the document itself was classified, correct?
So it's not. I don't know if it's as clear if the document itself is classified because I'm pretty sure the thing that he read out was.
I can explain.
Well, please.
I had to go through classified document training. I can explain it if you would like.
I would like to finish my sentence. So these were writings in a notebook. So it's not my impression that everything in the notebook was classified. It's just my impression that classified information was in the notebook, and there were certain sections that he could not read from the notebook because it was transcriptions of classified information.
Technically, the entire document becomes class at whatever the highest level that it was at the time. That's how that works.
I'm saying I don't know if the notebook was classified as much as
the entire notebook becomes, if there's one page in there that has classified information, the entire notebook becomes class at that level.
I mean,
Just,
that's potentially true, but I mean, in order to get a charge,
that's how it works.
The thing that I'm illustrating is this isn't willingness. This isn't like a willingness to distribute classified information, and it's not comparable to what Trump did.
So to answer your, it's still. Never mind. I was going to go back to Ryan.
If I may, Rob, just was it willingness when he stole documents from SCIFs as a senator? Was that willingness?
It's not he wasn't charged with that. It's not my impression that it was a willing take home thing.
When he illegally removed documents like folded, then he snuck into his pocket and then removed from SCIFs, like secured compartmentalized information facilities.
Can you show me anything about that?
It's totally the same as 64 boxes worth.
I just want to go back to this. I want to go back to what Grignard said here, right? And two things.
I can.
One, it's absurd, right, to think that this is somehow not as bad as what Trump did, right, because he read it in different portions. That's an absurdity. But second, the only explanation that Grignard could give is when he literally read the portion he knew it was classified, it's okay because he was dementia-addled. I'm sorry that's not...
No, it's not quite that. That feels like a misrepresentation. What I'm saying is that he said it was classified, and then he skipped over it on that day, and then another day, he read the part that he said was classified on a previous day. That's very separate than Trump saying, this is classified. I could have declassified, but I didn't, but here it is.
Did he read it?
Did what, Biden?
Did Trump read that to the people? The classified document that he was holding?
I'm pretty sure that he was showing it to the people. That's what the audio suggests.
Did they have a chance to read it?
Did he have a chance to read it?
Right.
I don't know.
What if he had his thumb over the portion that may have been classified?
That's not what the audio suggests.
What do you mean?
That's not what the audio suggests. Why would you say
the audio didn't suggest, look, you can read the writings right now that are classified and I'm showing it to you. He said, this is classified. And didn't just waving it around wouldn't be, right? He didn't show it to them to read. Biden said this is probably classified, skipped a couple words when the whole document was classified. You're like, well, maybe he wouldn't have known that. Then he later went back and read the portion that he himself said was classified.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know where this claim of Donald Trump just picked up the one document and then waved it around and that was the only distribution. I'm pretty sure that's not true.
Show me the evidence.
Yeah,
that's what the audio portion was. The audio portion wasn't him reading the document. It doesn't seem to suggest that he was handing it to them for them to read. He said this document right here. Now, maybe he did hand it to people to read, but that's not the impression I got from the audio portion you're talking about.
In the indictment, it claims that he was showing it to the reporters.
Right. Would this be me showing you this? Yeah, it would be.
It depends.
Did they read it?
I don't know if that's the way that they're using it in the
indictment. But again, there's it sounds like the audio is basically like him saying, blah, 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 blah. And this shit here, I should have declassified it right here. It's classified. That doesn't show that he was like, and let me read this passage here. Or here, go ahead and read it. Right? It seems...
For eyes only though, right? Because if you show it to a reporter, then they got it on video, then they could freeze frame it and just read all of it, right? Like they've got it.
Trump showed and described a plan of attack. Trump said that he was prepared. It was prepared for him by the Department of Defense and a senior military official. Trump told the individuals it was highly confidential and secret, and as president,
it doesn't matter.
Wait,
confidential is the lowest secret. No, wait, confidential is the lowest classification.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to his argument. It doesn't matter. That would be
no, that does matter. But also, the president of the United States can at will change the classification of documents. Anything.
There's a process.
Debate lesson. I gave this in a debate class the other day. You should always try to win an argument through the path of least resistance. And so I see this repeatedly. Like Grignard's like, oh well, we're talking.
I can explain how it works if y'all want to.
But what you're saying then is you're going to a completely different argument. Now you have to win the argument, and there is a robust argument on both sides as to whether or not the president can declassify something at will just by saying it's declassified. There are solid arguments on both sides. The problem is that's a completely different debate. Let's assume for the reason that you can't win that debate, right? And so now we're just talking to Grignard about this part specifically. Not, well, Biden was a senator, so he's not allowed to do it, and Trump was a president, and we're talking specifically about this portion, right? Now, what I'm reading from that isn't an example of him showing people that document, the specifics of it or anything like that. I don't know. Nonetheless, we have that exact scenario scenario with Biden. We have it. Biden's literally reading from a document that he says is probably classified. Skipping over a few words doesn't mean that the rest of that document wasn't classified.
Well, no, it's
he
like
knew it was
skipping over whole
classified.
passages in the notebook. So he said, like, this passage of the notebook that contains classified information, so we skip over this passage. That's what was described in her report.
Again, if I have 4 pages that are marked classified because there's only one paragraph in there that's classified, can I show the other pages to people and say, hey, I don't think this is classified? No, the whole document's classified.
Legally, no.
You probably
legally no,
but it doesn't. It also doesn't prove.
No, it's not probably legally. You can't.
It doesn't. That's irrelevant though. It doesn't show intent that you're willingly distributing classified information. If you only believe
it's not irrelevant at all.
That is relevant.
Legally, you can't.
The whole point is willingness.
Would Joe Biden have known that if there's a portion of a paragraph or whatever that's classified, then the whole document is? Would Joe Biden have known that? As a politician who's been there for 47 years.
I don't know, but there's the idea that there's some sort of double standard in that the fact that you couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt, but you could for Trump.
Wait, reasonable doubt? You've been in for 47 years and you've never been read in the in-doc for like security clearance handling of classified material? Dude, I wasn't even.
That, like,
I was before I even hit the fleet. I got read in for that shit.
It's my
because I had a clearance before I got to the fleet.
I know your mic is a lot louder. It's my impression that
I'm sorry. I'm
drawn up
there,
by
there we go.
officials are separate than transcriptions of in notebooks by a particular person. It feels like the procedures for handling that would be very different, or there would at least be a reason to believe that they would be handled different.
Now wait, now you're making I told Grumble like saying it's confidential, which is the lowest form of classification. Like that's sort of red herring. Now you're doing the same. Well, the different types of classification, no, it would still be the same, and Joe Biden would know that. Furthermore, I have a question for Ryan here. Isn't it your belief that Trump's more cognitively declined than Joe Biden?
Yeah, but I don't believe that.
I would say he's at least he has at least as many suspicious traits of cognitive decline. Yeah.
So, given that, if Herr said that it was a reason not to charge Biden because of his cognitive decline, wouldn't that mean you're also against charging Trump for the same reason if you think he's equal or worse?
Wait, you still talking to me?
Wow, I hear the crickets.
What do you mean by charging?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about the her thing. I haven't actually read that specific claim about why Biden was in charge. So, I mean, if that's the case, then I mean, if that's the reason, then if there was an identical scenario with Trump that he also doesn't meet those requirements for, then perhaps, yeah. But he certainly wouldn't be fit for presidential office.
Zach, did you want to say something?
He certainly wouldn't be fit to be president, and neither would Joe Biden in that case, right?
You have to pick your pony, Ryan. You got to pick one.
No, I don't. Wait, I can say they both shouldn't be president.
Did you? Okay.
Oh, I'm talking about the argument. You got to.
You want to say something?
I think Zach wants to say something, guys.
Zach would like to say something, please.
Go ahead, Zach.
Sarah, thanks for having me on. I'm just over leftist thinking. Have a good night.
Love you, Zach.
Good night, Mr. Zach.
Still looking forward to next time we pull up that source where you're going to demonstrate that person was actually being spoken for and didn't actually just agree to say whatever was said. And if you can provide that, I'd be super interested to see it. I don't think you're going to because I don't think it's what happened, but it's sweet that you're standing up for that person, you know, and recognizing them.
Hey, Zach, let's see if you could get that source before Ryan could get the source that all the people that were against statues being torn down were racist. I'll wait for your source on that too, Ryan, right?
I think that one's more reasonable.
Oh, you don't need proof. You just intuit it. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, right. So disingenuous, it's ridiculous, man. Hey, Ryan,
so all he would have to do is find one statement. One statement from this one person. All he would have to do is find one statement from this one person, right? That's very different.
Ryan, you tell me, how do you lose a debate with someone that doesn't have any contentions and you have all of them? How exactly do you actually do that structurally? Yeah. He didn't have any points and you had all the points and you still lost. How did that work?
Wait, who are you talking about, Rob or Zach?
You brought all the points up. Every single one of them. That was you. Like the debate,
they were all listed from Rob's document.
Points. Yeah.
Ryan,
but they were all your contentions.
Did you just like say that Zach had no points, or what?
What he didn't. Yeah.
Why did you just mention his name?
He just asserted without any evidence.
No, I'm talking about Rob versus Ryan. Rob versus Ryan.
Zach asserted without any evidence that the person at the DNC was basically being tokenized, and that they were being talked over. They didn't actually get to speak their mind. And what really happened is that someone went up there and spoke for them, which is true, but he has no reason to believe that they didn't agree to that setup, and it's just kind of an assertion. And I'm asking him if he can demonstrate. I'd be interested to see, and I would condemn it. I even said I would condemn them doing that if he wanted to go up and speak and they didn't let him. I would say that that's a problem.
Listen, I hate to do this, but Sarah, I'm going to have to get going. I got to talk to my audience a little, and it's fucking 4:40 for me.
4:30 in the morning.
So I'm going to have to get going. I'm sorry to do it. I'm having fun, but I got to go. So
I love you, Rob.
Rob, before you go, real quick, I won't.
Oh my God.
Done, Rob.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Ryan, real quick.
Fine. Go ahead, Ryan.
I just wanted to check the study I posted in the back. You can get back to me on this, but I'm just wondering if this is the one that you're saying is a bad study or whatever. This is a Black representation in primary care physician workforce and its association with population life expectancy and mortality rates in the U.S.
Yeah, I think what you saw, I think that's the one. And they tried to replicate this, and it turns out that if you factor in birth weight, that it zeroes out.
Really?
Yes.
Zach, it looked like you were typing. Did you have something to say next?
So it's not actually anything that's wrong with this study then, right? Because this study specifically says that it could, it acknowledges that the despair or the reasoning here isn't like necessarily attributed. Like it could be other causes like that, right? It mentions.
No, because the conclusion that the study is reaching is that because Black people that went to Black doctors for children for birth had better outcomes. But no, it turned out that it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the birth weights. And
so in the abstract, it specifically says, however, it is unclear whether greater Black representation within the PCP workforce is associated with improved health outcomes among Black individuals. So it's specifically saying that there could be other things, right?
I think any study says any study that you have could say there could be other explanations. But
so why did you dismiss this study then?
Because the study was inaccurate, right? Because the variable that they were seeking to isolate, that they were seeking to question whether or not Black people that went to Black hospitals had better outcomes, it turned out that there was other variables that explained that wasn't the case.
Well, it turned out there are other variables that explained that that potentially, according to you, that there are other variables that explain that, but that doesn't mean that the original claim wasn't also true.
So I just want to be clear. If I commission a study and that study says that, I don't know, Democrats are 90 times more likely to molest children, right? And then I just put a little sentence at the end of it, say there could be other factors that explain this. And it turns out it's like, yes, you specifically searched for Democrats that were convicted of sexual assault against children, right? I'd say, but nonetheless, my study was accurate. I admitted that there could be other factors.
Yeah, I don't think that what you just described would make it through the peer review process, but I think that this study would.
The peer review process is shit, regardless.
I mean, according to you, but I mean, like, why would we take Rob's word for that? Like, Rob, what experience do you have with the peer review process?
Well, do you want to see James Lindsay and the things he sent through that made it through peer
James
review?
Lindsay's a clown, yeah.
Oh, yeah, and yet, as a clown, he had all sorts of papers make it through peer review.
Excuse me.
So are you aware of like all the strategies they use to make that happen, though?
So you're saying that peer review is able to be gamed? That even a clown would be able to game it?
In some cases. A couple of the papers that they pushed through got through, yes. A couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them they got through were just absurd they were absurd sounding, but were actually done like meticulously by all the standards. So they were like, wow, that looks really silly, but it's actually like done through all of the proper methodological
I'm sorry,
points.
Sarah,
So like
you had something to say?
I was going to allow you your final thoughts, Rob, before you go.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Well. It was good being here. Sorry it got onto racism because Ryan said something that was objectively stupid, that you couldn't be racist against white people. I think that I proved my point. I gave Ryan every advantage in this debate. I gave him my entire notes. He had a month to prepare for it. He was going to show that I engaged in misinformation. He did very poorly. He continued to say dumber and dumber things all night. It was still fun. It was fun watching him dangle around. And of course, he spurgs out when he knows he's on his back foot and won't engage in hypotheticals and things like that. Doesn't even know what per capita means. It's good stuff. So anyways, good time, Sarah. Always a fantastic time over here. I'm going to talk to my audience a little before I head to bed, but anytime you'd have me back, I'd be honored. I really enjoyed myself. So
good seeing you, Rob. Thank you for the evening.
Thank you, guys.
Rob,
I'd like a moment to respond to all the allegations laid
Nobody
out
needs.
I think
you don't need to respond to anything. You had.
Well, that's okay. Well, I wasn't actually talking to you, so
yeah, but you had plenty of time and you failed. So.
Well, that's okay that you feel that way.
Everyone feels that way.
If
That's
you
great.
don't mind, I'm actually
'Cause-
getting pooped out myself because it is 4:30 in the morning. Nate sent in the big five and said pepperoni, olives, and pineapple.
That's
Definitely
communism.
pineapple. I don't know about the rest.
Yeah, pineapple.
I honestly like Canadian bacon, black olives, and tomatoes, and that's my thing. I don't know why, but
If you're not,
I just swap it for regular bacon, and I would agree.
You're a communist. If you're not on the mushroom onion bacon train, you're an actual communist.
I wouldn't mind
actual
mushrooms.
communist.
I don't mind
And
mushrooms.
You're an actual
If they're like
avowed
cooked,
communist.
yeah. All
You
right.
just haven't discovered it yet.
I am so pooped out. It's like I've been up for 20 hours.
That's
so tired. So if you don't mind, gentlemen, I'd love to make our final thoughts. This panel was so freaking lit and so fun and rowdy, and it was a really interesting topic that maneuvered around current events and past events and all sorts of societal issues and politics and economics and all of those things, and I loved it. And Kissy Cat.
You got to ban Kissy Cat.
I will never, ever. Actually, who said that? Was that you, Rumple?
Yeah, that was Rumple.
Hi,
Go ahead.
Rumple.
Yeah.
For suggesting such stupid, foolish things. Kissy
I know,
Cat.
usually that's my job.
Kissy Cat is a much loved wrench here, and you actually
runs the whole
just
space.
recommended we ban her. Fuck that.
Plus, she's just an awesome person. So
She gave him money to eat a crayon before, Sarah. So
Well,
it's a friend thing, you know.
No, I don't care. Listen, Kissy Cat is my wrench, and to suggest I should ever ban her, you have to be you have to be some kind of stupid. All right, to the panel, Calvin, go ahead with your final thoughts, please, and let's make them fast. I'm tired.
Certainly. Thanks for allowing me up to talk. I wanted to chime in on document issue, but there'll always be another time. So I look forward to it. Again, thanks.
Thank you, Calvin. I appreciate you. Based Tweaker, you make me very nervous. Go ahead.
my final thought is, Ryan, you actually did pretty good tonight, considering everything. I got to give you credit.
That was fine.
Fair.
Unique, Zach, do you need time to put together a final thought?
The fact that your party uses people in other ethnicities. Joe Biden has said, "You're not black if you don't vote for me." Kamala jailed most blacks in San Francisco, and now using people like me for votes.
Yeah, very disturbing. It's funny how everything only works one way, isn't it? Zach, thank you for coming to the panel this evening. We appreciate having you and your opinions and thoughts. Rinyald, to you, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. It was a lot of fun. I thought the racism talk was wholly and completely intolerable, though. So it is what it is, because I couldn't agree with the 1350ing, and I also couldn't agree with the white people not being able to be racist, but I just didn't care enough to make any comments.
What?
I think Rob won, which is kind of sad, because I think the anti-establishment people usually just rely on people either not knowing how the process works or relying on gaps in our knowledge about certain things about the process. I really wish that I could talk to Rob for a little bit longer about the classified info, because the more I read into Trump's, the more I realize how fucking crazy this was. But yeah, I had fun. Follow me at Rinyald on TikTok and YouTube and Twitch, I believe, and I appreciate you having me on.
Always. Rinyald, I wouldn't be surprised if you reached out to Rob. I'm sure he'd love to have that conversation.
I'm sure too, but I got to read like a 500-page report and this 60-page, and I got a lot of reading to do.
Trouble, right?
At the very least, I would reach out to him on X and just let him know you'd be interested in having that conversation. It doesn't sound like you're trying to debate. It sounds like you're trying to be inquisitive, right?
More or less.
Yeah, I just reach out to him. He's very easy to work with.
Probably will.
Animated effigy to you, sir.
Thanks for having me on as always. And I'll leave with just a comment on a very specific point that we left like way back in the dust, but it's been bugging on my mind. It's a well-established fact why most of the Confederate statues were placed in the early 1900s all the way through the 1920s. Most of these statues even had dedications, plaques, or things put on them that had entire speeches about the white race and things like that. We know why. We know why it coincided with the rise of Jim Crow. Those specific statues irk the people who live around them now because they are the kind of people that those statues said wanted to keep them underfoot. It's really easy to understand. It's not like denying history. And if you want to take it down and put it in a museum, no one would fucking give a care. But it's every generation's right to take the shit around them and move it, no matter what it is, and change it. It's our world, not the people of the past's world. It's our fucking world, so we can change it. Thank you for having me on.
What about the other people in the world? Trippycast to you, sir.
I gotta thank you, Sarah. You gave me. I'm glad that I can restream from your chat because I got a lot of views and stuff. So thank you very much, Ryan. You always know how to take a joke. Basic, you guys, everybody else, you guys are great. What we didn't get to, though, sadly, was the answer on whether or not the Dukes of Hazzard was racist. And I'm disappointed because that was the title of the show. Y'all have a great night. Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
And Ryan, to you, of course.
Epic. Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun. Obviously, I had a great time. Talking to Rob is always educational to some degree. I want to speak briefly to one other thing Zach said about tokenizing people. I mean, I think there's a reason that people like Candace Owens are elevated on the right. It's not because they have amazing, insightful ideas. It is because part of her product is her blackness and her being a token of the right. And I'll leave that one at that. I think Rob made an interesting point, which I agree is a good debate strategy, where earlier he was giving someone advice about how to kind of win on the simplest point possible. I think that's something that Rob often tries to do. For me, when I'm having these conversations, and this is arguably one of my biggest flaws, I am trying to gain more clarity most of the time than I am just trying to own my opponent and win on every specific point. I'm more interested about what the actual reality is at the end of the day. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, and which is why initially in the conversation, I think the first half of the conversation, I would argue I won that, and then the latter half Rob won, because the first half I was actually walking through, pointing to more nuances and finding more clarity, and what was happening is things Rob's points look more absurd on their face when you actually break them down, because what he was arguing is that Clinton's team hiring a law firm, which hired a company that hired Christopher Steele, who then used Donchenko as a source. This is Russian collusion. But Donald Trump Jr. having a secret meeting with Russian government officials in Trump Tower to get dirt on Hillary, that's not Russian collusion. And another point that came up was later when we talked about racism after an extended conversation, I ended up being on the back foot where I'm having to defend against people who are saying it is somehow racist to put the first black woman on the Supreme Court, which I think is, again, absurd on its face. And I think when we really bring that clarity in, it shows how absurd some of the conclusions that are being drawn here are. I'm Ryan, Radical Coder. I think learning is radical, and I am only 5 subs away from 800, which is a super exciting moment. Oh, actually, 4 subs away. I take that back. I bet there's 4 people watching right now who are not subscribed to me but should be, and I highly recommend you come over there, and we'll do some fun stuff. I'm going on a WIC panel tomorrow night to talk about the recent Supreme Court ruling on injunctions, so that should be an interesting one. Sarah, love you so much. We have some conversations to have, by the way, whenever you have time offline. I have some cool stuff to show you, but we'll
definitely
walk
not
through that.
for the next 10 hours.
No worries. Yeah, no rush, but yeah. You get some rest. I also need some rest. So, but yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Good. And thank you to everyone, not only for the debate this evening with Ryan and Rob. I knew they were going to be incredibly respectful to each other. I was very excited to host this. I didn't think that I would actually need to intervene too much. And I gave you guys that leeway. I specifically said I was going to stay out of your way because you both are very well-seasoned debaters. You know what you're doing and how to do it. And for me to be here is just merely a safety measure. I am the safety net. Outside of that, I was planning on shutting down 3 hours ago, and then somehow we're still here. 2 White Claws and a bowl of cereal later. I don't know how it happened, but ladies and gentlemen, shit happens sometimes. It's now almost 5. Hi, Umbreon. Hello, baby. Somehow it's almost 5 in the morning, and the only times we actually do typically go this late is if the conversation is actually moving well and the chat's enjoying it and all of those things. So there were no real winners tonight except for the chat. As always, you folks, you, the viewer, are always the winner in my book. You win every debate, every argument, every panel, every whatever. It's all to you. Anyways, I love you all. Tune in tomorrow night. Mod Monday is all set up, ready to go. Outside of that, fuck. Or no, not tomorrow night. Tonight. It's tonight. All right, fuck off.